Your Highness, they're the last surviving humans of this village. Joshua's consciousness was somewhat hazy. He could hear someone calling out to him, a voice both muffled and imbued with concern. Your Highness? Joshua's memories began to clear slightly, revealing a grotesque creature standing beside him, the source of the caring inquiry. Sinful demon, Xanathus. The name of this creature surged into Joshua's recollection. Surprisingly, he felt no fear in the presence of this terrifying being. Surviving humans. Instinctively, Joshua followed the direction indicated by the demon, noting the flames engulfing the surroundings. The ground littered with corpses, and an indescribable blend of the smell of blood and charred remains permeating the air. The village had just endured a massacre. The surviving villagers were bound together by thorny vines, their attire reminiscent not of modern clothing, but rather of garments from the European Middle Ages. Your Highness, as per your command, all the robbers who plundered this village have been slain. Shall we eliminate these villagers as well? Xanathus, the sinful demon, spoke again. Towering at nearly 2 meters, he resembled a fusion of a lion and a lizard, exhaling ghostly green flames with his words. His scaled hands gripped a double-bladed spear, its surface flowing with a liquid akin to molten lava. The villagers, ensnared by thorns, gazed at the approaching demon with eyes filled with terror and uncertainty. Noni bind them first. Joshua, still grappling with the bewildering situation, recalled that just moments ago, he had been a game designer burning the midnight oil in his office, and now he found himself in this strange realm, accompanied by a demon who obeyed his every command. This sudden transition was utterly unforeseen, devoid of any premonition. Fortunately, Joshua's adaptability was akin to that of a slug, and with the original soul within this body yet to dissipate, he managed to maintain composure, accepting his current predicament with ease. At your command, Your Highness. The sinful demon, Xanathus, complied with Joshua's order, his scaly hand gesturing toward the void, conjuring a portal of ghostly green light before Joshua. A dozen diminutive imps leaped from the portal, seizing the villagers ensnared by the thorny vines, dragging them into the portal amidst their feeble struggles and cries of despair. Joshua organized his thoughts. Demons were a diverse race, and those imps belonged to the lowest tier of demon society, possessing limited intellect and physical capabilities akin to humans, their sole advantage being their rapid reproduction. Xanathus, by contrast, was a high-ranking sinful demon, serving as Joshua's personal guardian, and his formidable presence alone testified to the prowess of the sinful demon race. Most demon forms are vastly different from humans. To Joshua's relief, although his race belongs to the highest echelon of demons, his appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of a human, save for the 2 horns adorning his forehead. While Joshua can accept the notion of transmigration, he finds it intolerable to have transformed into a being that is non-human. A noble chaos demon, one might say. That sounds rather appealing. Let us return, Xanathus, Joshua declared. My prince, do you not intend to seize this opportunity to invade the surrounding city-states? Invasion of city-states? Joshua surveyed his surroundings once more. Drawing from his meticulously organized memories, he discerned the reason for his presence here. The naive demon prince had ventured into the human realm, driven by an insatiable curiosity about their world. Upon emerging through the portal, he was welcomed by a caravan of humans. Alas, this very caravan was soon beset by a band of marauders while they rested in a village. The village, predictably, fell victim to a massacre from within and without. In the end, it was the demon prince who, unable to bear witness to such injustice, summoned his guards from the demon realm to eradicate the brigands entirely. Thus, the village was spared from annihilation. Yet, judging by the fear evident in the villagers' eyes, being captured by demons appeared to be a far graver plight than being plundered by thieves. Not interested, Joshua retorted. He certainly had little regard for the pitiable curiosity of this demon prince, nor did he possess the inclination to wage war against humanity at the moment. By the way, Xanathus, there is still one person alive over there. Joshua pointed toward a figure attempting to escape amidst the pile of corpses before entering the portal. The brigand was cunning, feigning death to deceive everyone, but he had been a touch too hasty. Understood. Joshua's intent was clear enough without the need for elaboration, and Xanathus comprehended it entirely. Accompanied by blood-curdling screams and the sound of flesh being shredded, Joshua stepped into the portal. The environment of the demon realm was not as dire as Joshua had envisioned. At least the sky was a brilliant blue, and the temperature was pleasantly moderate. There were no signs of the erupting volcanoes, flowing lava, or skies thick with ash that one might expect in the modern conception of hell. Instead, the portal led to a garden adorned with unfamiliar flowers, emitting faint blue luminescent particles. Were it not for the imposing demon standing beside him, Qiu Xiuh might have found it hard to believe that this was indeed the demon realm. "My prince, shall we confine these humans within cages?" Xenithus inquired. "For now, yes. Feed them some sustenance, do not allow them to starve, for they may yet prove useful to me." Qiu Xiuh ordered his guardian before proceeding deeper into the castle. According to his memories, he found himself in the demon realm's royal capital, Yanalad. The name of this city in the demon tongue translates to the edge of the abyss. The precise implications of this meaning eluded Qiu Xiuh, but he understood that he was situated in the very heart of the main city, the residence of the demon realm's rulers and their progeny. Following the intricate pathways of the main city, Qiu Xiuh returned to the domain once inhabited by the demon prince, guided solely by the recollections etched in his memory. "This place is truly chaotic," he remarked as he stepped into the castle's interior, where the demon prince's living conditions were far more disheveled than Qiu Xiuh had anticipated. What initially appeared to be a lavishly adorned chamber was, in reality, cluttered with an assortment of unidentified objects strewn across the floor. Even Qiu Xiuh, who prided himself on a lack of obsessive cleanliness, found himself frowning at the untidiness. He could barely identify the open books and scattered crystals, while the remainder consisted of bizarre, misshapen trinkets. Was there no servant to tend to this room? Qiu Xiuh rifled through the recesses of his memory, finally discerning that the chaotic accumulation was, in fact, the research results of the demon prince. Qiu Yanarod, the third son of Nahilrain, the ruler of the demon realm, was markedly different from his exceptionally gifted elder brother and sister. At 17, he exhibited an eccentricity that led him to invent peculiar contraptions, often causing turmoil throughout the city. The denizens of the realm had taken to describing him with a rather pejorative term: despicable human. In truth, Qiu Xiuh was more akin to a goblin or a gnome than a human. Yet, the prince's astounding aptitude in disciplines such as mechanical engineering, magical engineering, and crystal construction could only be described as frenzied brilliance. The clutter in his room represented a collection of unfinished projects. Among them were the magical energy reflection device and the shadow photographing stone. After perusing his memories of these curious artifacts, Qiu Xiuh preferred to label them as camera and storage card. How intriguing, he mused. When Qiu Xiuh traversed this world, he had yet to formulate a concrete purpose. Not everyone aspired to make combat and strength their ultimate ideals. He himself held little interest in power. The legacy left behind by the third prince sparked inspiration within him. Perhaps he could embark on a cinematic venture in this foreign realm, or, if that proved unfeasible, create a card game reminiscent of Magic, The Gathering, or Hearthstone, and perhaps pen a few novels or illustrate some comics. As an artist, he deemed it imperative to infuse Earth's culture into this world, or rather, to invade it with such influences. Though his plans for filmmaking in this alternate universe had yet to materialize, a water elemental servant hurriedly approached him. This servant bore the semblance of a human woman, though her skin shimmered with a liquid quality. "Your Highness, the master requests your presence in the guardroom." Her voice was devoid of emotion. "Understood," Qiu Xiuh replied. In this castle, there was but one master father of the demon prince. To his surprise, Qiu Xiuh realized he was about to meet the ruler of this world far sooner than he had anticipated. Following the route etched in his memory, Qiu Xiuh traversed the intricately designed castle for 10 minutes, arriving before a door that exuded an ominous aura. Without hesitation, he entered the vast corridor, whose dimensions were astonishingly grand, flanked by towering statues, each over 10 meters high. These statues, diverse in form, depicted figures of chaotic demons belonging to Qiu Xiuh's own lineage. Each statue represented a monarch who had ruled this land throughout the ages. Perhaps the demons dwelling in the demon realm indeed referred to them as kings. However, these monarchs privately bore a unique title for themselves: the Guardians. This term, seemingly unremarkable yet profoundly ancient, held a significance unknown to Qiu Xiuh. The legacy of the Guardians had been passed down through generations, continuing to this day. Qiu Xiuh's father, No Train, the sovereign of the demon realm, was the current guardian. He traversed the corridor sheltered by his ancestors, arriving at a spacious hall. The decor was remarkably austere, utterly unbefitting of a king's palace. Aside from a stone altar that resembled a sacrificial platform at the far end, there was not even a throne to be found. Qiu Xiuh's elder brother, elder sister and younger sister had already gathered in the hall, standing before the altar. A solemn atmosphere permeated every inch of the air. His siblings did not spare him a glance, instead leaving a space between his elder sister and younger sister, evidently reserved for Qiu Xiuh. Conforming to tradition, Qiu Xiuh mirrored his siblings and stood before the altar, his gaze fixed upon the figure facing it. Nox, Seri Thai, Qiu Xiuh, FIA. A voice, imbued with a sense of oppression, sequentially pronounced the four names. 30 years have passed. I understand that this duration may not suffice for you to reach maturity, yet it is ample enough for you to have grown. The lifespan of chaotic demons is the briefest among all races in the demon realm, barely extending to 2 centuries, akin to that of humans in this world. However, 20 years still places chaotic demons in their youth. Qiu Xiuh, at merely 17, and his younger sister FIA, who is just 14, belong to an age group that, even in the human world, would be considered subject to a sentence of 3 years minimum, the utmost capital punishment. Father, may I inquire what you wish to command? A robust and resonant voice emanated from Josh's side. It was his elder brother Nox's voice. As the firstborn, Nox was naturally envisioned as a formidable general, commanding legions and safeguarding the border sand expectation that Qiu Xiuh had anticipated. I have decided to select the next guardian among you in 2 years' time. The moment No Tran uttered these words, the already grave atmosphere abruptly grew tense. What do the next guardians signify? It meant the next sovereign of the demon realm. The themes of succession and usurpation need no elaboration throughout both European and Asian medieval histories. The struggle for thrones has eternally been an inexhaustible narrative point. One of the most renowned events in Chinese history is the usurpation of the Zhao family by the Sima clan, which brought an end to the chaotic Three Kingdoms period and established the Jin dynasty. Similarly, in Europe, Richard III betrayed his nephew Edward to ascend to the throne of England. In essence, the history of royal succession is often drenched in bloodshed. Joshua could already foresee that this would inevitably lead to his siblings turning against one another. Thus, he declared, I kindly request to withdraw my candidacy for the position of guardian. Oh, Joshua, do you not yearn for the title of guardian? The title of king? To reign over the entire demon realm, possessing everything within its bounds, to possess the power to determine the fates of millions with a mere word. Such a notion is indeed enchanting. Power is inherently alluring, but the caveat is the necessity of life to enjoy it. To put it plainly, Joshua knew he stood no chance against his elder brother and sister, and even his younger sister would likely surpass him, making him a potential early casualty in this contest for the imperial edict. This is not Earth, where all are human. When negotiations falter, one can resort to swords and guns, where physical prowess is relatively equal, rendering the competition fair. Yet, this is a different world, a magical realm. The third prince had allocated all his talents to invention and creation, making him the weakest among the 4 siblings, whereas even the friliest of them could effortlessly vanquish him. In the hands of the weak, power merely serves as a one-way ticket to perdition. Moreover, Joshua found greater satisfaction in pursuits of a more spiritual nature, such as embarking on a solitary journey to Tibet or spending 3 days adrift in Germany for the Cologne game show activities typically embraced by the whimsical artistic youth, all of which he had partaken in. No, I have discovered a loftier ideal, thus I must decline. Joshua had resolved to venture into the realms of film and gaming. The burdensome role of king was better suited for his elder siblings or younger sister. Whoever desired it may take it on. A loftier ideal? The demon lord Notlian scrutinized Joshua for a considerable time before issuing a new command. Norgus, Cecily, FIA, you may take your leave. Did he genuinely intend to coerce him into kingship? Joshua suddenly recalled tales from traditional stories where kings selected their heirs, often finding that the least favored younger son ultimately inherited the throne. The reasons for such outcomes are myriad, often cited as noble qualities like kindness and tolerance. However, Joshua deemed these notions to be mere nonsense. At least in this world, those lacking capability cannot bear the weight of the title king. At that moment, Joshua felt an uncanny resemblance to that fortunate younger son. As his siblings departed, the grand hall was left with only Joshua and Notlian. Relax, do not be so formal, Notlian remarked. It was then that Joshua truly observed the visage of the demon lord, aged and somewhat disheveled. The unkempt beard and the wrinkles on his cheeks formed the first impression of this ruler of the demon realm. He appeared older than Joshua had imagined. Rather than embodying the image of a ruler, he more closely resembled a weary father who had devoted himself to raising 4 children. Joshua, what is your perspective on the relationship between demons and humans? The overlord of the demon realm posed a direct and pointed inquiry, addressing the most pressing concern for demons at present. They are currently adversaries, but I believe this relationship is subject to change, Qiu Xiuh replied after a moment of contemplation. Subject to change? Humans perceive us as the embodiment of evil, filled with hatred towards our kind. The century-long warfare with humanity has made this abundantly clear. Do you still maintain that change is possible? Indeed, perspectives and opinions can evolve. Given time, Qiu Xiuh asserted confidently in response to the demon lord's probing. Change, through magic that influences the mind, such sorcery, once discovered, would only intensify humanity's animosity towards demons. The wars of the past century have inflicted profound wounds upon our race. Igniting a new conflict would likely lead to our downfall, the demon lord expressed, appearing reluctant to engage in further hostilities with humanity. The demon race was not as formidable as Qiu Xiuh had envisioned, and the humans from another world seemed far from the weaklings he had assumed. Thus, Qiu Xiuh, when the next war commences, I hope you can guide our kin to a new sanctuary. Norgus, Sarisalai, and others will surely rise to the challenge. Had he already resigned himself to the prospect of defeat? Yet, Qiu Xiuh had no intention of retreating. There's no need for mind-altering magic. I possess methods that will encourage humans to willingly embrace the demon culture. Within Qiu Xiuh's mind, a plan began to take shape, and he spoke with unwavering conviction to the demon lord. What impression do modern individuals hold of demons? Fear? Terror? Utter loathing? Incorrect. All wrong. None of these perceptions are accurate. For those who keep pace with contemporary trends, the singular impression of demons is one of allure. The image of demons has undergone a transformation through the reinterpretations found in games, films, and literary works such as Dungeons & Dragons, World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hellgate, among others. The traditional archetype of the villain, prevalent during the medieval religious era, has evolved into a character that modern audiences admire. While the term cool may be colloquial, it aptly describes the essence of demons. When the Lord of Terror, Diablo, proclaims, "Not even death can save me," or when the Burning Legion's tormentor, Mal'Ganis, declares, "I am Mal'Ganis. I am immortal," a surge of exhilaration inevitably courses through one's veins. It is far from a fear that compels one to pray to the heavens. Qiu Xiuh, intent on cultivating the entertainment industry in this otherworldly realm, seeks to reshape public perception of demons through the medium of film and gaming. Embracing the demons. Culture, it represents a novel diplomatic approach to specific methods I cannot disclose at this moment. But grant me a few years, and I shall unveil the transformation, Qiu Xiuh said. With your peculiar inventions? Notline fixed his gaze upon Qiu Xiuh, perplexed by the source of his confidence, knowing that his youngest son's only commendable asset lay in his bizarre contraptions. Indeed, it is the legacy of this demon prince that renders Qiu Xiuh's cinematic aspirations in another realm feasible. Moreover, it is not entirely inappropriate to describe culture through the lens of invention, as culture inherently arises from creation and dissemination. Intriguing, I shall await with bated breath to see what your so-called culture will bring forth between demons and humans, Notline remarked. Upon returning from the guardroom, Qiu Xiuh found himself back in his disheveled chamber. The task of tidying up could be postponed. Instead, he approached the relatively orderly bookshelf and retrieved a volume entitled A Comprehensive History of the World. This book, penned by humans, chronicled the evolution of civilization in another realm. And the demon prince appeared to harbor a notable interest in human culture. To Qiu Xiuh's surprise, the text was written in English. Turning his gaze to a mirror resting upon the desk, he noted that the chaotic demon visage reflected therein bore an uncanny resemblance to his own appearance on Earth. This resemblance evoked thoughts of the theory of parallel worlds. Perhaps this demon prince was merely another incarnation of himself from a different existence, especially since they shared the same name. Nevertheless, the English text of A Comprehensive History of the World proved immensely beneficial for Qiu Xiuh. He sought to understand the extent of human civilization's development in this alternate world, as well as the nature of its political environment. Should it adhere to an archaic feudal monarchy, presenting films to the illiterate peasantry would be utterly futile. A 7-member council? The radiant glory of magic illuminating all of Nolan? As Qiu Xiuh perused the modern historical accounts within the tome, he exhaled with slight relief. The civilization of humans in this world was more democratic than he had anticipated. While not a fully modern democratic republic, it operated under a parliamentary republican structure. In essence, the human society in this realm had achieved a semblance of equality, an equality not born from systemic reforms or revolutions, but rather dictated by the very nature of this magic-infused world. The abundance of magical elements within human society was astonishing. Even the lowest-ranking farmers possessed the ability to conjure fireballs, rendering it a world where everyone was, in fact, a magician. Consequently, societal status was determined by knowledge. The more magical knowledge one wielded, the higher their social standing. Within such a societal framework, illiteracy was a rarity. However, this scenario pertained primarily to the major nations of the human realm, as there remained numerous countries governed by monarchical despotism and divine right. Much like Earth, this world was vast, with a multitude of nations far exceeding mere single digits. The nation closest to the demon realm, Nolan, stood as one of the most flourishing centers of magical civilization. Qiu Xiuh thus resolved that the inaugural screening of his film would take place in this land, where magic permeated every aspect of life. The remaining task was to select a script. Qiu Xiuh carried the weighty responsibility of eradicating humanity's hatred for demons, transforming their perception of demons as embodiments of evil. He believed this endeavor to be relatively straightforward. It simply required fostering a veneration for demons among humans. This veneration was not to involve sinister rituals or the summoning of demons to become worshippers of dark deities, but rather to elevate demons to the status of idols. In a bid to save their nearly extinct race, the demons resolved to step forth and become icons. It is somewhat akin to this feeling. In an effort to cultivate an admirable portrayal of a demon, Qiu Xiuh has currently devised two feasible scripts, the first being Beauty and the Beast, and the second, Elon, the Professional. The tale of Beauty and the Beast requires little elaboration, as it is undoubtedly a story that resonates with many. Some may deem it juvenile. But such perceptions stem from the fact that nearly everyone has encountered this narrative in their childhood. This further attests to the widespread influence of this enchanting fairy tale within human civilization, rivaling the works of the illustrious Hans Christian Andersen and the Brothers Grimm. Elon, the Professional stands as one of Qiu Xiuh's favorite films, narrating the story of a professional assassin and a young girl, a timeless theme of the relationship between an older man and a younger girl that has perpetually intrigued humanity. This film indisputably established Natalie Portman and Jean Reno as Qiu Xiuh's childhood idols. The commonality between these two scripts lies in their ability to endear audiences to the characters of the Beast and the Assassin. By merely substituting these figures with demons and making slight adaptations, a seamless transition is achieved. As for the casting of Elon, the Professional, Qiu Xiuh remains uncertain, yet he has already identified a candidate for the role in Beauty and the Beast. Thus, it is with a hint of regret that the film which significantly shaped Qiu Xiuh's early aesthetic must be postponed, leading him to decide to commence with Beauty and the Beast. Servant, summon Xenus. Qiu Xiuh instructed the water elemental servant who had been standing at the door. This water elemental, devoid of independent thought, functioned as a messenger akin to a pigeon. She offered a slight bow to Qiu Xiuh before embarking on her task. Qiu Xiuh then began to pen the screenplay. Since arriving in this realm, Qiu Xiuh has found his memories to be astonishingly vivid, encompassing recollections from both Earth and those of the Demon Prince, all stored within his mind and readily accessible. He even distinctly remembers the pattern on the back of a ladybug he captured at the age of 10. Having perused the original English version of Beauty and the Beast, as well as Disney's widely circulated animated adaptation, Qiu Xiuh is well acquainted with the intricacies of the story. He simply needs to outline the general framework and flesh out the details. Taking a stack of white paper, originally intended for the eccentric designs of the Demon Prince, and utilizing his most familiar charcoal pencil, Qiu Xiuh inscribed the title Beauty and the Beast on the first sheet. The ground of his chamber began to tremble slightly. "My lord, what is your bidding?" Xenus arrived with swiftness beyond Qiu Xiuh's expectations, standing at the threshold of the room without crossing the threshold. The floor was strewn with a chaotic array of papers, and the flames encircling Xenus posed a potential hazard of igniting them. "Xenus, how proficient are you in your craft?" Qiu Xiuh gazed at the Sin Demon and inquired, "Acting?" Xenus appeared perplexed by Qiu Xiuh's terminology. "To simplify," he rephrased, "do you deceive those humans?" "Naturally, my lord. It is a fundamental lesson for every demon. Though I may not rival the succubi or the tricksters of my kind, I am certainly capable of misleading a few foolish, ignorant humans." Xenus's inner demeanor seemed less imposing than his formidable exterior. "So, every demon is an actor, then? If deception is an innate talent of your kind, it is truly a pity that you do not pursue a career in politics." "Very well, remain still for a moment." Qiu Xiuh gestured to approximate Xenus's stature and began sketching conceptual illustrations on the script. As a member of the Sin Demon race, Xenus's visage readily evoked comparisons to the Greymon from the digital world, provided he refrained from displaying a fierce countenance or breathing fire. He could almost pass for a docile giant feline. This assumption, however, hinged on the absence of the terrifying scales and the flowing magma between them adorning Xenus. Merely the pale green flames entwined around him dissuaded Qiu Xiuh from the notion of petting this large cat. Nonetheless, this posed no issue. With his background as a game designer, Qiu Xiuh skillfully rendered a character adorned in an exquisite suit, capturing the juxtaposition of Zeniz's regal yet fearsome appearance. Will your attire not ignite? Qiu Xiuh pondered as he recognized that the garb Zeniz wore resembled primitive animal hides, merely concealing the most vital areas. To clad Zeniz in the elegant ensemble depicted in his design, he would first need to extinguish the flames enveloping him. Not at all, my lord. I can regulate the temperature of my flames, Zeniz replied. How convenient, thought Qiu Xiuh, as this alleviated concerns over potential incineration of the garments, allowing him to proceed with the costume design. Another crucial task remained, to find the leading lady for Beauty and the Beast, the character Belle. It was improbable to cast a human female. Even the slightest timid woman might faint at the prospect of sharing the stage with Zeniz, while a bolder human sorceress might hurl a fireball at him without hesitation. To ensure the safety of the actors during filming, it would be prudent to select female demons instead. Zeniz, I have a task for you. Qiu Xiuh retrieved another sheet of paper and swiftly pinned a notice, sealing it with a mark of his identity. Please, give your instructions. Zeniz inclined slightly, awaiting Qiu Xiuh's command. Fetch me the most beautiful girl in the city, Qiu Xiuh stated. Chapter 4. This is unreasonable. During the time Zeniz was out seeking actors, Qiu Xiuh began to write the script. Returning to the medieval era of using charcoal pencils, he found himself nostalgic for the modernity of typing proposals on a keyboard. While writing by hand possesses its own merits and cultivates one's sentiments, it pales in comparison to the efficiency of a keyboard. Fortunately for Qiu Xiuh, the physical prowess of a chaotic demon surpassed that of a human, including response speed. The charcoal pencil glided swiftly across the white paper. In no time, a series of fluid English letters emerged beneath his hand. A film script is inherently more concise than a novel, yet his actors were complete novices who had never encountered the medium of film. Qiu Xiuh endeavored to compose it in a manner comprehensible to them. Crafting the script was a straightforward task for him, requiring only a modicum of time and slight modifications to the original draft. A good film necessitates not only a solid script but also the prowess of actors, camera work, visual effects, music, and more. Regarding visual effects, Qiu Xiuh felt no apprehension. This was a world imbued with magic, where the term special effects held no meaning. Everything that transpired within the film would be authentic, resolvable with a mere flick of magic. However, he perceived the control of the camera as the most troublesome aspect. Setting down his pencil, he picked up the magical version of the camera resting on the table. This camera resembled an 18th-century wooden box, its dark surface adorned with inscrutable inscriptions. By channeling magic into it, the inscriptions would replace mechanical gears to facilitate its operation, with magic serving as a substitute for electricity. Next came the raw material for recording images, referred to by humans in this world as origin crystals. This highly malleable substance, akin to a combination of silicon, copper, and silver on Earth, proved to be incredibly versatile. Aside from its inability to be forged into hard armor or weapons, it could serve as a vessel for nearly all magical elements. Every spellcaster carried some of this material in their possession. The process of utilizing origin crystals for crafting bore resemblance to alchemy. Involving arrays and inscriptions, numerous methods existed to alter its structure. At that moment, the origin crystal in Qiu Xiuh's hand had been transformed into a medium capable of recording images. He had previously tested its functionality by infusing it with magic. The stored images would manifest as a holographic projection on any surface. The quality of the projection was not a concern, as the size of the image varied according to the amount of magic inputted. The sole minor drawback was, why was this device single-use? Holding a crystal that had already recorded impressions, Qiu Xiuh attempted to insert it back into the camera for further recording, only to find that new images would instantly replace the old ones. Did this mean he had to film the entire movie in one continuous shot? If it were merely a 10-minute short film, Qiu Xiuh might reconsider. However, he intends to create a grand cinematic masterpiece lasting 120 minutes. To capture the entire narrative in a single shot is a feat that not even one of Hollywood's most esteemed directors, Spielberg, could accomplish. A solution to the camera conundrum must be devised. In a realm steeped in magic, let us employ a magical approach to resolve this issue, science be damned. Tentatively, Qiu Xiuh placed 2 crystals, each previously imbued with recorded imagery, in close proximity. A surge of gray magic emanated from his fingertips, infusing the crystals with mystical energy. The 2 crystals appeared irresistibly drawn to one another, gradually merging as the images within began to intertwine. Could it be a success? As Qiu Xiuh exerted control over his gray magic, the crystals, not yet fully amalgamated, suddenly escalated in temperature before plummeting to a frigid chill. This stark reminder of scientific principles served to underscore the delicate nature of the crystals. After enduring such extreme thermal fluctuations, they shattered before Qiu Xiuh's very eyes. Am I still dabbling in both ice and fire? Qiu Xiuh glanced at the swirling magic manifesting in his hands. This was the unique magic of the chaotic demon lineage, characterized by a disorderliness that once drove this third prince to the brink of madness. Its nature resembled the chaotic arrow of the Chaos Knight in Dota, where one could not ascertain the inflicted damage until the numbers materialized. For a researcher steeped in the sciences, chaos is the least desirable outcome, prompting this demon prince to ponder whether to covertly learn human magic, a quest that had drawn him to the human realm. A sigh, emanating from the depths of his soul, compelled Qiu Xiuh to abandon this foolish endeavor of wasting precious crystals. Fortuitously, after nearly a day's worth of script writing, the water elemental servant reappeared at his door, faithfully fulfilling her role as a messenger. Your Highness, your guardian, Xanathus, requests your presence in the reception hall. It is a grave offense for commoners to approach the royal palace without permission, punishable by death. Furthermore, allowing a throng of unknown civilians into the royal enclave would be an exceedingly irresponsible act concerning the safety of the royal family. Qiu Xiuh wished to avoid unnecessary complications. After tidying his workspace and placing the half-finished script on the table, Qiu Xiuh followed the water elemental servant's guidance toward the reception hall outside the palace. After a 10-minute journey, he arrived at the entrance of the reception hall, where the imposing figure of Xanathus awaited him. Your Highness, due to my lineage, I do not possess a concept of the female. I merely issued a summons within the city, and they have been awaiting your arrival. Qiu Xiuh momentarily forgot that Xanathus, a denizen of the abyss, reproduced through fission, devoid of any distinction between male and female, and therefore lacked any aesthetic appreciation for femininity. Thus, Qiu Xiuh, armed with a prepared script to send those enchanting female entities, the succubi, the lady skeletons, and the gargoyle, home, pushed open the grand door to the reception hall, only to discover that his apprehensions were unfounded. They were all quite beautiful. Qiu Xiuh's first thought as he glanced at the females standing in the hall was whether he had inadvertently wandered into a brothel or some kind of succubus establishment. The atmosphere here was decidedly lewd. Are they all succubi? Qiu Xiuh quietly inquired of Xanathus, who stood behind him. Judging by their appearance, these females certainly matched the description of succubi from Qiu Xiuh's recollections. Indeed, Your Highness, Xanathus replied. Very well. Qiu Xiuh found a table within the reception area to sit down, while the demon staff efficiently organized the succubi into a long queue. The level of service and efficiency was remarkable, had it not been for the candle illuminating his space. Qiu Xiuh might have struggled to believe he was in the medieval era. The demonkin adhered to a strict hierarchy, and merely by virtue of Qiu Xiuh's identity as a chaotic demon, his presence here signified absolute order to all the demons present. He retrieved paper and a pen from his quarters to commence the registration process. In truth, succubi were rather delightful. They were strikingly beautiful, each possessing an exquisite figure. Perhaps the sole attractive race among the demons. However, their demeanor was a tad too suggestive. No, not just a tad. Your Highness, regardless of your desires, my sisters and I are more than capable of fulfilling them. The first succubus to be assessed by Qiu Xiuh said, parting her luscious lips and extending her tongues, leaving little doubt as to her implications. Chapter 5. The Qualified. Thank you for your participation. Next. Qiu Xiuh had uttered the same line countless times. The succubi recruited by Xanathus were truly exceptional, each one surpassing the last, to the point where Qiu Xiuh contemplated a career change to the film industry. Within a few years, they could undoubtedly lower the average physical fitness of humanity by several percentage points. Yet, such base pursuits could never rival the true art of cinema. Film is an art form. Many movies have profoundly influenced Qiu Xiuh's life, imparting strength to him, such as The Pianist and The Shawshank Redemption. Therefore, he had no desire to see the artistry of his predecessors sullied in his hands. Your Highness, the last candidate has just been reviewed, Xanathus whispered in Qiu Xiuh's ear. Given Xanathus' imposing stature, even his soft voice echoed clearly throughout the hall. The last one? Isn't there still someone waiting at the door? Let her in. Qiu Xiuh glanced at the registration book in his hand. He had reviewed 32 succubi in total. Many had departed promptly upon receiving the gentle rejection. Yet a few remained in the hall, seemingly having come together. Xanathus also noted a figure lingering at the entrance, though the individual showed no intention of entering, prompting Xanathus to selectively ignore it. My lord, may I inquire if there is an issue? The recently rejected succubi shrank back in fear upon seeing Xanathus' formidable form. The sin demons were notoriously devoid of carnal desires, rendering the succubi's antics utterly ineffective in their presence. Thus, the sin demons also assumed the role of enforcers of order within the city, essentially acting as the police. The prince wishes to see this individual. Xanathus gestured towards the figure behind the group of succubi. The prince wishes to see? One moment, my lord, are you mistaken? This despicable creature does not belong to our kind. This is not a request, it is an order. As Zenithus spoke, a flicker of eerie green flames escaped his lips, causing the surrounding air to spike in temperature, reaching an unbearable heat. Ino, do not delay. The succubus, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, gritted her teeth and commanded the figure behind her. The figure, trembling with trepidation, stepped forward to face Zenithus. The oppressive aura emanating from Zenithus made it quiver uncontrollably. The prince wishes to see you, follow me. Zenithus extinguished the flames surrounding him, and the temperature returned to normal. Qiu observed the scene at the entrance, finding the succubi's demeanor rather peculiar. The succubi are not considered a particularly powerful race among the demon kind. If one were to classify the lowly imp as occupying the very bottom tier, then the succubi barely rank 3 levels higher, still far removed from the aristocracy of their kind. After all, this race consists solely of females, and aside from their ability to manipulate the mind through magic, their physical prowess is only marginally superior to that of humans. The silhouette followed Zenithus until it stood before Qiu, who finally discerned the figure's appearance. She appeared to be a rather beautiful girl. However, unlike the succubi whose every smile could incite lust in others, her anxious expression evoked a protective instinct in any man. Her attire also differed significantly from the succubi Qiu had previously assessed. It was quite old and coarse, resembling that of a servant rather than a noble. Was she ostracized by her own kind? Or was she perhaps born with some defect that led to her being discriminated against? Qiu pondered, contemplating whether the name he had just heard was indeed correct. Yes, indeed, your highness, she replied, clutching the hem of her rough cloth garment. Her gaze cast downward, unwilling to meet Qiu's eyes. Silver strands of hair tumbled down from her ears. Your race must also be that of the succubi. Qiu noted the bat-like wings and long tail sprouting from her back. Some higher-ranking succubi possessed legs akin to those of a goat. Alas, Qiu had already dismissed several such high-ranking succubi. Yes, she continued, her voice trembling with timidity. Then why have you been rejected by your kin? Qiu was eager to understand this predicament, for this succubus was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate he had encountered thus far. Her outward charm was sufficient to grace the lead role of any film, and although her demeanor was somewhat timid, it was far superior to the insufferable demeanor of the previous succubi. At the very least, he knew how to remedy traits such as shyness and timidity, however. The insipid nature of the earlier succubi was beyond salvation. Qiu had always maintained a respectful distance from such girls, regardless of their beauty. Lift your gaze and look at me. The role of the leading lady was tentatively assigned to her, thus Qiu would commence the endeavor of reshaping her timid character, beginning with granting her the opportunity to cultivate confidence. You have no say in this matter, Miss Qiu stated. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the term Miss, her frail form quivered slightly once more, yet she gradually raised her head. Now answer my earlier question. Why have you been cast aside by your kin? Qiu fixed his gaze on her crimson pupils, reiterating his question with deliberate calmness. Because. She gently bit her lower lip, and as if resigning herself to fate, she closed her eyes and revealed the fundamental reason for her humiliation throughout her life. I am a male. A boy? So the pronoun used moments ago was incorrect. It should have been he? Qiu scrutinized the figure before him once more. Regardless of perspective, she appeared to be an endearing girl. Weighing his options, Qiu decided to continue referring to her as she for the moment. A boy? That is of no consequence. At the very moment that Qiu uttered these words, she opened her eyes, gazing at Qiu with an expression of astonishment. Your Highness, are you not angry? The demoness race is predominantly female. With male succubi being a rare occurrence, the status of male succubi within this society is exceedingly low, as they are born bereft of any innate succubus talents and are thus doomed to be unable to enhance their power through the absorption of life energy from others. Qiu lived at the very bottom of the succubi society, her standing akin to that of an ordinary lesser demon. And any guest who had previously shown interest in Qiu would invariably erupt in furious indignation upon discovering her gender. When Qiu realized that she had caught the prince's attention, she anticipated that he would be consumed by rage upon learning of her true identity, feeling deceived. Quite splendid. Your qualifications are perfectly fitting. As Qiu spoke these words, he noted a subtle shift in the gazes of the demon folk working in the reception hall, and even Qiu before him covered her mouth in astonishment. Qiu was fully aware that these individuals had misconstrued the situation. Even in another world, same-sex relationships remained largely unaccepted. Fortunately, Qiu's orientation was quite conventional. If your highness desires, this body is yours to claim, but please do not send me back. Qiu retained the cunning nature characteristic of her kind. She recalled the disdainful looks cast by succubi as they departed, and she could hardly imagine the torment she would endure if the prince were to reject her and cast her away. Your body? No. I seek not your physical form. Qiu Xiuh held no particular interest in males. Your Highness, fret not. My words are, a first. She had assumed that the prince's choice to retain her stemmed from a predilection for such matters, and aside from her body, she truly possessed nothing else. It is not a matter of frequency. Qiu Xiuh contemplated a more suitable explanation. I wish to assign you a role. While it is true that succubi can easily captivate a male's heart with their physicality, the task I bestow upon you, if executed with excellence, will enable you to effortlessly win the affections of countless men and even women. They will come to admire you, regardless of race. And you shall receive the respect you rightfully deserve, and even greater respect beyond that. Acting has always been a profession worthy of reverence. Seasoned thespians have bequeathed humanity with countless classics through their performances, and these spiritual treasures far outweigh the fleeting pleasures of the flesh. Can I truly? Though Ino remained unaware of the nature of the work Qiu Xiuh proposed, the concepts of admiration and respect felt like distant luxuries to her. Her best hope upon arriving here was to endure as the prince's plaything. How can one know without trying? But first, we must replace those rags you wear with something more befitting. On the final sheet of pristine paper, Qiu Xiuh inscribed the name of Ino, affixing his personal seal to bestow upon Ino the privilege of entering and exiting the imperial city as the third prince. Xenus led him away to change into appropriate attire, reminding him to don male garments. As you wish, came the reply. Xenus proceeded ahead, gesturing for Ino to follow. With a hint of trepidation, Ino stepped forward. Stand tall. Exude confidence, and remember that you are indeed a boy. Do not let yourself be overshadowed by those women, Qiu Xiuh advised. Though Qiu Xiuh was uncertain if the concept of masculinity existed in this world, he often recalled his father's frequent reiteration of this sentiment back on Earth. Chapter 6. The allure of reading. Meanwhile, within Qiu Xiuh's chamber, white magical particles began to coalesce, forming a human silhouette in mere seconds. This apparition solidified from the ethereal into the corporeal. A woman appeared in Qiu Xiuh's room, collapsing weakly onto the floor. Her magical robe a testament to her lack of physical prowess. In her hand, a delicately crafted short wand bore the inscription, Ciri Loydel. This was her name. She was a wandering apprentice of magic, and due to financial difficulties, she had hitched a ride with a merchant caravan, intending to seek her sister's assistance in the magical capital of Nolan. However, fate proved unkind. The caravan fell prey to bandits, and she was subsequently abducted by a band of malevolent demons. Whenever Ciri recalled the moment of her kidnapping, a chill ran down her spine. She had only glimpsed the existence of sinful demons through the pages of her books. When she faced such perilous beings in reality, fear rendered her breathless. After abducting her and a few surviving villagers to their dark realm, the demons merely imprisoned her in a cage instead of ending her life. What awaited her within that cage was shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps she would be fed to some monstrous beast or become a sacrificial offering in a gruesome ritual. The brutal reputation of demons instilled in Ciri a sense of urgency. She could not remain idle in captivity. Thus, she resolved to relinquish her most treasured possession, a ring inscribed with a spell for short-range teleportation. As she watched the ring disintegrate into dust upon her fingertip, it felt as though her very spirit crumbled alongside it. This ring could have sufficed for 3 years' worth of sustenance, a gift she had humbly requested from her affluent sister. Trading 3 years' worth of meals for her life seemed a fair bargain. Ciri tried to convince herself of this, yet she remained trapped in a realm teeming with demons. Escaping from the cage meant little. She needed a plan to return to the human world. As she surveyed the disarray of the room, it bore the semblance of a cluttered storage space. A storage room, with so many books piled on the floor, perhaps there lay a map of the demon realm? With this thought, Ciri began to sift through the heaps of books. In a place as fraught with danger as the demon realm, wandering aimlessly without a plan would surely be tantamount to courting death. Ciri's courage had not yet reached such heights. If she could find a map among these tomes, her chances of survival would increase. With a heart pounding in trepidation, she commenced her search, gradually expanding her scope from the floor to the nearby desk. What is this? Beauty and the Beast? A stack of white papers caught Ciri's attention, or rather, the title inscribed upon them. Curiosity is an indispensable trait for every magician, and Ciri is no exception. She extended her hand to turn the first page of the folded white paper, and upon seeing the first line of text, her attention was instantly captivated. Long ago, there was a wealthy merchant who had 3 daughters. This merchant was a wise man, dedicated to educating his children. As Ciri read the initial paragraph, her previous inclination to merely glance and depart evaporated, replaced by a vivid tapestry of stories woven by the words on the page. As an apprentice magician, Ciri had always regarded words as dull, merely a means of recording information. Great sorcerers documented their latest discoveries and theories on magic in obscure and convoluted language, which collectively formed volumes. Indeed, most books in this world brimmed with useful knowledge. Yet their dryness often lulled Ciri into a state of drowsiness. Yet at this moment, she suddenly realized how intriguing words could be. What would unfold in the story? What became of Belle's father? Did Belle venture into that demon's castle? Such questions flooded Ciri's mind, much like a starving individual savoring a sumptuous feast. Just as she became engrossed in the narrative, reaching the thrilling moment when Belle confronted the demon in the castle, Ciri turned the page, only to discover a blank expanse. Why was it empty? To confirm, she flipped through several more pages, only to find them all void of content, abruptly halting the most exhilarating part of the tale. This desperate yearning to uncover what lay ahead left Ciri feeling profoundly frustrated. Who penned this? An impulse surged within her to track down the author and compel them to complete the story. Yet in an instant, Ciri snapped back to reality. She was in the demon realm. This meant that the author was likely a demon, and she was currently escaping. Oh dear. Realizing she should hasten to find a place to flee rather than lose herself in the text, it was already too late. The door to the room had begun to creak open. Meanwhile, Qiu returned to the royal city alone from the reception hall. The protagonist's issue was temporarily resolved. But the most significant obstacle remaining in the film production plan was the problem with the camera. Qiu needed to devise a solution for the footage stored within the crystal as soon as possible. Not one to lose his way. Qiu took merely 10 minutes to reach the door of his room. Just before he pushed the door open, he sensed something, a small mouse, perhaps? Sure enough. As Qiu opened the door, the surrounding magical elements began to stir restlessly, and a tremendous force surged toward him, extinguishing the candles within the room in an instant. A gray magical energy overflowed from Qiu's hands. With a gentle clench, the magical impact dissipated into nothingness. Although Qiu is the weakest among his siblings, this does not imply that he possesses no combat capability whatsoever. After all, his identity as a chaotic demon, a race that reigns at the pinnacle of all demonkind, speaks volumes. The assault from the diminutive mouse was far from over. Pale runes flickered around her form, and several books on the ground levitated, transforming into her weapons aimed at Qiu. His pupils contracted momentarily as a surge of gray mana erupted from his hands, shattering the magical energy enveloping those books. The unique magical attribute of chaotic demons is chaos itself. Not only can Qiu manipulate his own mana, but he can also ensnare that of his adversaries in a state of turmoil. Has your teacher not instructed you on how to handle books? Qiu exclaimed, picking up 3 fallen tomes from the floor, brushing off the dust, and addressing the little mouse in the room. Chapter 7. The mouse's tail, the magical construct that Ciri had painstakingly erected, was instantaneously dismantled by Qiu, severely undermining her confidence and fighting spirit. Yet, driven by an instinct for survival, Ciri summoned her magical energy, a pale luminescence coalescing into sharp arrows that shot towards the doorway. The earlier impact had extinguished the candles within the room, leaving Ciri reliant upon the glow emitted by the magical runes at her side to discern her surroundings. However, from a human perspective, her field of vision extended only a meter or two. Had she hit her mark? Gripping her staff tightly, Ciri remained vigilant, hastily constructing a rudimentary illumination spell. The moment the incantation was completed, a sphere of white light ascended beside her, dispelling the darkness of the room, along with revealing Qiu, who stood directly in front of her. The sudden appearance of Qiu ignited a surge of terror within the young sorceress, prompting an involuntary scream. With no time to cast a spell, she raised her staff and swung it at Qiu. Alas, the power of this fledgling sorceress was woefully inadequate. Qiu effortlessly seized her arm. The grip did not inflict pain, as Qiu applied only a gentle force, merely thwarting Ciri's reckless physical assault. Overwhelmed by fear, Ciri attempted to extricate herself from Qiu's grasp, and in a fortunate turn of events, she succeeded. Qiu released her arm, allowing Ciri to retreat several paces, increasing the distance between them. She forced herself to regain composure, and her delicate wand shimmered with mysterious runes as she prepared to conjure another offensive spell. Her gaze fixed intently on Qiu. Should Qiu make any sudden moves, Ciri was prepared to risk the potential chaos of magic gone awry. Even if it meant their mutual destruction. I advise you to temper your impulsiveness, unknown mage, she thought. To her surprise, Qiu showed no intent to attack. Instead, she calmly reached for a candle on the table and lit it. During this brief interlude, Ciri seized the opportunity to construct her new offensive spell. Though her attention was drawn to Qiu, who pointed at her neck. My neck? Ciri paused, realization dawning upon her as she became aware of an unusual sensation around her throat, as if something had been affixed there. This unsettling feeling compelled her to glance at a mirror nearby. Illuminated by the light of her spell, she beheld a crimson crystal, inexplicably adorning her neck, intricately stitched onto a black ribbon. To an unknowing observer, it might appear as a valuable piece of jewelry, perhaps even costly. Yet Ciri was acutely aware that she could not afford such an extravagant adornment. This was a token forcibly placed upon her by the demon at some unknown moment. When Shiri looked back at Qiu Xiuh, she noticed that Qiu Xiuh was holding an identical red crystal. To demonstrate the function of this crystal, Qiu Xiuh gently tossed it onto the ground. At the moment the crystal made contact with the floor, a moderately forceful explosion erupted at its center, reverberating throughout the entire room. Shiri, gazing at the cracked floor resulting from the explosion, had completely forgotten her intention to weave any spells. In a moment of panic, she instinctively attempted to tear the device from her neck with her hands. The explosion's force was not overwhelming. It merely succeeded in separating her head from her body, albeit only just. This artifact was one of the creations of the Third Prince, a rather handy little tool that Qiu Xiuh had casually discovered on the workbench. Don't waste your strength. You will not be able to break free from its constraints, he remarked. Break free? Isn't that akin to the collar of a slave? In an instant, Shiri comprehended the perilous situation in which she found herself. This demon had not taken her life immediately. Instead, it had adorned her with this accursed object. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself, resolved to fight to the death to protect her purity. But then, was her purity truly more vital than her life? After a brief contemplation of 2 seconds, she reached a conclusion. No. What is it that you wish to obtain from me? Shiri summoned the last vestiges of courage within her to inquire of Qiu Xiuh. What I wish to obtain? My desires are quite numerous, starting with your name. What do you call yourself? During this exchange, Qiu Xiuh took the opportunity to relight all the extinguished candles in the room, as Shiri's illumination spell gradually faded into obscurity. I am Shiri. Considering her life was at stake, she opted for honesty in her response. Shiri, do you happen to know a Gwent player named Geralt, who also dabbles as a monster hunter? Qiu Xiuh was somewhat familiar with the name Shiri, recognizing her as the adopted daughter of Geralt, the protagonist of The Witcher 3. However, the demeanor of this sorceress bore a striking resemblance to the Shiri from the game. Who? I do not know any monster hunters. If I did, I wouldn't be in this predicament, she retorted. Consider that a superfluous question. Next, I wish to know what kind of magic you wield. This was the information Qiu Xiuh was most eager to uncover, as it was evident that the sorcery practiced by this female mage differed starkly from that of the chaotic demons. She possessed the ability to influence and control her surroundings with her magical prowess, such as using books as projectiles. This was something beyond the capabilities of chaotic demonic magic. If it came to utterly obliterating this room, Qiu Xiuh was confident he could accomplish it within a minute. But manipulating objects with magic was a feat that even the Lord of the Abyss might struggle to achieve. It was this magic, imbued with destruction and disorder, that rendered Qiu Xiuh's aspirations of controlling the imagery within the original crystal mere fantasies, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. Yet, the magic wielded by Shiri offered him a glimmer of hope. This is the power bestowed by Lloyd, the god of order, embodying the strength of order and rules. Shiri has always taken pride in her identity as a sorceress, and when introducing the powers she possesses, she certainly has no reason to conceal them. From Shiri's explanation, Qiu Xiuh learns that the people of this world seem to firmly believe that magical power is a divine gift, uniquely tailored by different deities. The magic that Shiri wields symbolizes order and control, and those of her school of sorcery are known as white mages. In addition, there are other deities associated with the mastery of flames, lightning, and more. To draw an analogy with gaming consoles on Earth, it is akin to Sony's PS4, Microsoft's Xbox, and Nintendo Switch, where each player can make choices according to their preferences. The games available on these consoles may share some commonalities, yet each offers exclusive titles, each with its own merits and advantages. The presence of gods in this world brimming with magic and demons is no longer a source of surprise for Qiu Xiuh. However, the notion that magical power is a divine gift raises his skepticism, regardless of its divine origins. To discover a method for editing the crystal images, Qiu Xiuh must master this stable form of magic. Kindly instruct me on how to learn the magic you possess. Chapter 8. Crafting a system of one's own. Do you wish to learn my magic? What did Shiri just hear? A demon, steeped in confusion and darkness, aspired to acquire the magic possessed by the god of order. I see nothing amiss in this. Qiu Xiuh remained unaware of Shiri's astonishment, despite the fact that this young sorceress had been in a state of trepidation since earlier. Indeed, there was nothing unusual about it. Aside from a few deities from specific factions, many sorcerers in the world venerate multiple gods, thereby enriching the variety of magic they learn. The steadfastness of one's faith holds no correlation to personal strength. The deities merely offer seeds of magical power, and it is the sorcerer's own study that determines whether these seeds take root and flourish. Thus, most individuals regard the gods merely as tools for learning magic rather than true objects of worship, and Shiri falls into this category as well. If sorcerers were to genuinely revere anything, it would undoubtedly be the essence known as knowledge. Shiri retrieved a wooden statuette from the pocket of her robe and placed it upon the ground, her fingertips shimmering with a pale white light. After tracing a few gestures upon the earth, a magical circle, constructed from the gentle luminescence, began to revolve around the wooden figure. Simply touch the statuette with your hand, she instructed. In Siri's world, this ritual is experienced by everyone at the age of 6, regardless of their innate talent within them. Seeds of various magical attributes are sown. This is a necessary procedure for existence in the realm of humanity. Akin to possessing an identity card on Earth, only with such a card does one attain the status of citizenship. This was Siri's inaugural undertaking of such a ceremony. She was a complete novice who had yet to even acquire a level 2 magic certificate. To conduct this ritual was one thing, but to do so for a demon was another. Should the god of order truly exist, may they spare her from divine retribution. This marked the first time Qiu prayed since she began to worship the god of order. Is it like this? Qiu Xiuh felt no sense of danger emanating from the magical circle Qiu had drawn. The magical energy within it was scant, akin to the light spell from before. Thus, he complied with Qiu's instruction and touched the wooden statuette. A pale glow began to coalesce at the tip of his fingers, subsequently flowing into his body through the wooden figure. As the light intensified, the entire room became suffused with these particles of gentle radiance. Once the entirety of the light had entered Qiu Xiuh, he discovered that his field of vision had expanded to reveal new elements. A myriad of complex symbols appeared before him, each one visible upon opening his eyes, numbering in the hundreds. These symbols did not belong to any linguistic system Qiu Xiuh recognized, yet he comprehended their meanings with clarity. The first symbol represented 1, the second denoted 0, and others conveyed the significance of A and B. What I see before me, are these inscriptions? With a mere wave of his hand, Qiu Xiuh found that these symbols dissipated into the air, only to reappear once more before his eyes upon a fleeting thought. These symbols were familiar to Qiu Xiuh. The inventions of the third prince were adorned with numerous identical symbols. These inscriptions replaced mechanical gears and facilitated the operation of those magically driven machines. Inscriptions, the inscriptions of order. It succeeded. Qiu did not anticipate that a demon would successfully accept the seed of magic. This brought her a sense of relief, along with a small feeling of accomplishment. She was indeed the first person in the world to enable a demon to accept the magic of order. Such an achievement, even her affluent sister could not accomplish. How many inscriptions can you see? 2 is considered passing, 3 is excellent, and 4 belongs to the realm of genius. Qiu echoed the words of her first magic teacher, the one who had helped her awaken her magical powers. It is worth noting that she had been a super genius who could see 5 inscriptions right upon her awakening. Numbers? Qiu Xiuh opened his eyes once more and glanced at the dense array of symbols before him, roughly estimating that there were over 200. Over 200, Qiu Xiuh stated. What? After managing to temper her fear with a mix of satisfaction and pride, Qiu found herself momentarily stunned upon hearing Qiu Xiuh's response. There are 2 standards for measuring a wizard's prowess. The first is the amount of magic contained within, and the second is the number of inscriptions possessed. Inscriptions are the fundamental elements that construct magic. To wield a powerful spell, one requires a substantial amount of magical energy while also arranging and chanting hundreds, if not thousands, of inscriptions. The acquisition of inscriptions depends on the wizard's understanding of the world, which is essentially knowledge. Currently, Qiu had only mastered a little over 20 magical inscriptions, a feat achieved through years of study and exploration. But what was the situation with this demon? Over 200? If he was not lying, then this being possessed knowledge that surpassed even that of the archmages within the Nolan 7 Council. Qiu's worldview was profoundly shaken. She had forgotten the peril of being held captive by a demon, fixated on the series of inscriptions appearing before Qiu Xiuh. Among them, she recognized a few. Their meaning being air. She had just constructed a spell called the impact technique using this inscription. The periodic table of elements, Qiu Xiuh stated. Element? What? It's nothing. With a wave of his hand, the pale white text before him vanished. This was merely a portion of the 200+ inscriptions that Qiu Xiuh had arranged to form the text of the periodic table. The inscriptions were akin to the pinyin of Chinese characters, capable of conveying different meanings through various combinations and arrangements. Furthermore, Qiu Xiuh had confirmed from the previous experiment that these inscriptions could be set to be visible only to himself, though he could also choose to make them visible to others. However, rather than using these inscriptions to construct magic, Qiu Xiuh discovered that their essence bore an uncanny resemblance to something he was already familiar with, computer language. In pursuit of an advanced version of C language equipped with a language library, Qiu Xiuh, a game designer and part-time programmer, harbored a bold idea. It seemed to him that he could create a system using these enigmatic runes. With his remarkable memory and his previous stint at Microsoft, Qiu Xiuh felt undeterred by the absence of a system as a cheat code in this new world. He could craft one himself. Whether it be for Windows 98 or Windows XP, he would be able to code it, although it would require a considerable amount of time. He believed that developing a simplified version was well within his capabilities. It was at this moment that Qiu Xiuh realized how fascinating the magic of this world truly was. "Shiri, does learning magic bring you joy?" he inquired, a newfound curiosity prompting the question. Yes, quite joyful, Shiri would have undoubtedly responded before meeting Qiu Xiuh, considering her exceptional talent for magic was indeed rare. However, as she gazed upon the array of unfamiliar magical runes before Qiu Xiuh, a sudden impulse arose within her. Perhaps it was better to abandon the pursuit of such arcane arts and return home to marry instead, provided, of course, that Qiu Xiuh would allow her to do so. Chapter 9. Writing for half an hour, Qiu Xiuh meticulously crafted a simple program capable of outputting the phrase "Hello World," thereby validating his initial concept. As his fingertips danced across the pale luminescence before him, he was transported back to the era when he first engaged with computers, a time when booting up meant invoking DOS commands. Upon entering the numeral 1 into the program he had developed, the soft white inscription promptly responded with a sequence of characters embodying the essence of "Hello World," thus heralded the nascent greeting to a new world. If this trajectory continued, Qiu Xiuh was confident that within a few months, he could engineer a rudimentary operating system utilizing these inscriptions. He envisioned his brain as the central processing unit, harmonizing the functions of a CPU, hard drive, and memory, while his eyes would serve as the display and his hands would mimic the roles of a mouse and keyboard. It was feasible. The prospect of embedding computing capabilities within the human mind and allowing programming to supplant the calculations of the human brain, a feat that might take a century on Earth, seemed tantalizingly within reach through the power of magic in this world. However, to truly realize this ambition, Qiu Xiuh acknowledged that his current knowledge was insufficient. His comprehension of these inscriptions was woefully limited. Even though his acquired knowledge brought the inscriptions vividly to life before him, he had only embarked on his journey as a mage for less than half a day. Nonetheless, Qiu Xiuh could still integrate the images of the primordial crystals using his newly acquired magical prowess. Each primordial crystal captured a moment, and he intended to amalgamate all the crystals into a singular primordial gem. Although this method proved somewhat cumbersome in an age devoid of electric light bulbs, the invention of the third prince was, by all accounts, several centuries ahead of its time. "Miss Hiri, I strongly advise you not to stray too far from me. That object around your neck will detonate automatically if you venture more than 20 meters away," Qiu Xiuh cautioned. Having concluded his exploration of the inscriptions, he picked up a pen and paper, preparing to continue drafting the script for Beauty and the Beast. However, before he began writing, he deemed it prudent to impart a lesson to the lady mage regarding the importance of not wandering aimlessly in another's quarters. I did not," Hiri retorted, retracting her hand from the doorknob, her gaze fixed on the demon facing the desk. Once Qiu Xiuh had mastered the inscriptions of the God of Order, he settled in at the desk, engrossed in his studies, entirely oblivious to her intentions. This inadvertently led Hiri to entertain the notion that perhaps she could seize this opportunity to escape. Thus, she took her time, stealthily inching towards the door like a cautious feline. Yet, before she could grasp the handle, Qiu Xiuh's words compelled her to return to her original position. Hiri had no desire to meet a grim fate that involved severing her head. Rather, she feared that if the crystal around her neck were to explode, her demise would be far more tragic. Hiri remained stationary for nearly 10 minutes, awaiting any new directives from Qiu Xiuh. Bored and restless, she gazed at Qiu Xiuh's back, ultimately surrendering to her curiosity and taking a few steps closer to his writing desk. Humanity's fear of demons often arises from their grotesque appearances. However, as Hiri regained her composure, she realized that Qiu Xiuh's visage bore no distinction from that of a human. This revelation slightly alleviated her unease in the moment. Her attention was soon captivated by the script Qiu Xiuh was composing. When the narrative reached the juncture where the protagonist, Belle, was imprisoned by a demon in her quest to save her father, Hiri abruptly recognized the striking parallels between her own plight and that of the heroine, save for the fact that she had been abducted. Hiri could vividly imagine the cruel treatment Belle would soon endure at the hands of that demon, much like she foresaw her own impending fate. Yet, the subsequent developments diverged dramatically from her expectations. The plot shifted the moment the demon rescued Belle from a pack of ravenous wolves, leading to their inaugural dinner together and an intimate ball exclusive to the two within the castle. Each scene, as described through Qiu Xiuh's eloquent prose, awakened within any woman a longing for the beauty of romance. Surely, this is merely a tale, is it not? As Hiri scrutinized the words penned by Qiu Xiuh, her curiosity once again triumphed over her trepidation, prompting her to inquire of him. Of course, stories and reality are vastly different. For instance, the protagonist Belle possesses a physique far grander than that of Miss Hiri. Qiu Xiuh was acutely aware of the thoughts plaguing the sorceress's mind. Her circumstances indeed mirrored those of Belle in the script. Had it not been for the fact that Hiri might faint at the mere sight of a demon of Zenith's caliber, Joshua might have considered allowing her to audition for the role. Siri immediately grasped the implication behind Joshua's words. She clasped her chest, retreating a few steps. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Before she could muster a retort, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, compelling her to swallow her words. Find a place to hide, Joshua instructed, gesturing towards the solitary bookshelf in her room, sufficient for a person to conceal themselves behind. Other demons in the realm harbored varying degrees of prejudice against humans. It was fortunate that the visitor awaiting outside was not one of Joshua's servants. When her life was at stake, Siri obediently scurried behind the bookshelf. Joshua hastened to the door, drawing it open. I believe there have been no experiments warranting your oversight of late, sister, she remarked. Standing at Joshua's threshold was none other than the second princess, Cecily Honorode. Unlike her elder brother, who had long resided at the borders, Joshua's sister Cecily held the position of overseer in the capital of the demon realm, maintaining order throughout the city. In the eyes of the third prince, Cecily's character was strikingly upright, almost uncharacteristic of a demon. Having assumed her role as overseer at the tender age of 15, she had adeptly managed numerous cases with a resolute and decisive manner, embodying the image of a commendable protector of the people. Just now, I felt the enchanting waves of human magic emanating from you. Cecily's hair and eyes, unlike Joshua's crimson hue, shimmer with a fiery brilliance. Under the gaze of those eyes, anyone attempting to utter a falsehood in her presence would experience an undeniable tremor from deep within. It is an unspoken force of oppression. I conducted a few modest experiments with human magic myself. An inscription composed of a pale, ethereal glow appeared on Joshua's hand. Lingering for merely a second or two before vanishing, gradually eroded by the gray magical energy representing chaos. Subsequently, Joshua turned his gaze towards Cecily. However, surely my sister did not come all this way for such a trivial matter? Chapter 10, Life as a Play. Extend your hand, said Sir Hurley. Joshua generously offered his hand, for he had nothing to conceal before this overseer. Even if a certain sorceress in the room were discovered, Sir Hurley would merely, for the sake of the royal city's safety, send a human back to their own world. Indeed, it would be a deportation, not an execution. Sir Hurley was one of the leaders of the conservative faction within the demon realm, and as an overseer, she harbored a disdain for senseless slaughter. As Sir Hurley grasped Joshua's hand, she pulled back his sleeve to reveal his arm. Joshua felt as if he were visiting a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, having his pulse examined. The magical energy is stable. Sir Hurley pressed her hand against Joshua's chest, a gesture that brought her closer to him, allowing him to catch a hint of her fragrant scent, reminiscent of a blend of currants and cloves. Fortunately, no lingering after-effects remained. Sister, what do you intend to do? Joshua asked, adjusting his sleeve and glancing at Sir Hurley. Her actions resembled more of a physical examination than an interrogation of a criminal. Have you forgotten the incident caused by your uncontrolled magical energy during the experiment? Of course not. Joshua recalled the memory of the third prince before his journey to the human realm, when he lost control of his magical powers during an experiment and nearly succumbed to chaos. Although he ultimately reigned in his runaway magic, his soul and body suffered considerable damage. Since that incident, the third prince had resolutely decided to venture into the human world to learn new magic. But subsequent memories had become somewhat hazy. He vaguely remembered calling upon Xenus with the last remnants of his soul's power, encountering another version of himself from a different world amidst the fragmentation of his essence. Do not worry, I have recovered well. Despite Sir Hurley's continued serious demeanor, Joshua could still discern a note of concern in her eyes, prompting him to speak in hopes of alleviating her unwarranted anxiety. Let there not be a next time, Sir Hurley replied, adjusting Joshua's collar with a grave tone. Understood. I have work to attend to. I must swiftly deal with the human in your room and the one you sent to prison. The prison is not your lodging. The overseer's jurisdiction did not extend within the royal city. They roamed the darkest corners of the cities, confronting the most heinous criminals. Thus, Sir Hurley had specifically returned to the royal city to check on Joshua. As Joshua watched Sir Hurley's retreating figure, he realized that the relationship between the third prince and his siblings was not as strained as he had once thought. In fact, he recalled memories of his elder brother teaching his second sister and the third prince magic during their childhood, setting aside their royal and demonic identities. They were simply an ordinary family, supporting and caring for one another. However, this relationship has grown increasingly tenuous as the siblings mature. Joshua wonders if this is true for everyone. Have they become so callous as to disregard familial bonds? He believes the answer is negative. His eldest brother, Norgus, was raised within the stronghold and has armed himself with the mantle of a general, aspiring to one day compel humanity to acknowledge the status of the demon race through warfare. His second sister has inherited the governance of the capital, donning the mask of the Watcher, through which she maintains order within the city while adopting a conservative stance towards humans. preferring to sustain the existing peace over engaging in conflict. In pursuit of their respective ideals, they have transformed into adults who must stand on opposing sides. Joshua can already envision the bloodshed that will ensue 2 years hence due to the struggle for inheritance. From Joshua's perspective, both victors and vanquished are pitiable. Those who must turn against their own kin for the sake of power are the most tragic. He believes there remains a possibility for change. Altering a person's mindset is not insurmountable, provided the right opportunity arises. Much like how many can find faith and love after watching Titanic. The essence of films, music, and novels is to empower their audience. The time for artistic reverie ends here. Joshua muses that the legs of that particular sorceress must be rather fatigued by now. The individual has departed, Miss Siri. Joshua closed the door to his chamber and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a parchment scroll from the far left. Do you intend to execute those humans? Siri emerged from behind the bookshelf, having eavesdropped on Joshua's conversation with Cecily. She distinctly heard the talk of dealing with those 3 executioners. Execute? Too cumbersome. I plan to release them all. Release. Siri seemed to seek confirmation. Repeating her question. Food is scarce in the demon realm. I have no reason to sustain a group of unfamiliar humans. In a few days, I intend to return those villagers to their original homes, or rather, I will personally rescue them. There are 57 humans brought back from the demon realm by Xennies. Aside from Siri, who managed to escape, the others are imprisoned in the demon realm. Most of these individuals are survivors from the village that was raided by bandits. And Joshua has already determined how to handle them. That is, to set them all free. It would be more accurate to say that Joshua will personally liberate them from the clutches of the demons. Beauty and the Beast features 3 significant scenes: the quaint town at the beginning, the snowy mountains en route to the castle, and finally, the castle itself. The importance of the town where Belle resides is only secondary to the main setting of the castle. The town certainly harbors its own residents, all of whom are part of the ensemble cast, albeit with tragically minimal roles. However, a remarkable film necessitates the presence of a talented ensemble of extras, as they are among the most vital elements in creating the overall ambience of the movie. In a world devoid of actors, where might one find such extras? Even if Joshua were to casually recruit a few humans for supporting roles, their performances would undoubtedly fall short. Thus, the conclusion becomes rather straightforward. An individual's portrayal of themselves is invariably the most authentic. Consequently, Joshua resolved to utilize the villagers in the town in which Belle resides. In Beauty and the Beast, there exists a hunter named Gaston, a strikingly handsome man who is well liked by the townsfolk and persistently seeks the affection of Belle. Yet his boorish arrogance prevents her from accepting him. Gaston is likewise an indispensable character in this narrative, and Joshua has decided against searching for alternative actors. He will assume the role himself. Next, Joshua merely needs to portray a human hunter who inadvertently enters the demon realm and breaks into the prison where the villagers are held captive, liberating them all. The villagers' admiration for Joshua, or rather for the character of Gaston, will naturally arise. Life mirrors art, and art mirrors life, a sentiment that rings true. Perhaps the villagers, upon the conclusion of filming, will remain oblivious to the fact that they are living within a tale crafted by Joshua. Yet, provided the story unfolds beautifully, would they truly harbor any grievances upon discovering the truth? For instance, consider the sorceress before them. Could you perhaps rescue me as well? Siri began to regret her impulsive use of that ring. After all, it represented 3 years of her sustenance. Regrettably, the answer is no. Joshua shook his head in refusal. Why not? I was brought here by you as well, Siri exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Because you possess too much knowledge, Joshua replied after a moment's contemplation. Quoting a profoundly classic line. Chapter 11. The actor my prince, do you intend to seize the prison? Zenith. Having just seen the water elemental servant cleanse the demon boy Enoch and dress him in proper attire, stood before Qiu, who had just issued his latest command. Zenith felt no surprise at Joshua's seemingly self-destructive notion. From the moment of his inception, he had trailed Qiu as a guardian and had long grown accustomed to such eccentricities. The third prince frequently conjured alarming ideas, and the notion of capturing a prison was comparatively mild. 2 years prior, one of his experiments nearly dismantled the entire royal palace. It was not a genuine abduction, merely a metaphor. Qiu gestured for Zenith to suppress his eager expression. Provoking the authorities at such a moment was evidently imprudent. I have resolved to play the role of a human hunter, liberating those imprisoned within the confines of the jail. Naturally, the overseers are aware of it all beforehand. In simpler terms, it is but a performance, a ruse to make those humans believe they are being rescued. A performance. Your Highness, your leniency in sparing those humans is already a considerable act of mercy. Initially, Qiu had intended to detain those humans, and Zenith had assumed they were to be used as subjects for some experiments. Mercy? My intention in sparing them is not out of compassion. Rather, I wish for them to comply with my wishes. Zenith, how many do you think will submit to me through sheer force? Most of them. The human race is overwhelmingly timid. As Zenith spoke, Qiu Xiuh detected a hint of melancholy in his tone. In the context of Zenith's demonic nature, humans were indeed frail beings. So weak that a mere breath of fire from him could reduce one to ashes. Yet, Zenith had to concede that there were indeed some formidable exceptions among humans. Which was why, despite his aversion to them, he could not afford to underestimate their potential. Moreover, when Zenith had restrained his flames in an attempt to communicate with a human, the latter had fled in terror. Indeed, in the face of life-threatening danger, many would choose to capitulate, but using force merely coerces obedience. What happens once you depart? They will seek every possible means to escape. And the moment you lose your power, they will attempt to eliminate you. Fear is the most effective means of controlling a person, yet it is also the most foolish. War operates on this principle of invasion and plunder. Militarily dominant nations can easily occupy the territories of weaker ones, yet the populace of that nation will never yield. They will exhaust all options to incite revolution and resist. This is the essence of humanity. Even the most cowardly possess a frenzied side. Thus, I have adopted this more subtle approach. Joshua observed the contemplative demeanor of the sin demon, seemingly still unable to grasp the significance of his actions. Zenith, can you envision a day when humanity no longer harbors animosity towards you, nor fears your presence? Instead, they would embrace you with affection, even adoration, to the extent that some would traverse great distances just to catch a glimpse of you, eagerly offering you flowers and yearning for your autograph and a photograph? Zenith, though perplexed by the concepts of autographs and photographs, glanced down at his own hands, claws sharp enough to sever anything, while the eerie green flames flickered restlessly in his palms. His fearsome hands were ill-suited for grasping such delicate offerings. Therefore, I'm afraid, my lord, I truly cannot imagine it. Zenith had often encountered fear from many demonic beings in the underworld, not just humans. They would flee at the mere sight of him. That day will come. Trust me, Zenith. You shall ascend to the status of a superstar. Human maidens will scream with delight upon touching your mane, and they will feel honored to stand beside you. Everything I am doing now is for the arrival of that day. Joshua produced a piece of parchment, inscribed with a map of the prison's interior. This prison, situated near the royal city, was unlike Earth, in the demon realm. Those of higher status wielded greater power and were certainly not intimidated by these criminals, serving as a means to instill fear in them as well. Joshua marked a red circle in an interrogation room, the predetermined location of a portal. The specifics of the plan had been conveyed to Cecily in written form. Zenith, you shall construct a portal here, and when I make this gesture, you will activate it. Joshua snapped his fingers, completely disregarding the feelings of the prison wardens. Nevertheless, the interrogation room was separated from the cells holding the inmates by several containment barriers, and any potential escape by other criminals was not a concern for Joshua. As you command. Although Zenith did not comprehend the full meaning of Joshua's words, an inexplicable sense of anticipation stirred within him. Since his birth, the only beings with whom he could engage in calm conversation, apart from Joshua, were other chaotic demons. Who does not yearn for companionship? There are no absolute solitary creatures in this world. Even tigers seek a mate during mating season. Thus, Zenith took the parchment and swiftly departed, accepting Joshua's command. Next, Joshua had to assign a task to the protagonist of Beauty and the Beast. He turned to fix his gaze upon Ino, who stood in the room. Ino had now donned a set of appropriate male attire, simple yet significantly superior to the tattered rags worn previously. Joshua could not help but marvel at Ino's lineage as a succubus. Even in male clothing, her every movement was enough to awaken a protective instinct in every man, reminiscent of a rabbit curled up with its long ears. Your Highness, may I inquire what tasks you require of me? Whether it be cleaning or attending to your needs. I am more than capable. This attire is quite uncomfortable for me, as I must conceal my wings and tail to don it. The succubus lineage possesses the remarkable ability to alter certain aspects of their appearance. Retracting my tail and wings is but one facet of this trait, though I seldom resort to it. I have already stated that I am not employing you in the capacity of a servant. Rather, I seek your acting prowess. To phrase it differently, I require your talent for deception. Surely, that is the art in which succubi excel. Time is of the essence, and I have little opportunity to cultivate a rapport with you outside of our performances. If camaraderie is to be forged, let it be during our scenes. Your inaugural task is to infiltrate the group of imprisoned humans, assuming the guise of a brave, passionate, and inquisitive woman named Belle. Chapter 12. The capital prison was constructed with a grading system based on the degree of danger posed by its inmates. The most perilous criminals were confined in the deepest recesses, while beings such as humans, regarded as harmless creatures by the demon race, were relegated to the outermost layer. These incarcerated humans were certainly more fortunate than their demonic counterparts, as they could at least gaze upon the dual moons illuminating the skies of the demon realm through the barred windows. Regrettably, the villagers imprisoned here were devoid of any inclination to appreciate such beauty. Anyone standing before the guillotine would find little solace in the sight of blooming flora. The villagers were collectively confined within a spacious cell, ample enough to accommodate hundreds, yet the environment was intolerable for these innocuous beings. The stench of decay and dampness permeated the prison, while the occasional roar of monstrous creatures echoed around them, keeping these diligent and simple villagers in a state of perpetual dread. Lady Marina, do you believe any sorceress can truly escape from the demon realm? Among the prisoners were not only the villagers but also merchants and their servants who had survived the ordeal. I do not know, but this may be our sole glimmer of hope, came the response. The leader of the merchant caravan, Marina Jones, was a woman of 79 years. Bearing the indelible marks of time, not merely in her wrinkles and graying hair, but also in her composed demeanor, Marina was perhaps the calmest human in the prison. While her servants succumbed to the same anxiety as the villagers, some guards, believing their survival was impossible, began to reveal their darker natures towards their fellow men. Fortunately, the prison guards were sufficiently ruthless, swiftly eliminating those who displayed their fangs. Due to the uprising of her guards, the number of Marina's caravan dwindled from over 20 to just herself and a single servant, with their goods entirely lost. For a merchant, such calamity could induce despair. Yet Marina remained tranquil. Her later years had been spent amidst turmoil, beginning with the mysterious death of her husband and the subsequent loss of her only child to a grave illness. Thus, she had bid farewell to a life of aristocratic luxury. Inheriting her husband's business, Marina had endeavored to traverse the land. And just as she had acquired a property in the magical capital of Nolan, transitioning from a humble trader to a formal merchant, fate once again revealed its malevolent smile. Having endured such tragic losses, the mere threat of death did not instill fear in Marina. However, this did not signify her abandonment of hope for survival. Even if she were to escape the demon realm, it was unlikely she would ever return. The servant spoke in a voice tinged with despair. The villagers imprisoned within the confines of the prison possess a rudimentary understanding of magic, limited to the most basic applications such as igniting flames or conjuring ice. The ability to produce even a modest fireball is regarded as impressive, and Marina is no exception. The notion of teleportation, a magic of such elevated caliber, remains beyond their grasp. Their sole glimmer of hope rests upon a certain female sorceress, the only individual to have ever escaped this prison. Before her departure, at the villagers' behest, she pledged to seek aid for their liberation. Many clung desperately to this fragile thread of hope, akin to a spider's silk. Yet Marina understood that such frailty is destined to snap at the slightest tug. The display of power by the demonic wardens had sufficiently demonstrated the futility of their situation. Among the guards she had hired were mercenaries with demon hunter credentials, yet these protectors fell within mere moments before the wardens, as easily as one might slice through vegetables. The young sorceress stood little chance of evading peril in such a treacherous realm. Thus, Marina began to contemplate the need to pen a farewell letter. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed once more within the prison walls, and the desperate cries and whimpers from the cells were silenced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Over 30 villagers turned their gazes toward the dim corridor as masked wardens dragged a new human into their cell. Upon seeing this newcomer, the villagers' fearful cries transformed into furtive whispers. For the young woman's beauty was simply captivating. The term beautiful scarcely encapsulated the villagers' sentiments, enthralling seemed more fitting. Sensed the weight of their stares, having lived under such scrutiny for so long that she had grown accustomed to it. Your name is Belle, a spirited, inquisitive, and courageous young woman. Joshu's voice reverberated in Ino's ears. She could not fathom why he insisted she assume this human guise. Yet she remained committed to embodying her role to the best of her abilities. Approaching a low window in the cell, she rose onto her toes to peer outside. Child, why have you been brought here? Marina sat beside the window, gazing at the striking young girl. And a pang of sorrow gripped her heart at the thought of this innocent soul potentially meeting a grim fate at the hands of demons. I do not know. My village was ravaged by bandits, and my parents urged me to flee. I escaped into an oak forest, only to be captured by a horde of demons. Ino's backstory, crafted by Qiu Xiuh, elicited sympathy from many villagers as she recounted the details of her village's plight and her parents' desperate plea for her escape. Her performance was impeccable, portraying an innocent girl who yearned to return to her home with an authenticity that stirred compassion among those present. What a pitiable child. Those vile bandits deserve to be hanged. They have earned their fate. Ino swiftly garnered the villagers' empathy, their outrage directed towards the despicable bandits. Marina, standing nearby, also displayed a sympathetic expression. I surmise your parents are likely unharmed, Marina contemplated, offering this phrase as a source of comfort to Ino. They cannot be. Before I fled, I saw those bandits take my parents. Ino's voice faltered, trembling slightly. The implications of her unfinished thought were all too evident. If you feel the urge to cry, do so. It may bring you some solace. To Marina, Ino appeared to be merely holding herself together. While Ino discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, perfectly embodying the notion of feigned strength. Such a resilient child, Marina mused, feeling a long-forgotten maternal instinct awaken within her. If my own child were still alive, she would be about your age now. If you don't mind, may I know your name? Marina inquired. Buyer, Ino responded, adhering to the script provided by Qiu Xiuh. Chapter 13. The Impoverished Mage. If I indulge you in this tedious game, will you grant me my freedom? It is a wonder where Siri found such audacity to utter such provocative words to the demon before her. True to her nature, Siri has never bowed to anyone. After all, her life is already in Qiu Xiuh's grasp. The worst outcome could only lead to her demise. Well, that indeed seems rather dire. The crux of the matter is that Siri had attempted to engage with Qiu Xiuh from a place of respect. Yet she could only mimic a fraction of the poise exhibited by the noble women in the royal court, who, cloaked in refinement, were preoccupied with seducing men. She endeavored to exchange her life for this semblance of respect, only to discover that she was utterly incapable of such pretense. For she felt no threat or oppression emanating from Qiu Xiuh. There was neither the disdain of a demon towards humanity, nor the contempt of a superior towards a servant. This absence of menace was precisely what led her to speak so freely, her true self laid bare in their exchanges. Indeed, once this filming concludes, I shall grant you your freedom. Qiu Xiuh understood the principle of the carrot and the stick. Offering her a glimmer of hope would motivate her to strive for it. However, I must clarify that what we are about to undertake is not a game, but the production of a film. A demon rescuing villagers was merely a pastime to alleviate boredom. Siri muttered this last remark to herself, her voice unrestrained as if to ensure that Qiu Xiuh would hear. She had encountered many idle nobles, and she often thought they should be cast into the wilderness to experience the harshness of survival, to learn the true value of time. Wait, as this thought crossed her mind, Siri suddenly recalled that she had not eaten in nearly a day. The pangs of hunger led her to abandon her verbal sparring with Qiu Xiuh, prompting her to rummage through the small bundle concealed beneath her magical robe. To her dismay, she discovered only a collection of useless sketches and quills. No, wait, a half piece of tree bark remained at the bottom of the pack. The excitement she felt was akin to that of Geralt, the monster hunter, discovering a skilled Gwent player. Just as she retrieved the bark, poised to take a bite, she noticed Qiu Xiuh regarding her with a peculiar expression. What? Have you never seen cocoa tree bark before? In the human realm, it is quite a delicacy. Well, I mean it. As Siri spoke, her words faltered, the embarrassment of revealing her own impoverished state weighing on her. I must ask, is this your drawing? Qiu Xiuh held up a blank sheet of paper that had fallen from Siri's belongings as she rummaged through her pack. On a blank sheet of paper, a sketch of a picturesque landscape unfolds. A meandering brook, a quaint grove, a rudimentary grill, and a pile of firewood. All rendered in black and white tones that exquisitely capture the essence of a camping picnic beneath the night sky. Where did you find this? No, wait. Give it back to me. Suddenly, Siri realized that this artwork had slipped from her own satchel. She stepped forward, intent on reclaiming the drawing from Qiu Xiuh's grasp. Yet, as a magician burdened by hunger, Siri's chances of seizing the drawing back were nearly non-existent. Not only did she fail to retrieve it, but in her fervor, she lunged too abruptly, losing her balance and nearly tumbling face first to the ground. Considering the meager assets she possessed, Qiu Xiuh instinctively reached out, encircling Siri's waist to steady her. This brief embrace was fleeting, yet Siri recoiled several paces, her body trembling. It was the first time she had ever felt a man's touch on such a sensitive area of her abdomen. However, before she could dwell on this newfound sensation, she noticed that the piece of bark she had been holding had fallen to the ground. In a hurry, she dashed to Qiu Xiuh's side to pick up the bark and dust it off. It should be fine, she exclaimed, recalling a famous archmage's adage that food dropped on the ground could be safely consumed if retrieved within 3 seconds. I must say, Qiu Xiuh, crouching slightly to observe Siri, began to feel an inexplicable sympathy for the impoverished sorceress. How dire must her circumstances be to subsist on dried bark daily? If this drawing is indeed yours, I might consider treating you to a bit of meat, he offered, placing the artwork before her. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But at the mention of meat, Siri's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, her earlier reluctance vanishing entirely. Indeed, it is my creation. From Siri's excited demeanor, Qiu Xiuh realized he should not have promised her freedom so readily. He ought to have assured her that if she accompanied him, she would enjoy meat every day. You can sketch? Initially, Qiu Xiuh intended to release this magician after the filming concluded, allowing her to return to nature. However, the drawing in his possession revealed Qiu's worth, compelling him to reconsider. Sketch. What is that? I used charcoal to draw magic circles. The reason I sketched that day was to capture the memory of catching a few fish in the brook, Qiu explained, taking a moment to ponder her words. As a traveling apprentice of magic, she was not particularly affluent. The burden of her spellcasting materials left her in a state of destitution. This lifestyle had honed her skills, enabling her to adeptly catch fish with lightning magic and rabbits with fire spells. Moreover, her only other talent lay in her ability to create art. Is all of this self-taught? If it were not for my own efforts, who else could instruct me? Merely the pigments employed by those court painters could easily account for 2 decades of my sustenance. To enlist their guidance would likely cost me 50 years' worth of meals. Very well, perhaps I am inclined to formally employ you, Miss Qiu. Qiu Xiuh was taken aback to discover that this sorceress was also a gifted artist. Mastering the art of sketching may appear simple, yet achieving excellence proves to be a formidable challenge. Qiu's artwork undoubtedly ventured into the realm of the exquisite. One must recognize that sketching is the fundamental skill in the pursuit of painting. While it is true that some prodigious artists may bypass this stage, Qiu Xiuh himself dedicated 10 years to sketching and 5 to thick layering. Considering that Qiu Xiuh aspires to delve into game design, possessing artistic talent will always be in demand. Employment? Did you not mention that once the film is completed, I would be free? Qiu bit into the piece of bark in her hand, appearing skeptical of Qiu Xiuh's various promises, including the one about treating her to meat. Here, the term employment certainly seemed synonymous with servitude. Whether or not she was willing was her own affair, but Qiu Xiuh was confident that the offer he would present would be to her satisfaction. What kind of offer? Guaranteeing you a lifetime of sustenance. In order to expand his cultural invasion endeavors, an abundance of talent would be essential. Although Qiu Xiuh had yet to finalize specific employment conditions, his statement alone was enough to intrigue Qiu. Chapter 14. Action. Before embarking on his journey, Qiu Xiuh meticulously organized the legacy left by the third prince. As he sorted through a portion of these belongings, he discovered that the inventions of this demon prince rivaled the fantastical pocket of a certain blue plush toy. Among a plethora of peculiar artifacts, Qiu Xiuh successfully unearthed a ring that could be utilized at this juncture. This ring, known as the Ring of Transformation, could also be referred to in a more refined manner as the Ring of Joshua Yanarod. It bore an inscription capable of influencing the mental state of those nearby. Donning the ring would render him perceived as a different persona in the eyes of others. When Xenus dealt with the bandits, the villagers and members of the merchant caravan had witnessed the interaction between Xenus and Joshua. Therefore, it was evidently impossible for Joshua to masquerade as a human and infiltrate their ranks. He was left with no option but to devise a means to alter his visage. As Joshua pondered the method to test the ring's capabilities, a strange whimpering sound reached his ears. Upon looking up, he realized it was the young sorceress, Qiu, who had emitted the noise. At that moment, a dining table adorned with a sumptuous meal courtesy of the water elemental servant graced Joshua's room. To Joshua, accustomed to subsisting on instant noodles as a programmer, the array of roasted meats appeared exceedingly lavish. Conversely, for Qiu, the spread before her might well be a feast unattainable in an entire month. Driven by hunger, Qiu displayed no semblance of ladylike decorum while dining. Even the modest sophistication expected of a sorceress was obliterated by her plump cheeks. This rendered her somewhat endearing. If one were to use contemporary vernacular, she seemed adorably foolish. I advise against overindulgence, Miss Qiu. We have considerable physical labor ahead of us shortly. Joshua pushed a glass of water toward her, having noticed her repeatedly patting her chest, evidently having choked. What physical labor? And why do you look different? Qiu accepted the glass and drained its contents, narrowly avoiding the title of the first sorceress to perish from choking. This is merely a slight ruse. That is not the crux of the matter. Have you forgotten the prison break plan commencing at dawn? Joshua removed the ring from his finger. Even Qiu, a novice sorceress, could sense something amiss. It appeared the Ring of Transformation was only effective in deceiving those with little magical understanding, yet it sufficed for their purpose. I haven't forgotten. But you seem to relish the trouble. Qiu dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a napkin, having only partially grasped Joshua's previous statements. For her attention was predominantly captured by the fragrant meal before her. Even with a vague comprehension, Qiu understood the course of action Joshua intended to pursue next. For the birth of a remarkable film, such minor tasks were hardly burdensome. The conditions under which Joshua was filming could only be described as rudimentary, a compliment in comparison to those on Earth. Creating an exceptional film on Earth requires an extensive period of meticulous refinement, much like the movie Castaway, which took nearly a year and a half from shooting to release, with one entire year devoted to allowing the male lead's hair and beard to grow to the appropriate length. Presently, Joshua's sole advantage lies in his memory and the innate talent possessed by the actors in this world. Joshua recalls every frame of every film. Thus, when he undertakes the task of filming, he need not ponder the professional intricacies of which shots to employ for a particular scene. He merely needs to recreate the entire film, the only difference being the actors involved. I still find it challenging to comprehend the film you mentioned, however. I am quite eager to witness the conclusion of Beauty and the Beast. It is evident that Shiri remains deeply invested in that tale. When Joshua placed the script on his desk, Shiri only noticed that he had ceased writing as they approached the end. Had she not been on the verge of starvation, she might have truly lost her appetite and her obsession with it. In a few days, the conclusion will be revealed to you. For now, it is time to commence work. Joshua calculated the time. It was nearing midnight, and approximately 4 hours had elapsed since Eno was imprisoned. If Eno's acting is sufficiently competent, this duration should be ample for the villagers to accept her. Joshua donned the transformation ring, changed into a reasonably respectable robe, and grasped a wand that served no practical purpose. This one was fashioned by Joshua himself over the course of 4 hours, rendering it purely ornamental. At this moment, Joshua embodied the image of a skilled magician. Is it not permissible to simply disclose the conclusion? I understand. Reluctantly, Shiri rose to her feet. Initially compelled by the threat to her life to heed Joshua's words, now propelled by her conscience. Before she escaped from prison, she had vowed to return and rescue the villagers. Although it was a casual fib, she never anticipated that a day would come to fulfill it. Shiri assumed the role of Joshua's assistant. Under the circumstances concerning her own life, she deemed this sorceress trustworthy, especially since Joshua had already honored his promise of sustenance in exchange for her allegiance, along with the script's ending. Assisting others in escaping from prison was an endeavor Joshua had indeed engaged in during his previous life, albeit within a gaming context. Thus, he possessed some preparatory experience and psychological readiness. The capital's prison was indeed quite nearby. In just over half an hour, Joshua and Shiri reached the prison, illuminated by an eerie green glow under the night sky. Miss Shiri, please relax. The inhabitants of the demon realm are ordinary beings with thoughts and feelings. They will not harm you. Throughout their journey, Shiri remained on edge, as she was, after all, human. The sight of a human strolling boldly through the streets of the demon realm was bound to attract attention. Shiri could almost constantly hear the hushed whispers emanating from the corners of the street, remarks such as how delightful something appeared or how exquisite its aroma was. Sentiments that sent shivers down her spine. Yet, Shiri was no pushover. The term timid had never suited her. Thus, she marched forth with her sleeves rolled up, grasping her petite magic wand, her expression one of readiness to engage in a confrontation at any moment. This was a lesson learned from the law of the jungle, acquired during her face-off with a bear. The instant one concedes in a narrow encounter signifies defeat against a mere handful of ordinary demonkin. Shiri believed she could easily overpower them with her wand. However, a remark from Qiu Xiuh, accompanied by a pointed gesture at her neck, instantly extinguished her fighting spirit and bravado. No matter how ferocious a beast may be, it cannot triumph over a deceitful hunter. Moreover, Shiri was hardly a fearsome creature, at best. She could be likened to a small feline with slightly sharper claws, akin to a wildcat. They arrived. Qiu Xiuh halted before the prison gates. As several watchers emerged from the shadows of the building, gesturing for Qiu Xiuh to proceed. Chapter 15. Escape Bell. Have you thought about where you will go once you escape from here? After several hours of light-hearted conversation, Marina had grown fond of the spirited and optimistic young girl. Under her influence, the previously somber and desolate atmosphere of the prison had begun to shift. At the very least, the villagers were willing to engage in conversation, alleviating the despair and anxiety that loomed over them in the face of impending death. Not yet. My father has always wanted me to study at a school in the big city, and I yearn to visit the library there. It must be filled with countless books, right? Under the script provided by Qiu Xiuh, the persona that Eno had crafted was successfully embraced by the villagers, making her the focal point of their cell. It was akin to a group of souls adrift in the cold, dark Atlantic at night, suddenly catching sight of a beacon of light. Although the shore remained distant, there was a flicker of solace within their hearts. Of course, there is a city called Nolan, where the library tower rises hundreds of meters high. Belle, I can take you there to see it. Marina, refusing to relinquish hope, envisioned the myriad of beautiful possibilities that awaited them after their escape. This small glimmer of hope emanated from the girl before her. Perhaps this was a divine compensation bestowed upon Marina, meeting this child at the lowest ebb of her life. If the child truly were homeless, Marina contemplated adopting her as her own daughter. With her companionship, she felt she would never again experience solitude. Yet, all of this hinged upon the possibility of escaping this prison, for it was not only Marina's life that needed to continue, but the life of this young girl as well. Thus, Marina began to pray to the divine, her first prayer not for herself, but for the girl standing before her. Her supplications were soon met with a response, though not from a deity, but from a demon. The efficiency with which demons conducted their affairs far surpassed that of the divine. Strange sounds echoed once more within the prison, as a raven appeared outside their cell, cocking its head at the humans within before flapping its wings and alighting on a nearby windowsill. Shortly thereafter, two figures emerged briskly from the darkness at the end of the prison corridor. These figures were not masked overseers. They were the esteemed wizards. The wizards had truly returned. The villagers recognized one as the soul escape Qiu Xiuh. They rushed to the edge of the cell, gripping the rusted iron bars with fervent hands. Their emotions surging with excitement akin to the exhilaration of a national football team scoring a goal, nearly unable to contain their joy and jubilant shouts. Qiu Xiuh understood their emotions. The elation and thrill of narrowly escaping despair could not be encapsulated in mere words. Yet, he finally grasped the nature of mass prison breaks, an event likely only to occur during the tumult of the French Revolution. Were it not for Qiu Xiuh's prior arrangements with every guard within the prison, they would have been swiftly escorted to the guillotine the moment their cries echoed through the air. "Silence, please. Do not draw the guards' attention," he urged, though the guards were already observing them closely, casting a furtive glance at the two watchers lurking in the shadows. Qiu Xiuh was aware they were there to ensure he did not exploit the chaos to liberate any creatures beyond these innocuous animals. Yet, the performance must be executed flawlessly. One could only wonder how the imprisoned humans felt, knowing their every move was scrutinized by the guards. Nevertheless, Qiu Xiuh was overwhelmed by a singular thought. Escaping under the watchful eyes of the authorities was exhilarating. He lowered his voice intentionally, uttering a statement that, although barely audible, was distinctly heard by the 30 villagers confined alongside him, all of whom were focused on Qiu Xiuh. He is my teacher. Yes, teacher." Perhaps Qiu Xiuh had perused an actor prepares, while Shiri, in her naivety, had never deceived such a multitude before. The real pressure weighed heavily on her from the two watchers nearby. Yet, in her desire to witness the conclusion of Beauty and the Beast without charge, Shiri endeavored to cooperate with Qiu Xiuh, embracing her role. "I will rescue everyone at once. Once freed, follow me closely. We are in the demon realm, and wandering aimlessly could cost more than just your lives." Qiu Xiuh endeavored to embody the persona of a seasoned sorcerer in the original script. Gaston was meant to be a hunter. However, a human hunter wielding a firearm traversing the demon realm and easily accessing its prison was implausible. In this world, hunters were incapable of capturing infants nor adept at rapid shooting. Most were melee combatants, known as demon hunters. Thus, the profession of sorcerer, brimming with infinite possibilities, appeared more credible. Gray magic surged from Qiu Xiuh's hands, effortlessly dismantling the rusted iron cell door, which bore no magical inscriptions for protection. He made no effort to conceal his unique magical prowess, a rare gift in the human world, likely unheard of by those who were not ancient archmages, let alone regarded as a loathed power. The dim, decaying atmosphere of the prison doused the villagers' fervor with a cold reality. "This way," Qiu Xiuh instructed, moving decisively towards the area where Xenus had established the portal. The interrogation room housing the portal lay deeper within the prison. Yet the villagers had no one but Qiu Xiuh to rely on. Guided by the two guards, he led the 32 villagers unimpeded to the entrance of the interrogation room. The portal had already begun to manifest, its soft blue luminescence swirling gently within the chamber. Upon glimpsing the ethereal shadows of the forest beyond the portal, the villagers abandoned all contemplation and eagerly rushed into the gateway. "Esteemed mage, may I inquire your name?" An elderly woman, the last in line, halted before the portal, and Qiu Xiuh noticed Ino trailing closely behind her. Was she not portraying the role of Belle's mother? "You may call me Gaston. Let us reserve our expressions of gratitude for after we are safe," Qiu Xiuh urged. The woman nodded, grasping Ino's hand as they hastily entered the portal together. The moment they all stepped through, the prologue of Beauty and the Beast commenced. At that instant, the imposing figure of Xenus materialized at the door of the interrogation room, clutching a briefcase that resembled a mere satchel, yet contained the entirety of Qiu Xiuh's filming equipment within. "Thank you, Xenus," Qiu Xiuh said, accepting the case from him. The interior of the leather case proved far more spacious than its exterior suggested, though it did not rival the magical suitcase of the esteemed magizoologist Newt Scamander. Qiu Xiuh inspected the equipment inside. The camera and storage cards were all present, along with a vial of invisibility powder to conceal his form. "Let us commence the filming of Beauty and the Beast. Shiri, do you not wish to witness the conclusion of this tale? Then keep your eyes wide open from this moment forth." With the briefcase in hand, Qiu Xiuh stepped into the portal. "Write it down first," Shiri thought, exasperated at the prospect of how long Qiu Xiuh's filming would take. If only she could best him in a duel, she would press him against the desk with a knife at his throat, compelling him to pin the ending. Yet, she merely entertained the thought. Lingering in the demon realm was the last thing she desired, prompting her to hasten into the portal. Xenu's lingered in the interrogation room, observing Qiu Xiuh's departure. Just as he prepared to proceed according to Qiu Xiuh's plan, he caught a whiff of human scent. Leaning out to peer into the prison corridor, he beheld a small human girl, aimlessly darting about in confusion. She appeared to have become separated from her parents, or perhaps she had long since lost them. Regardless, this little girl was undoubtedly adrift. Alone in this perilous demon realm, her survival was unlikely to last long. Historically, Xenus would have paid no heed to the fate of such humans, yet Qiu Xiuh had commanded him to assist in returning these mortals to their original world. At this moment, the fierce demon of sin hesitated, before ultimately emerging from the interrogation room to approach the young girl. Human, the exit to your world lies yonder. Xenus endeavored to soften his tone, extending a finger towards the room of interrogation. Yet, despite the affability of his tone, the flames that erupted from his mouth and the molten lava that surged through the fissures of his skin instantaneously instilled terror in the young girl, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. This scene ensnared Xenethus in a profound conflict. While he could effortlessly obliterate an enemy weeping before him, she was merely a child, not an adversary. As he cast a glance at his own hands, he realized that even if he desired to embrace the child and usher her through the portal, his razor-sharp claws could swiftly claim her life. You shall become a superstar. Human girls will scream in delight at the mere touch of your mane, and they will regard it as an honor to stand by your side. Suddenly, Xenethus recalled the words of Qiu Xiuh not long ago. It was indeed an unattainable dream. Confronted by this frightened child who continued to cry, Xenethus discerned that there was but one way to quell her tears. He began to move, his colossal form retreating once more into the shadows until he vanished completely from sight. Chapter 16. Filming the village, ravaged by robbers. Is named Macanal Village, nestled at the foothills of the mountains northwest of the magical capital, Norin. Most of the homes within the village are wooden structures. Prior to the robbers' arrival, a significant portion of the villagers sought refuge in the forest, leaving only a small number captured by Xenus. Thus, when Qiu Xiuh rescued the villagers from the demon realm, this quaint village witnessed countless poignant reunions. Following heartfelt embraces and tears of joy, the villagers celebrated the safe return of their loved ones, gathering in the largest wooden house to revel in their joy. Why not linger a while longer, savoring the fresh sheep's milk to one's heart's content? Regrettably, Shiri could not remain at the festivities for long, as she had to accompany Qiu Xiuh upon his departure. He had already captured all the footage he needed. The crystal orb in Qiu Xiuh's grasp had recorded a wealth of images, stemming from his interactions with the villagers during their jubilant celebration. In a scene reminiscent of the tavern moment in Beauty and the Beast, where Gaston is extolled, Qiu Xiuh seized this opportunity to successfully film the villagers' admiration for Gaston. The filming process unfolded with greater ease than Qiu Xiuh had anticipated, even overcoming what he had expected to be the most challenging segments. The storytelling format of Beauty and the Beast embodies the hallmark characteristics of a Disney film, notably employing an operatic style to narrate certain plot developments. The film opens with a choral piece performed by the townsfolk alongside Belle. Qiu Xiuh wished to preserve the original charm of the Disney film while also making adaptations, striving to retain the authentic atmosphere. Fortunately, the dilemma that had plagued Qiu Xiuh seemed non-existent from the outset, for the villagers were indeed exceptionally gifted in song and dance. He had just witnessed an elderly villager narrating their experiences in the demon realm in a manner akin to opera. Lacking expertise in traditional opera, Qiu Xiuh found himself unable to critique it thoroughly, but he deemed it quite pleasant to the ear. With this realization, Qiu Xiuh felt a sense of relief. After all, Ino was a succubus, and her voice possessed the legendary power to influence the minds of creatures, much like the sirens of lore. Qiu Xiuh's racial resistance was rather high, rendering him largely unaffected. However, ordinary humans would indeed be susceptible to Ino's enchantment, which manifested as suggestive impulses, such as the undeniable attraction one feels upon encountering a succubus. Therefore, it was certain that the villagers, upon hearing Ino's melodic voice, would be irresistibly drawn to join in. The next step for Qiu Xiuh was to film scenes featuring Belle and her father, or rather her mother. This was the crucial segment of the production that needed to commence. From his suitcase, Qiu Xiuh retrieved a vial of invisible powder, not crafted by the third prince, but rather derived from the crystallized remnants left behind by powerful spirits after their demise, what one might refer to as monster material. This powder is extraordinarily precious in the realm of humanity, possessing numerous functions. Besides rendering any attached object invisible, it also serves as an expensive alchemical material. Have you truly utilized this ghostly dust? Clearly, Shiri recognized the contents within Qiu Xiuh's jar. A mere pinch could cover a decade's worth of sustenance for this unfortunate girl. Yet, Qiu Xiuh callously fed her 10 years' worth of meals to an unknown magical machine. Is there anything amiss? Qiu scooped up the invisible powder from the jar and sprinkled it over the camera, which swiftly blended into the surrounding scenery like a chameleon. There is no. Regardless, it is not hers, and Shiri need not feel sorrow over it. Then close your eyes, Qiu instructed, holding a second handful of the invisibility dust. I believe. Such an amount is unnecessary. At this moment, Shiri genuinely wished to hurl an alchemical material compendium at Qiu's face to impart the true value of this substance. Unnecessary investment. Aside from a few low-budget masterpieces and cult films, which major cinematic endeavors do not require an investment in the millions. Some producers, in pursuit of the best effects, do not even consider budgetary constraints. Although Qiu does not possess the mindset of spending lavishly, she firmly believes that no matter how expensive an object may be, if it serves no purpose, it is utterly worthless. The alchemical powder was mercilessly sprinkled onto Shiri's pale gray hair, and the moment the shimmering silvery dust made contact with her locks, they began to turn transparent. To describe it in scientific terms, the light was refracted by the powder. However, this is a world of magic, and Qiu did not intend to rely on her previous knowledge to interpret this realm. For instance, the magical camera, devoid of the myriad inscriptions etched upon it, would at best be considered a useless box. Once both Qiu and Shiri were coated in this dust, Qiu experienced the thrill akin to that of Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Let us proceed. Guided by instinct, Qiu hefted the camera and tossed a crystal stone, dusted with the invisibility powder, to Shiri as she made her way to the village's edge. Shiri glanced at her now entirely transparent arm. Were it not for the crystal around her neck restricting her movement, she might have seized this opportunity to flee, or perhaps, to knock out some demon prince. Watching Qiu's retreating figure, she withdrew her wand from her robe, hesitating momentarily before abandoning such a self-destructive impulse. You hired me merely to assist you in transporting these items? Shiri quickened her pace to catch up with Qiu, unable to suppress her curiosity. Although Qiu had entered a state of invisibility, Shiri could still discern her position by the impressions left on the grass. For the present, this is the case, but there may be more unique tasks in the future. More unique? Could it possibly involve serving in a bedchamber? Shiri held her modest chest, contemplating her own lack of allure. Upon reflection, she did not consider herself particularly beautiful, especially when compared to the enchanting succubus beside Qiu. Her charm seemed utterly insignificant in that light. Nevertheless, it would undoubtedly be a more intriguing occupation than that of a sorceress. With that thought concluded, it was time for Miss Shiri to commence her duties. Qiu guided Shiri to the edge of the village, where the esteemed merchant, Marina, resided in a room adjacent to the forest. As an outsider in the village, she had opted not to partake in the villagers' revelries. Under Qiu's meticulous direction, Ino was currently residing with her, and through the window, Qiu observed Ino engaged in conversation with Marina. Through her impressive acting skills, Ino had successfully garnered the merchant's trust, or perhaps more accurately, her favor. Lacking a script to track the scenes, Qiu relied on his memory to record each shot he needed to capture and compare it to the original. The next scene featured Belle and her mother. Action. Chapter 17. The hypocrisy of beauty. The crackling of the firewood resonated from the hearth as Marina sat beside it, gazing into the flickering flames. The warmth emanating from the hearth dispelled the dampness and chill that clung to her, serving as a poignant reminder of her existence. Marina had grown too old, too weary to celebrate life as the youth did, having endured the destruction of her family. She had lived on solely to fulfill her late husband's final wish. She had resigned herself to a tragic end in the demon realm, yet fate had intervened, granting her not only survival but also a newfound purpose, a reason to live. Belle, I intend to visit the city the day after tomorrow, Marina announced, turning to the young girl seated across the hearth. Ino was engrossed in a book, its pages turning softly in her hands. Such treasures as books were a rarity in their small village. This particular volume was among the few possessions Marina had left. Bandits had ravaged her belongings, leaving her with little more than a cart for transport and an aged horse. Fortunately, she had kept her savings close, and despite the loss of her possessions, she still owned a property in the magical city of Nolan. As long as life endured, there were ways to carry on, but Marina was determined not just to survive. She aspired to ensure that this book-loving girl received an education. City? Aunt Marina, will you take me? Ino's gaze shifted from the book, revealing a sorrowful truth. She could not comprehend human script, nor could she grasp the language of her own kind, the demons. Having lived at the bottom of the demon realm, thoughts of learning had never crossed her mind. Survival under duress was her only concern. Hence, the book she clutched was merely a prop to play the role of Qiu, deceiving the human before her. To this point, Marina harbored no doubts, and her affection for Ino deepened, having shared the most trying moments of their lives, albeit for less than half a day. Still, Marina had come to regard Ino as her own daughter. Yes, but it will take some time. The cart can accommodate only two. Do not worry. I shall return to take you to the grand city, where libraries overflow with books. I will ensure you can formally attend a school to learn all that you desire. Marina's servant remained in the stable, tending to the old horse and cart. Given Marina's frail condition, she could no longer manage the cart herself and relied on the hired help to navigate to Nolan. The journey from their small village to Nolan would take approximately 3 days, making it a 9-day round trip. Thank you, Aunt Marina. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Ino was bewildered by the kindness emanating from the human before her. Having lived in the demon realm for so long, she had never experienced such generosity. Perhaps it was simply due to her changed identity. Now she was Belle, a beautiful and kind human girl. If Marina were to discover her true identity as a lesser succubus, she would undoubtedly be met with disdain akin to that shown towards Refuse in the demon realm. Thus, Ino refrained from overthinking. She simply endeavored to fulfill the tasks assigned by Qiu Xiuh, as this was her means of survival in the guise of Ino, rather than the fabricated persona of Belle. It's all right, child. If you can achieve excellent results at school in the future, that will be my greatest gratitude. Marina had begun to look forward to her life in Nolan. In contrast, Ino found herself in torment, a torment born from the scrutiny of her superior. Her succubus lineage allowed Ino to sense Qiu Xiuh's presence as he entered the room. She could feel the weight of his gaze upon her, an experience she was all too familiar with as a lesser demon. Belle, what troubles you? Marina noticed a fleeting expression of unease on Ino's face, suspecting it might be tied to painful memories, such as the scene of her parents being slain by bandits. She gently placed her hand atop Ino's. It's nothing. Ino was momentarily taken aback, the warmth radiating from Marina's touch soothing her troubled heart. Is this what they call care? Truly astonishing. Although Ino understood that everything before her was but an illusion, destined to vanish once Qiu Xiuh's task concluded, it seemed worthwhile to indulge in this fleeting warmth. Is it truly right to deceive an elder? Shiri had just exited Marina's room when a light rain began to fall, washing away the invisible powder from her skin. Deception? By your human standards, we demons are indeed in that line of work. Qiu Xiuh packed the camera and the recorded crystal into his suitcase. With Shiri's assistance, he had spent nearly an entire afternoon reconstructing the scenes for the film. While the set design left much to be desired, creating a scene as magnificent as those in Disney was simply impractical in this small village. It seems that way. Shiri reflected on humanity's perception of demons, which encompassed not only brutality and evil but also cunning and treachery. She had heard tales of demons whispering seductive temptations, but these were merely hearsay. Yet today, she had witnessed a genuine instance, so vivid that she could envision writing a book titled An Elderly Woman Deceived by a Succubus. Moreover, she did not believe there was anything wrong with such deception. Qiu Xiuh stood at the forest's edge, gazing at the wooden cabin where Marina resided. The sounds of her conversation with Ino still audible within. From the recent demeanor of the female entrepreneur, it is evident that she has indeed come to regard Ino as a family member, and she relishes the moments spent in conversation with him. However, it appears that Ino has become overly immersed in this role. Qiu Xiuh does not wish for Ino to develop any genuine emotions for the woman. Such a bond, forged through deception, is as alluring as it is perilous, akin to the enchanting yet deadly opium. Once the filming concludes, the character of Belle will cease to exist. Or rather, why should she not exist? Should that woman embrace Ino's true identity, Qiu Xiuh would not oppose the idea of Ino continuing to reside with her. Perhaps they could even venture into a business of summoning demons. Qiu Xiuh does not perceive the rumored rituals of demon summoning as inherently malevolent. They are merely contractual exchanges, akin to modern-day business partnerships. The notion that the price demanded by these summoning rituals is life itself is indeed rather shocking. Yet, in reality, human lives hold little value to demons. They cannot consume them nor use them to augment their power. Thus, substituting more tangible commodities, such as wealth, would be far more palatable. Business? Hiri has lost count of how many times she has heard such perplexing terms spill from Qiu Xiuh's lips. Demon assistance, demon brokerage, demon all-purpose shops. Perhaps these could stimulate the economies of both the demon realm and the human world. The slogan could be, one summoning circle can resolve all your dilemmas. Well, that is merely a thought. This is but a concept of Qiu Xiuh, predicated on the assumption that humanity can place its trust in demons. Achieving this goal will require considerable time, but the immediate priority is to complete the film. Currently, the only scene remaining in the village is Belle's daytime duet with the villagers, yet as twilight approaches in the human world, Qiu Xiuh must postpone this scene until tomorrow. It is time to investigate another filming location. The next scene is crucial, the castle. The royal citadel of the demon realm diverges significantly from Qiu Xiuh's envisioned castle. Thus, before commencing filming, he has identified a more suitable castle on the map of the demon realm. However, whether its owner will permit Qiu Xiuh to utilize it as a filming site remains a question he must resolve. Chapter 18. You are truly gifted in the northernmost reaches of the demon realm. The Karnas Mountains are perpetually shrouded in blizzards. Were it not for the current sweltering summer season, the relentless snow would be sufficient to freeze any living being in its grasp. Thus, the only inhabitants of the Karnas Mountains are the undead, those who possess a second life. Your Highness, I believe it would be unwise to visit that esteemed individual directly, remarked Xenas, the valiant demon of sin, as Josh stepped through the portal established by Xenas. The race of Xenas ranks just below the chaotic demons in the demon realm, and he seldom fears anything. However, he is compelled to regard the master of these mountains with a sense of trepidation and reverence. I have met the Duke on several occasions. He is quite affable, Josh asserted. Affable, Xenas thought. In the past, Xenas had always complied with Josh's commands. But this time, he found it utterly implausible to accept Josh's description of the Duke's demeanor. The power structure of the demon realm consists of 1 king, for dukes, and 7 heroes, with the king being the ruler of the realm, the father of the 3rd prince, Notlian. He stands at the pinnacle of the demon realm as its absolute sovereign. Beneath Notlian are the 4 dukes, each governing a quadrant of the realm. Josh intends to visit one of these dukes, known as the Bone Duke, whose past remains largely unknown to Xenas. The 4 dukes of the demon realm are synonymous with danger. Unless visited by Notlian himself, they will not hesitate to slay any intruder who dares encroach upon their territory. To judge a person solely based on hearsay and appearance is akin to the actions of despicable humans, is it not? Josh's retort left Xenas speechless. He recalled the little girl he had encountered in prison. Afterward, Xenas had hidden in the shadows, conjuring a beacon of ghostly flames to guide her safely through the portal. The memory of the girl smiling and waving at the beacon before entering the portal stirred within Xenas a tumult of unfamiliar emotions, an experience more unforgettable than the time he had reduced an adversary to ashes. Seeing Xenas' silence, Josh chose not to press his loyal subordinate further. His gaze shifted to Shiri, who had accompanied him into the demon realm. The crystal adorning her neck exuded an aura of intimidation, and to prevent any mishaps during the teleportation that could detonate the crystal, she graciously took Josh's hand as they entered the portal. I can't shake the feeling that wolves or bears are watching us from the forest, Shiri remarked, loosening her grip on Josh's hand as she brandished her magic staff, surveying the darkened woods cloaked in thick snow. From the moment she stepped into this snow-laden forest, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over her, a sensation of being watched, accompanied by a palpable malice. In this realm, one encounters creatures far more perilous than mere wolves or bears. What may be observing you could very well be a soul devourer or a heart thief. Should fortune abandon you, it might even be a death knight. Joshu recalled the memories of the 3rd prince, and recognized that this area was essentially the heart of the Bone Lord's territory, teeming with undead beings far more sophisticated than the lowly skeletal soldiers. The moment an ordinary human steps into this domain, within mere seconds they would be besieged by the undead, reduced to nothingness, so devoid of essence that even their souls would be consumed. Joshu's presence here, standing so securely, was not merely a consequence of his identity as a chaotic demon. Rather, it was a small privilege granted to him by the forest's enigmatic master. Shiri remained silent, for Joshu's words once again ventured into her realm of ignorance. She needed only to grasp one truth. The entities lurking in the shadows of the forest were foes she could never hope to vanquish with her modest staff. Let us proceed. We are not far from the castle where the master resides, Joshu declared, leading Shiri and Zenithus deeper into the woods. Indeed, deep within the forest lay a castle, its exterior cloaked in frost, while within its garden bloomed an array of nameless flowers. The hues of these blossoms were somber, and the statues decorating the estate were ensnared by dark thorns, all under the shroud of night, imparting an eerie atmosphere to the castle. As Joshu ascended nearly 100 steps to arrive at the grand entrance, the doors appeared to open slowly and welcome. The interior of the castle exuded opulence, suggesting that the aesthetic sensibilities of this Bone Lord had not decayed alongside his corporeal form. Music permeated the air, an unknown melody resonating throughout the castle, a symphony of instruments familiar to Joshu. Could it be the influence of a parallel world? Why does this music feel so unsettling? Shiri followed Joshu up the central staircase of the castle hall, where a portrait of a young man hung prominently. Unsettling? The impudent remark from the little one was enough to invoke a desire to feed her soul to my hounds. A rough, grating voice echoed through the hall, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, as a shadowy figure emerged from the painting. Your Highness. The sin demon following Joshu, upon witnessing the apparition, instinctively moved to shield Joshu, but Joshu raised a hand to prevent such an impolite gesture. The Bone Lord's appearance diverged significantly from the archetypal lich image etched in Joshu's mind, reminiscent of the infamous Kel'Thuzad, though reduced to mere bones. His attire was more akin to that of a pirate than a sorcerer. You had better provide a justification for trespassing in my domain and disturbing my performance, otherwise. Even as the progeny of Northrend, I shall craft your skeleton as a gift for your father." Upon hearing the words of the skeletal lord, the flames enveloping Xena's surged with intensity. Yet, a flicker of crimson light shone from the dark hollows of the lord's eyes, causing Xena's massive form to collapse to the ground with a resounding thud. Is this the kind of power that rivals the lord of the demon realm? In the presence of such an entity, Joshua felt utterly insignificant. His status bore no weight here, rendering him unable to continue his braggadocio as he did within the royal city. "I see great potential in you. How about forming a band with me?" The skeletal lord's skull suddenly pivoted 90 degrees, seemingly pondering the meaning of the phrase Joshua's band. "To put it simply, I have come to appreciate your performance, my lord. And if you would be so kind, could you grace me with a melody?" Joshua proposed an invitation that no musician could refuse. Had this lich been a maestro commanding an audience of thousands, Joshua's suggestion would have been a mere folly. However, in this desolate place, aside from the spectral servants attending to the skeletal lord, there was no one else to relish his music. Chapter 19. The death performer. Joshua's proposal bore fruit. And at last, the skeletal lord graciously accepted his request, transforming Qiu and his companions from intruders into esteemed guests who had traveled great distances to attend his concert. However, from a human perspective, the atmosphere of this musical gathering was undeniably eerie. Within the castle, the skeletal lord possessed a dedicated chamber for performances, replete with an array of instruments ranging from pianos to violins, perfectly suited for staging a grand classical concert. The musicians playing these instruments were composed partly of skeletons and partly of corpses still adorned with remnants of flesh. Their attire bore resemblance to the genteel gentlemen of the Victorian era, which lent them an air of elegance as they wielded their instruments. The only flaw was the conspicuous lack of flesh, rendering the skeletal forms incapable of embodying the grace associated with true gentlemen, especially those corpses with eyes that had long since fallen to the ground. The skeletal lord was not the conductor of this peculiar ensemble. Rather, he served as the pianist. His long, excessively white fingers danced upon the keys, unleashing a series of haunting melodies that marked the commencement of this classical concert hosted by the deceased. What was happening? Shiri possessed no appreciation for classical music. She merely felt an icy chill seep into her bones as these notes infiltrated her ears, causing her to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to wrap her arms around herself. It was worth noting that while standing in a snow-laden forest, she had felt no chill in her attire. Yet these eerie notes evoked a sensation akin to being submerged beneath a frozen surface. Compounding her discomfort was the lurking presence of an unknown water creature beneath the dim waters of the ice-covered lake, fixating its gaze upon her. This sensation elicited a shudder from Shiri. "Embrace thoughts of the sun or flames," Joshua advised. Imagining such warmth is futile amidst this performance. Shiri's grievances echoed Joshua's unspoken sentiments. From the onset, he discerned a fundamental difference in this performance compared to any he had previously experienced. The skeletal lord's concert was not merely an ordinary musical event. The notes emanating from the piano transcended the auditory experience. Joshua perceived them through touch, sight, taste, and other senses, grasping the essence that these notes sought to convey. Coldness, silence, akin to the solitude drifting beneath a frozen lake, evoking a sense of suffocating chill. Joshua felt as though frost was crystallizing upon his skin, and icy water from the lake filled his mouth. Was this a form of magic that could influence the mind? As one piece concluded, Joshua finally emerged from the bone-chilling sensations, only to discover white frost had formed upon his hand, and his body temperature had plummeted to a frightening degree. This was no mere mental influence. He brushed the frost from his arm, and the breath he exhaled transformed into a wisp of white mist. Should the skeletal bard continue his performance, the listener's body temperature might plummet to the point of hypothermia, potentially claiming their very lives. The term death-esque canter inexplicably surfaced in Joshua's mind. As a chaotic demon, he possessed the resilience to endure, yet the situation for Shiri was dire. Her lips began to pale, and frost appeared upon her long eyelashes, resembling someone who had traversed through a frigid environment for hours on end. Without hesitation, Joshua removed his outer garment and draped it over Shiri. Your clothes are wet." Shiri's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Yet she feared that her tears, if shed, might freeze into icicles. Joshua grasped Shiri's hand, discovering it as cold as ice. If this continued, Shiri might perish from the imbalance of her body temperature. It seemed that the desire to appreciate the skeletal bard's performance was not merely a matter of purchasing a ticket. Without sufficient strength, one might pay with their very life for the privilege. Was it even possible to endure an entire piece? The fragility of the human body was indeed lamentable. Noticing Shiri's weakened state, the skeletal bard ceased his piano playing, the frost that had formed on his bony fingertips cascading down. The moment the music halted, Joshua felt some relief from his own symptoms of hypothermia. With his already numbed hands, he began to clap, not out of admiration for the performance, but as a fundamental courtesy expected of an audience member. Upon hearing Joshua's applause, the skeletal bard's demeanor softened slightly. Rather than a change in expression, it was the flickering flame of his soul within the hollow of his eye sockets that steadied. The Duke's performance was indeed extraordinary, evoking a sensation of being utterly immersed in the experience. Beyond mere immersion, if the performance continued, Joshua feared he might freeze to death. The virtual sensations that countless game designers aspired to create were, astonishingly, being experienced by Joshua during this performance. However, dear Duke, do you not feel a tremor of cold yourself? Joshua readily acknowledged that the skeletal bard's music was quite enchanting. The piece itself conveyed an atmosphere of serene, icy solitude. Should it be utilized as the soundtrack for a horror game, it would undoubtedly enhance the overall ambience. Joshua has always believed that music itself is devoid of distinctions between pleasant and unpleasant. Apart from certain cacophonies, every genre of music has its own audience. Just as some individuals are enamored with classical melodies while shunning electronic sounds, others may revel in pop tunes yet show scant interest in traditional folk songs. No one possesses the authority to categorize the merits of different musical styles. Should anyone attempt such an endeavor, it would be an exercise in egotism. The notions of beauty and dissonance are merely subjective experiences. Were it not for the profoundly authentic performance of the skeletal minstrel, so genuine that Joshua felt compelled to embrace a warming stove while listening, he would have certainly savored every moment until the end. The influence of the performance extended beyond just Shiri and Joshua. Even the performer himself was affected. The minstrel's fingers were already encrusted with frost, necessitating a deliberate movement of his digits to rid himself of the icy remnants. This was an essential effect of the performance. The skeletal minstrel did not refute Joshua's sentiments. Chapter 20. Performance. Pardon my boldness, your grace, but will the subsequent pieces maintain the same atmosphere? In consideration of both his and Shiri's safety, Joshua felt compelled to ascertain this matter before experiencing the forthcoming performance. Should the ensuing melodies also embrace this frigid tonality, he might become the first chaotic demon in history to succumb to the icy embrace of music. As for Shiri, well, even if the skeletal duke ceased to play, failing to provide her with a source of warmth, she would not endure for long. Zenith was not permitted by the skeletal duke to enter this space. Otherwise, with a Zenith-branded heater present, Shiri would surely feel much better. Indeed, these compositions originate from this single, tattered score, the only one in my possession. The skeletal duke lifted a well-worn manuscript, its cover bearing the marks of age, indicating it had remained in his hands for many years. An exceptional performer, yet not a composer? Then, your grace, may I attempt to play a piece? Joshua once again made an audacious suggestion, but the skeletal duke did not express anger at Joshua's interruption. Instead, within the flickering flames of his soul, Joshua perceived a glimmer of mockery. My lord, this piano is an old friend of mine, far more temperamental than I. Should your performance fail to please it, it may very well consume your soul. At that point, even I would be powerless to rescue you. The skeletal duke's hand rested upon the piano, which responded with a few notes, seemingly mocking Joshua's overconfidence. I am willing to give it a try. To be honest, even Joshua himself found it difficult to believe. His father had aspired for him to become a pianist, introducing him to the instrument at the tender age of 6. After merely half a year of practice, he had failed even to pass the initial examinations and ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit. The primary reason for his abandonment? Like many childhoods, he had succumbed to the allure of games. Years without touching the piano should have rendered Joshua forgetful, yet after merging with the memories of the third prince, his recollections became alarmingly vivid. Remarkably, even the muscle memory cultivated during his childhood piano lessons resurfaced. Therefore, Joshua believed that playing a piece was still within his capabilities. Are you certain? The last challenger was a renowned composer from the human realm. The skeletal duke could not recall the third prince's musical prowess. The term wretched human was certainly not a commendable epithet in the demon world. My composition will satisfy your friend. Renowned? No matter how esteemed, could they rival the likes of Beethoven, Mozart, or Chopin? Joshua had little faith that if he performed the Moonlight Sonata, the piano would not applaud in delight. Oh, Joshua had forgotten. Pianos do not possess hands. Behind Joshua stands a multitude of classical music masters from Earth, and when it comes to a live classical music contest, he fears no one. The skeleton lord ceased his idle chatter and descended from the stage, making his way to a corner of the room where a table stood. He picked up a glass brimming with red wine, adopting an expression that suggested he was ready to enjoy the spectacle at any moment. Maintain your body heat. Do not succumb to slumber, Joshua murmured, using his still warm hand to gently caress Shiri's cheek, wiping away the frost that had gathered on her eyelashes. Her body showed no signs of regaining warmth, and in her drowsy state, should she fall asleep, there would be no awakening. The room lacked a heater, and Zenas was unable to enter due to the skeleton lord's orders, leaving Ciri to rely solely on herself to recover her lost warmth. However, her clothing was soaked from the melting frost, and Joshua's attire was in a similar state, rendering it nearly impossible for her to regain her warmth unaided. The thought of perishing to the sound of music was utterly intolerable. Joshua would not allow himself to succumb so easily. Ciri shook her head, brushing away Joshua's hand from her cheek, as if his affectionate gesture displeased her. "Then I implore you to endure for another 10 seconds, Miss Mage." Joshua withdrew his hand and approached the piano. It had been nearly 18 years since he last played, and despite the familiarity rekindled by memory, he was uncertain if he could perform adequately. As Joshua pressed the first key of the piano, he felt a part of his soul being drawn from his body. This piano was indeed peculiar. Yet, he did not succumb to fear. Soon, his hands rested upon the instrument, and he began to play. The melody was reminiscent of standing beneath the sun, basking in the gentle caress of spring breezes, and then Joshua truly felt the sunlight. This was no illusion. He experienced the warm sensation of sunshine enveloping him, accompanied by a gentle breeze. It was akin to lying in a sun-drenched meadow adorned with blooming flowers. Ciri, enduring the cold agony nearby, was momentarily stunned by the notes emanating from Joshua's playing. A subtle warmth surged forth, dissipating the chill that enveloped her. As if a pair of hands were tenderly embracing her, evoking an indescribable comfort. This feeling of warmth was beyond her articulation. It simply made her want to weep. Her nose tinging with a hint of acidity. Memories flooded her mind, days spent living alone after running away from home, constantly reminding herself to be strong, yet feeling utterly wronged and helpless in her solitude. It was only when her gaze fell upon Joshua, who was lost in his piano playing, that she gently touched her cheek, sensing the residual warmth left by his earlier caress. Everyone present seemed to be enveloped in the enchanting notes spilling from Joshua's fingertips. A harmonious and tender melody that resonated with warmth. Even the skeleton lord was not exempt. He stood there, completely oblivious to the cup that slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Music possesses the remarkable ability to awaken a multitude of emotions within an individual. Unlike films, novels, or paintings that require time to evoke feelings, music can stir a person's emotions in an instant, with just a single note. Yet, just as this gentle melody was approaching its climax, it abruptly ceased. The skeleton lord snapped back to reality, pulled from the warm ambience. "Continue. Why have you stopped?" he inquired loudly. I can't play any further," Joshua replied, his hands lifting from the piano, although he had never undergone formal examinations. Joshua's piano proficiency ranged between levels 3 and 4. The subsequent section of the piece, while exceedingly simple for a piano virtuoso, was beyond Joshua's capabilities. "You can't continue." The skeleton lord was once again confronted with the sensation of frustration, having not felt such a vexation in many years. The abrupt halting of a piece that had just begun to flourish filled him with a desire to strike someone. "What is the name of this piece?" he demanded, more eager to know the title than anything else. "Canon in D, originally intended to convey melody, composed by Johann Pachelbel, a great composer," Joshua informed him. Chapter 21. The invitation. An hour later, Joshua arrived in the dining hall of the castle, taking a seat beside a long table laden with an array of delectable dishes. It was difficult to fathom that this fortress, predominantly inhabited by spectral beings, could harbor such a wealth of fresh ingredients. Joshua prodded the roasted meat before him with his fork, a nagging suspicion that it housed a few maggots creeping into his mind, especially with the decaying flesh hanging from the zombie's servant standing beside him. Seated next to Joshua, Ciri was far less discerning, having recently expended considerable energy. She eagerly indulged in the banquet laid out before them. "Your Highness, a toast to you," proclaimed the skeletal duke, raising his goblet filled with a translucent liquid that swayed like blood. After downing the wine, Joshua observed the red liquid trickling from the duke's lower jaw, pooling onto the table. Could a skeleton truly savor the taste of wine? "Please, speak plainly, Your Grace," Joshua urged, having discerned the duke's intentions. The lavish feast was not merely a gesture of hospitality towards his status. "I shall be forthright, Your Highness. I seek the sheet music for the piece you played earlier." The skeletal duke set down his glass, the flickering flame of the soul within his eye sockets betraying his eagerness, his previously calm demeanor now tinged with palpable desire. "Very well, but there are conditions." Joshua had anticipated this exchange. From the memories of the third prince, he knew of the duke's peculiar obsession with music. It was rumored that he had obliterated a small nation to procure the whereabouts of an ancient score from a human, setting aside the nature of a lich. With its sinister means of peering into the memories of others through their souls, this tale alone revealed the duke's fervor for music, lacking any creative impulse for composing. What inspiration could a skeleton possess? Through this encounter, Joshua comprehended the source of the duke's infatuation with music, that peculiar piano. "If I am not mistaken, Your Grace," You are unable to discern any flavor from the wine you sip, Joshua remarked, glancing at the droplets of red wine cascading from the table. Indeed, such consumption would yield no taste. The skeleton possessed neither taste buds, tactile sensations, nor hearing. The only means through which the skeletal duke perceived the world was through the flickering flame of the soul in his eye sockets, serving as both his eyes and ears. Have you discerned this, your highness? Indeed, since my transformation into a lich, I have acquired unparalleled power. Yet I am on the verge of forgetting the taste of my cherished red wine. The skeletal duke poured himself another glass, gazing at the liquid sloshing within. And if he possessed flesh, a sardonic smile would undoubtedly grace his visage. Only that piano, my old friend, can evoke the sensations of my humanity. Even if it is a chill frozen by frost and snow, it is still far more exquisite than the void of this skeletal form devoid of any touch. Upon uttering these words, the skeletal lord placed his goblet back upon the table, and the flame of his soul turned once more to gaze at Qiu Xiuh. And the piece you just played, it rekindled the warmth of sunlight within me. Oh heavens! I have nearly forgotten what it feels like to bask in the sun. It is truly marvelous. As he spoke, the skeletal lord leaned wearily against his chair. Indeed, the allure of power can be intoxicating. He sacrificed his own life to attain unparalleled strength. Initially, he was enraptured by the immense power, indulging in the thrill of wielding life and death. Yet when the novelty of power fades, what remains for the skeletal lord to feel? This formidable body does not tire. Thus he cannot savor the comfort of sleep. It is impervious to heat, hence he can no longer experience the warmth of the sun. Having lost his tongue, he is on the verge of forgetting the savory delight of roasted meat. Were it not for that piano, which allows him to reclaim fragments of human sensation through music, he might have long succumbed to madness because of this body. It can be said that in possessing everything, the skeletal lord lost everything. My lord, speak. My trifling tricks with souls hold no sway over you chaotic demons, thus I accept your proposal. What must I sacrifice to obtain the score of that piece? The skeletal lord ardently yearned to play Qiu Xiuh's earlier rendition of canon. He craved the warmth of sunlight once more. No sacrifice is required. Qiu Xiuh shook his head. The offerings the skeletal lord could provide, treasures, gold, powerful undead servants, were all too superficial. Qiu Xiuh's greed surpassed what one might imagine. I hope you will yield to me. Qiu Xiuh articulated this statement with utmost seriousness and sincerity. The skeletal lord fell silent for a few seconds at Qiu Xiuh's words, then erupted into a harsh laugh. I heard that the third prince relinquished his claim to the throne, and I assumed you had no interest in power. But it seems you were merely concealing the truth. The skeletal lord quickly misconstrued Qiu Xiuh's intentions. The very act of traveling such a distance to recruit him could only be interpreted as preparation for the impending royal conflict in 2 years. With the aid of one of the 4 great dukes, even the most inept third prince would possess a fighting chance. No, I truly have no interest in the throne. Governing a nation is far too burdensome. I am not recruiting you as one of the 4 great dukes or the Lich Lord, but rather as a performer and musician, Qiu Xiuh affirmed. A performer? The skeletal lord was indeed intrigued by music, for it allowed him to authentically feel that he still lived. Precisely, dear Duke. Do you find satisfaction in playing alone in this desolate place? Your performance is truly exceptional and should not be obscured in this manner. More people must hear your exquisite playing, tens of thousands, within a grand theater, Qiu Xiuh declared. This is precisely the treatment that the musical scores I am familiar with deserve. Trust me, I possess a plethora of works by musical masters from various nations, and these compositions should not decay in such a place. They ought to be heard by a wider audience. I believe it is fitting that they ascend to the world stage through your noble performance, Duke. The earth is replete with classical music, and in order to disseminate it across this realm, Qiu Xiuh requires a remarkable musician, one who is proficient in a multitude of instruments. Is not the skeletal lord before us the perfect candidate? You mean, there is not just one piece of that caliber? This time, it was the skeletal lord who was taken aback. Indeed, these are works from a far-off land, compositions by masters from another realm. When describing the earth, Qiu Xiuh could only resort to the vague concept of a distant place. The flame of the soul within the skeletal lord's eye sockets flickered rapidly once more, and soon after, a pitch-black box and a tattered contract floated into view. The ominous box emanated a powerful corrosive force. Qiu Xiuh instinctively knew its significance, the lifeblood of the liches. The contract read, I shall entrust you with 1/4 of my soul in exchange for all your scores to perform. I shall not disappoint the masters you speak of. The essence of the soul is indivisible, and granting 1/4 of it equates to relinquishing half of the skeletal lord's existence. By all that is sacred, this lich is truly mad, willing to forsake even his life to reclaim his human senses. Yet, living in a dark chamber devoid of light, food, or water for millennia must be a fate worse than death. It seems the skeletal lord has endured such a life. Of course, I accept. The contract poses no issue. After all, It is inscribed in the name of chaos. Joshu's perception of this magic is far more acute than his. A drop of blood welled from Joshu's fingertip, hovering before the contract, and subsequently, a torrent of dark, translucent mist poured forth from the black box, merging with his drop of blood. The blood congealed into an object akin to a jet-black jewel, cascading into the palm of Joshu, where it melted away, leaving an unusual mark behind. With this mark, Joshu sensed a faint connection to the surrounding undead beings. For the future music master, Shalonika wait. Joshu suddenly realized the true name of the skeletal lord, momentarily taken aback. Shalonika, why does that name not sound masculine? She emitted another piercing laugh, merely raising her glass filled with wine. Cheers, the lich lady named Shalonika proclaimed. Chapter 22. Night. A solitary raven perched beside an open window of the castle, tilting its head as it gazed at the interior scene. Suddenly, a gentle piano melody echoed from within the castle. Under the soothing strains of the music, even the previously eerie hues of the castle's lights softened. The surrounding forest, too, seemed to be touched by the enchanting notes. The malevolent spirits dwelling in the darkness paused their unrest. Their bewildered gazes lifted to listen to the harmonious chords that seemed to soothe their inner resentments, lulling them into a tranquil reverie. The raven hopped a few times on the windowsill, initially intending to flap its wings and depart, but it, too, succumbed to the warmth radiating from the sunlit notes, closing its eyes to indulge in a brief respite. Indeed, a lovely lullaby. Joshu sat on the floor of the dining room, relishing the slow rendition of canon played by the skeletal minstrel. The effort the minstrel dedicated to the music appeared to rival that which he poured into necromantic magic. After Joshu provided him with the sheet music for canon, the minstrel was capable of evoking countless emotions through his performance. This particular interpretation was a lullaby, a reminder that the minstrel recalled Joshu's need for rest. Beneath him lay a plush carpet, soft enough to serve as a bed. In fact, the sorceress Miss Siri had already claimed it as her own, resting against a pillow adorned with golden embroidery by the hearth as she drifted into slumber. The recent escapades had left Siri utterly exhausted. Her experiences in the magical realm were undeniably thrilling and perilous. Although she understood the necessity of maintaining her guard before the demons, fatigue ultimately overcame her, and she succumbed to sleep in the hall, propped against her pillow. Regrettably, Siri remained vigilant even in her slumber. Joshu stole a glance at the magic wand tightly grasped in her hand. Any slight disturbance would rouse her at once. The sorceress's light gray hair cascaded down to her shoulders, her cheeks flushed in the firelight's glow. In moments of stillness, her beauty was quite striking. Joshu had always perceived a unique aura about Siri, though he found it difficult to articulate. Perhaps a touch of wildness? That seemed somewhat inappropriate. A more unrefined description might suggest a hint of fierceness. If she were on Earth, she would likely be the type of girl who never bothered with makeup, even in the presence of a boyfriend. Yet Joshu believed such girls deserved the utmost affection. Though Siri had succumbed to sleep, Joshu found no trace of drowsiness. Programmers, by nature, often forego sleep while immersed in code. Working overtime was nearly routine. While Joshu's tasks were not as arduous, he frequently lost track of time while coding. And as for the reason, he could only say that modifying code was far more engaging than merely writing it from scratch. Do you not require sleep, Xenus? Joshu's fingers danced in the air, striving to translate the runic symbols into a programming language familiar to him. The fact that Joshu can perceive these inscriptions does not imply that he can utilize them. Currently, he comprehends only about half of their meanings, with the remaining portion still under investigation. However, this knowledge suffices for him to craft a few rudimentary constructs that operate independently of any system. With one hand, he grasped a cup of warm red wine that lay on the floor, a state of working that finally restored the essence of his experiences on Earth. Of course, on Earth, there would not be a humanoid lion nearly 2 meters tall standing behind him. Your Highness, as Joshu sat on the floor, Zenithus half knelt, hesitating for a moment, seemingly unsure whether to voice his forthcoming thoughts. Speak freely. I shan't take offense, Joshu urged, sensing the weight of contemplation upon the sin demon, whose inner complexities far surpassed his outward demeanor. I do not oppose your amicable relations with humans, yet should you seek a spouse, the sovereign would undoubtedly disapprove of your marrying a human. As he spoke, Zenithus cast a glance at Shiri, who was peacefully slumbering by the fireplace. Cough, cough. Cough. Zenithus's remark caught Joshu off guard, causing him to choke on his wine. The bloodline of the chaotic demons was exceedingly rare within the demon realm, compounded by their tragically short lifespans and low reproductive rates. Intermarriage with other races in the demon realm was strictly forbidden. Nobility would never entertain such notions, let alone a human. I have 3 other siblings. My father would not rely on me to propagate our lineage, and besides I have long had someone I admire. With that, Joshu placed his cup down and gracefully gestured with his other hand, pulling the inscriptions he had composed to the side. He then clenched his fist, and the inscriptions coalesced into a singular form, swiftly morphing into the shape of a window. This sensation evoked memories of Tony controlling Jarvis and Iron Man. Let us not dwell on that. Zenithus, do you possess any beliefs? Qiu produced a wooden statue, the very one Shiri had employed during her prior teachings. Dipping his fingers in the red wine, he inscribed magical runes onto the floor, forming a magical circle. We demons revere the flame of sin, symbolizing the fire of sin and punishment. The greater the transgressions committed by our foes, the more profound their suffering. From the fissures in Zenithus's magma-like skin, faint sparks of fire erupted. Since Qiu intended to conclude this topic, Zenithus refrained from inquiring about the identity of Joshu's beloved, redirecting his attention to the small magical circle Qiu was inscribing. Would you mind if I taught you another form of magic? He asked. The magic wielded by demons is not as regimented as that of humans. Demons prioritize sheer power and intensity, opting for an RPG over a Beretta whenever possible. This propensity results in their magic not relying on inscriptions to construct various spells. They simply release their magical energy directly, a straightforward and forceful approach. If this is your command, my lord, Zenithus remarked, then place your hand upon this statue. If even Qiu, the leader of this demon, could place his faith in God, Zenithus had no reservations. A pale luminescence surged into Zenithus's being, and this fearsome demon, with an exterior both menacing and formidable, successfully transformed into a white mage, a symbol of order. Do you see several such symbols before you? Qiu presented a few of the simplest and most comprehensible inscriptions to Zenithus. 1. It appeared that this valiant demon of sin possessed little expertise in the arcane arts. His innate power was sufficient to render the so-called knowledge unnecessary. Now, can you perceive this object in my hand? Qiu spread his fingers wide, revealing a white square that spun gracefully within his grasp. Zenithus nodded in acknowledgement. Then next, with a flick of his wrist, Qiu sent the square soaring towards Zenithus, who effortlessly absorbed it within his being. This outcome filled Qiu with delight. It seemed that even with a limited understanding of the inscriptions, Zenithus could still assimilate the program Qiu had crafted. After all, one cannot be expected to learn the intricacies of program creation before utilizing it, and it appeared that the divine definitions of inscriptions in this world reflected the same notion. Suddenly, a white square materialized within Zenithus's field of vision. My lord, what is this? Zenithus rubbed his eyes, realizing that the object continued to hover within his sight. A chat window. As for its function, Qiu's fingers danced in the void. Are you prepared for the performance the day after tomorrow? A line of text abruptly appeared in the window before Zenithus, leaving him momentarily dazed as he turned to Qiu. You seem to have only one inscription, which renders a response impossible. It appears I need to create an input method, after all. Qiu recognized that achieving internet interaction would be a lengthy endeavor, even though he was currently utilizing a local network. Chapter 23, Talent, or rather, Genius, Your Highness. The magic you have conjured possesses strategic value that is extraordinary. As Zenas contemplated the function of the chat box, his thoughts gravitated towards its implications in warfare. Having participated in several conflicts to quell the turmoil within the demon realm, he understood all too well the paramount importance of swift information dissemination in the theater of war. However, this was not merely a tool of war. Before Zenas lay a new world, one where all individuals stood as equals. Qiu's words once again rendered the sin demon into a state of stupor. Given Zenas's current mindset, grasping the essence of this magnificent era of the internet proved exceedingly challenging. Go rest, Qiu instructed, as the cube in his hand vanished, sparing his guardian further trials. Despite the formidable nature of the sin demoness lineage, rest was still a necessity. Moreover, the recent activation of multiple portals had drained a significant amount of magical energy, making swift recovery a formidable task. Understood. With the pact forged with the Bone Duke, it could be stated without hesitation that this castle had transformed into Qiu's domain. With the Duke's support, Qiu had ascended from a mere prince dabbling in minor inventions to a contender within the second echelon of power in the demon realm, alongside the great prince and the second princess. Of course, all of this hinged on Qiu's willingness to contend for the throne. As Qiu watched Zenas depart the grand hall, he redirected his focus to the mark upon his hand. This emblem served as proof of his covenant with the Bone Duke. Having claimed a fragment of the Duke's essence, Qiu had gained dominion over the skeletal army under the Duke's command. However, with Qiu's current magical prowess, controlling even a dozen high-ranking Death Knights was the limit. He was far from wielding the Frostmourne to command legions of undead, as the Bone Duke did. Yet, in Qiu's perspective, the capabilities of these undead extended beyond merely siphoning the lives of the living or consuming human souls in a monotonous fashion. Clenching his left hand, marked by the emblem, he unleashed a surge of inky radiance. Soon, one or two ethereal figures glided through the window and into the parlor. These phantoms bore the appearance of youthful women, clad in tattered gowns inscribed with an array of sinister runes. They represented an advanced tier of the ghostly branch, wraiths. Devoid of their own consciousness, these wraiths, when unbound by a master's control, would frantically assault any living being within their sight, their piercing, vengeful wails disrupting the minds of their victims. Moreover, they possessed another crucial ability. Like ordinary ghosts, they could traverse walls and float through the air, yet at need. They could grasp objects and exhibit the power of invisibility. Most importantly, they harbored no fear of sunlight, though sunlight would diminish a portion of their strength. It would not harm their essence. Qiu Xiuh opened his suitcase and retrieved a camera, then issued commands to the two wraiths. They gently floated beside the camera, and one of the female spirits successfully grasped the relatively light device before ascending to the ceiling of the room. Even though Joshua was already aware of the outcome, witnessing these ethereal beings maneuvering the camera within the confines of the room brought him a flicker of surprise. With the assistance of this spirit, he would no longer fret over camera angles or stability. The necessities of tripods and dolly tracks would be rendered utterly obsolete. Were such beings to exist on Earth, every illustrious Hollywood director would surely enlist them as cinematographers. Though these directors might not hesitate to invest in equipment, the true magic of a 360-degree perspective would be achieved with the help of the spirits. It would be a gross underestimation for them to remain as mere specters here. Come, let us venture to Hollywood together. The spirit race is undeniably gifted in the realm of cinematography. Nay, they are true prodigies. Alas, these two spirits lack their own consciousness. As Joshua relaxed his grip, they relinquished the camera and vanished into the ether, while his gaze turned to Siri, who was now awake beside the hearth. Unable to sleep? He inquired. How could one possibly rest with two malevolent spirits watching? Siri remarked, her eyes fixed on the space where the spirits had disappeared. She had awakened the moment they entered the room, and even the somnolent strains of the skeletal bard's canon had failed to soothe her. Then try to sleep. I assure you, there will be no disturbances tonight. Joshua yawned, having gone several days without rest. Even his formidable lineage had its limits. You aren't planning to sleep here, are you? Siri glanced around and noted that only her pillow remained. If Joshua were to find a room in the castle, she would have to accompany him due to the necklace around her neck. Are you displeased by my presence here? Joshua asked. Displeased? Well, let it be known. I have no interest in you, and that will never change. Although Siri had a survival instinct, she was not afraid of death and never concealed her dissatisfaction. She had overheard Joshua's conversation with Xenus, leaving her feelings in disarray. Then sleep early. We have tasks to accomplish tomorrow. Ignoring Siri's sarcasm, Joshua pulled out a chair from the table, leaned back, and closed his eyes. Siri watched Joshua's profile as he drifted into slumber, enveloped in silence. After careful contemplation, she acknowledged that despite Joshua's constraints on her freedom, her survival in the demon realm was entirely due to him. In a sense, he was her savior. Yet, his lack of dignity made it difficult for her to express gratitude sincerely, as she was certain he would mock her. Thank you, she whispered softly, cradling the pillow. Her words intended only for herself. Miss Siri, what did you just say? However, Joshua's hearing remained remarkably acute. He swiftly bypassed the lullaby canon and caught the faint utterance of two words from Siri. I. Once I attain my freedom, I shall make you pay. A sudden flush of crimson adorned Siri's cheeks, and in a bid to uphold her assertive stance, she felt compelled to utter such a harsh declaration. Oh, yet Joshua's response did not regard Siri's words with any weight. He merely closed his eyes to conserve his energy for the tasks awaiting him the following day. Siri bit her lower lip lightly, ultimately turning her back to Qiu Xiuh, clutching her pillow in a petulant manner as she succumbed to slumber. Chapter 24. The director Mokanali Village, nestled in a secluded corner of the mountains, welcomes a new day. The sorrow inflicted upon this village by the last raid and the arrival of demons has been entirely dispelled. Following the jubilant celebrations of the villagers as they rejoiced in the safe return of their loved ones, today, a beautiful maiden graces this village, capturing the attention of the entire street upon her arrival. As the tranquil village stirs, Ino steps out of her abode, softly singing the melodies composed by Qiu Xiuh. Having practiced throughout the night, it must be said that Ino possesses a remarkable gift for singing. Succubi are inherently blessed with this talent. Their voices are so enchanting that they can allure any man. Suddenly, music fills the air, its source a mystery to all. The villagers, momentarily taken aback, accept this serenade as a natural occurrence, captivated by Ino's voice. In this moment, the succubus's abilities manifest exquisitely, her voice mesmerizing the villagers, compelling them to follow her lead. As the morning breaks, greetings echo through the village. Ino arrives at the entrance of the market, where the village's solitary clock tower stands. The chimes signal the villagers' awakening. Good morning, they call out, exchanging pleasantries. A vibrant symphony of voices emerges, marking the commencement of a lively ensemble. As Ino traverses the village, the villagers' conversations blend harmoniously with the music in the sky, creating a wondrous scene. Despite her awareness of the enchanting influence she wields, Ino remains delighted as the villagers warmly greet her, calling her Belle. Yet, beneath her joy lies a shadow of concern. She senses a malevolent force lurking in the sky, distinct from the aura of demons, a stench of decay and death. This stands in stark contrast to the vitality of the town. Yet the villagers remain oblivious to this ominous presence, which is alarmingly close. Ino can only faintly perceive it, as if two distinct energies have been shadowing her since earlier. Nevertheless, heeding Joshu's instructions, Ino diligently embraces her role as Belle. She lifts her skirt and leaps over a small stream, arriving at the village's sole establishment that could be deemed a library, a location designated by Joshu in the script. Upon entering, she momentarily pauses in surprise. The village's solitary bookworm has arrived. The librarian ceases her cleaning, descending from the ladder to greet Belle with familiarity. Tell me, where have you traveled this time? The two cities of the Frostland, Oster, are there new places I might explore? Ino recognizes the librarian as Joshu, though her appearance has transformed into that of a fickle. However, Ino quickly regains her composure and recites the lines scripted by Joshu. I fear not, but perhaps you could revisit your favorite books. Thank you. Your collection has expanded this little place immensely. As Ino concluded her lines, she let out a small sigh of relief. A pause ensued. At that moment, the librarian removed the ring from her finger, reverting back to Joshu. Suddenly, a succubus wielding a camera appeared beside Ino, causing the enchantress to tense up in fright. Your Highness, did I perform poorly in any way? Ino clutched the book in her hands, gazing cautiously at Joshu. The deathly aura emitted by a creature of the succubus's caliber was no trifling matter. The havoc wrought by her wails far surpassed Ino's enchanting abilities. I am quite satisfied. So Ino, you shall wear this. Joshu produced a pendant and handed it to Ino. She examined the pendant curiously, sensing an enigmatic magic emanating from it. This pendant will enhance your mental fortitude. Conceal it beneath your garments. This trinket was among the collectibles of the skeletal lord, a mere trifle among many. Yet Joshu had procured it specifically to ensure that Ino's charm could envelop the entire village. Ino obediently donned the pendant, hiding it beneath her collar. With the pendant's aid, she noticed a significant clarity in her thoughts, accompanied by a remarkable increase in her mental power. Your Highness, such a precious item. Only upon wearing it did Ino grasp the true value of the pendant. A magical artifact capable of rapidly augmenting mental strength without any side effects was something she could never have afforded in the past, even if she were to sell herself. It is not overly valuable. You must understand that your allure is not merely to captivate the villagers, but to enchant individuals across this nation and indeed, the world. Do not underestimate yourself, Joshu advised. Joshu's lofty praise left Ino somewhat flabbergasted, rendering her exceedingly anxious. Now, you need only to perform this play as you initially intended. With Joshu's soothing words, Ino managed to regain her composure. Finally, Joshu patted her shoulder and positioned the enchantress back within the camera's frame. Camera 1, take note. The leading lady has exited the library. Where is camera 3 for the wide shot? Camera 2, close up, keep up. Joshu exited the library, orchestrating the positions of the succubi. This time, Joshu had brought 12 succubi from the skeletal lord's domain. Among them, one possessed her own consciousness, while the other 11 followed Joshu's commands. The camera itself merely served as a medium. Placing it at the center would automatically activate the recording function of the crystal. It was not until the practical exercise truly commenced that Joshu realized just how convenient it was to have succubi as photographers. They were capable of anything, whether in the air or on the ground. If the camera were sufficiently small, Joshu could capture any shot she desired. As a director, Joshu had only directed a few short films during her university days for experience. While she believed she possessed some innate talent for directing, her current reliance lay solely on her memory. With the assistance of the sirens, in the first grand scene, Joshu successfully replicated every shot from the film. He even sought out a siren specifically to capture behind-the-scenes footage. While the cinematic scene exuded vitality and beauty, the behind-the-scenes material took on a rather eerie quality. Over a dozen sirens, emanating an aura of death, swirled around Belle, making onlookers wonder if she was a necromancer emerging from the shadows. Despite the enchanting girl's vibrant and lively demeanor, which hardly resembled that of a necromancer, the pendant provided by Joshu significantly enhanced Ino's alluring powers. Under Ino's subtle influence, the villagers of the entire hamlet commenced a day-long celebration centered around Belle. Chapter 25, Act 2. The filming in the village proceeded seamlessly. However, a minor issue arose when Joshu attempted to portray Gaston confessing his love to Belle. Given Ino's temperament, she dared not express any dissatisfaction with Joshu's requests. Yet the distinction between reality and performance remained evident. After considerable persuasion, Joshu succeeded in convincing the succubus to reject his advances, marking the sole segment of the shoot that required multiple takes, while all other scenes were executed fluidly in one go. The subsequent narrative unfolded the quintessential tale of Beauty and the Beast. The target had departed from the village and was expected to reach the location of the portal within an hour. Xenus prepared to ensure that the target remained oblivious to any signs of the portal. Joshu sent a message to Xenus through a chat window he had created, informing him that Belle's mother, Marina, had boarded a carriage to bid farewell to her daughter, embarking towards the magical metropolis of Noland, situated several kilometers away from the village. A unique inscription appeared on the window, confirming Xenus' receipt of the message. With his marked left hand firmly grasped, Joshu focused intently on controlling the actions of the harpies. This mark not only enabled him to command the undead, but also allowed him to share their sensory experiences. At this moment, he limited the shared experience to the harpies' vision. The shifting perspectives of the 12 harpies potent enough to induce vertigo in anyone susceptible to 3D disorientation, although Joshu himself was unaffected. Through the eyes of one harpy, Joshu observed a carriage traversing the snow-covered forest. Marina adjusted the cloak draped over her shoulders. This year's snowfall had arrived unusually early, with flurries beginning to descend as she stepped outside. This did not bode well if the snowfall intensified in the coming days. The road from the village to Noland would become impassable. To secure a new home for Belle as soon as possible, Marina felt compelled to hasten her journey to Noland, her anxious thoughts urging her to hasten both her servants and the old horse. As the snow began to accumulate on the road, an unsettling sensation of trepidation washed over Marina. She slightly lowered the hood of her cloak and surveyed her surroundings. The forest remained unchanged, and the snow continued to blanket the ground, yet something felt distinctly amiss. It was excessively quiet. Though Marina had aged, her mind remained sharp. The forest's sudden silence was unnerving. Moments ago, the occasional calls of unknown birds could be heard, but now it seemed as though all the creatures of the woods had vanished. The snowflakes falling from the sky grew denser, and soon a blizzard would envelop the area. As Marina pondered where to seek shelter from the impending storm, an ancient and majestic structure came into view. This was not her first journey along the road to Noland, yet she had never encountered such a grand castle in her memories. Could it have been erected by a powerful sorcerer? The snow fell from the sky, leaving Marina no time for contemplation. She instructed her servant to steer towards the castle, hoping that its master would graciously allow her to stay for a night. As the carriage entered the somewhat eerie garden of the castle, Marina disembarked and signaled her servant to guide the carriage to the stables. After adjusting her belongings, she ascended the steps and approached the grand entrance. Before she could knock, the castle doors creaked open. "Thank you," Marina stepped inside, initially believing a servant had noticed her presence. However, upon glancing behind the door, she found it utterly vacant. This surprised her, but as a worldly merchant, she understood that wizards often possessed peculiar abilities, thus she politely closed the door. "Is anyone there?" Marina called out, her voice echoing through the cavernous interior of the castle, which was enveloped in a dim ambience. "Is anyone there? I apologize for the intrusion. I am merely a traveler seeking refuge from the storm." She called again, yet silence prevailed. Unbeknownst to her, countless eyes in the darkness were fixated upon this uninvited guest, including 2 specters. The Duke truly permits a human to enter his domain. Had it been in the past, this human would have been devoured by my kin long before reaching the outskirts of Shadowmire Forest, one of them whispered. "Silence, Harlow. The Duke has allied with the Prince, and the Prince's command is the Duke's will. His Highness specifically requested our participation in what was it called, the film, Fock." Another voice reminded him. "Indeed, the filming is a tremendous honor. Cease your complaints. Have you memorized your lines? Those sirens are approaching. What is the first line again?" The candlestick on the table opened its eyes and tapped the nearby clock, whispering the words. "He must have lost his way in the forest. Shut your mouth." The murmurs in the darkness instantly caught Marina's attention. She turned towards the source of the sound but saw no one, only a candlestick and a clock resting on the same table. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" she inquired softly as she approached the table, her gaze drawn to the 2 exquisite candlesticks and the clock. Picking one up, she scrutinized it. As a merchant, she immediately recognized their value, yet the strangeness of the place deterred any thoughts of thievery. She placed the gilded candlestick down and scanned her surroundings, soon discovering the only source of light in the dim hall. "I merely seek a place to warm myself," Marina exclaimed, hoping someone would hear her, as she followed the flickering light to a room with a fireplace. The warm flames emanating from the fireplace were enough to bring joy to Marina. She hastened towards the hearth, the heat radiating from the flames swiftly dispelling the chill brought on by the raging snowstorm. Soon after, Marina heard the clattering of dishes emanating from an adjacent room. Following the sound, She entered the room to discover a sumptuous dinner laid out on the table, as if it had been meticulously prepared for her. "Thank you so much." Marina glanced around, uncertain of where the inhabitants of this castle had vanished to. Yet driven by hunger, she took a seat to indulge in the well-deserved meal. However, before she could take more than a few bites, the teacup on the table suddenly began to move on its own. Marina stared in astonishment at the cup, only to realize that it seemed to possess a face. "My mother once told me not to disturb you, for it might frighten you," the teacup spoke in a youthful voice. Marina's mind momentarily froze for 2 or 3 seconds. No wonder she had not encountered a single living soul in this castle. It was as if the castle itself were alive, requiring no human presence to tend to its needs. "I apologize," the teacup said sincerely. "No problem," Marina stammered, striving to maintain her composure. But could it be that the living inhabitants of this castle had transformed into mere furniture? Was this castle under some sort of curse? Soon, a whirlwind of fear enveloped Marina's thoughts, compelling her to make the resolute decision to flee from this eerie place. Chapter 26. The servants. Moments ago, 2 phantoms, recently residing within the candelabra and the clock, gradually materialized in the air. The very notion of a human dwelling within this castle seemed exceedingly audacious. After all, the Duke had always harbored a profound disdain for humanity. Fawkes' tone was still imbued with trepidation. These 2 specters had served the Bone Duke with unwavering loyalty for centuries, having witnessed countless ignorant humans trespass into the Duke's domain, only to be swiftly consumed by a horde of soul-devouring fiends, leaving not even the slightest remnant. Even those few fortunate enough to escape such a fate ultimately found themselves transformed into wretched undead beings, condemned to a fate far worse than death. The outcome for any human daring to approach the Bone Duke's territory was invariably tragic. Yet, this elderly woman, who scarcely resembled a sorceress, not only entered the castle but also savored a splendid dinner within its walls. This was an unfathomable occurrence for the 2 specters, something they could scarcely have imagined, let alone dared to contemplate in the past. Yet, the reality lay before their very eyes. The Bone Duke had warmly welcomed this human. "It is the will of his grace. Did you not notice how elated the Duke has been since the arrival of the prince? His soul's flame has nearly taken on the shape of musical notes," remarked Qiu Xiuh, a violinist in the Bone Duke's orchestra, who, despite having become a relic of the Duke's afterlife, had not forgotten the knowledge he acquired in life. "And the prince's rendition of canon is truly a masterpiece. Were I still alive, I would yearn to visit some distant land to meet that illustrious composer." As they conversed, a gentle piano melody suddenly filled the castle, its notes far more tender than the previous eerie and frigid echoes that lingered within the walls. "Do you not sense that the Duke has been somewhat reminiscent of his former self these past few days?" Qiu Xiuh mused, realizing that since Qiu Xiuh's arrival, the Bone Duke had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, the Duke had been an absolute recluse in the infernal realm, forbidding any living being from entering his territory and seldom straying from his domain unless absolutely necessary, thus enduring an interminable passage of time within the castle. In the past? Indeed, my lord might have at least smiled. "It has been decades since I last witnessed such a sight," Fawkes remarked, casting a glance at his friend. Having been companions for so long, Fawkes understood precisely what Qiu Xiuh referred to as the past. "Cursed be those wretched revolutionaries. I firmly believe that the prince would have captivated the Duke's heart by now." Cough. Qiu Xiuh. Fawkes cleared his throat, subtly reminding him. Though Qiu Xiuh was a specter, he still felt a chill creeping up his spine. "If the Duke were to overhear your words, it would suffice to render you as mere fodder for his appetite." A somewhat youthful voice echoed behind them, prompting them to turn and bow respectfully to the young apparition. The steward, Qiu Xiuh, followed the ghost into the grand hall, the spectral guide being the castle's steward, second only to the skeletal lord in rank, and the very same phantom that had previously masqueraded as a teacup. Gratitude was extended to all for their cooperation, as this cinematic endeavor still possessed many unfinished segments requiring their contributions. Qiu Xiuh, not particularly adept at superficial pleasantries, being a programmer who invariably favored action over words, could only briefly convey the forthcoming tasks to the phantoms residing within the castle. There were a total of 21 spirits endowed with the privilege of serving the skeletal lord, distinctly different from those specters who had maintained their ethereal forms for merely a year or 2. Several among them could trace their existence back to a time long preceding humanity. Each of these 21 ghosts possessed the remarkable ability to attach themselves to objects, treating them as their own corporeal forms, thereby assisting Qiu Xiuh in resolving one of the significant spectacles of Beauty and the Beast, namely the animated furniture. "As long as it is what His Highness desires, feel free to command us." The 3 phantoms performed an unfamiliar ceremonial bow that seemed to hail from an undetermined land. With the current task reaching a temporary conclusion, they were permitted to take their leave and rest. To the castle, Qiu Xiuh was merely an outsider, lacking the authority to issue orders, yet curiously, he sensed no trace of discontent from the 3 phantoms. Could it be the influence of the third prince's status? Qiu Xiuh had no time to ponder this as he watched the three specters vanish from sight, turning his attention to Zenas beside him. The Sin Demon had donned a bespoke outfit that concealed his magma-like skin, thereby finally exuding a semblance of princely demeanor. Zenas had just completed his inaugural scene, wherein the beast cast Belle's father into a prison cell. His portrayal was commendable, vividly embodying the anxious and socially fearful beast prince. Yet, there lingered a hint of disappointment in Zenas's demeanor. The lullaby played by the skeletal lord had lulled a certain merchant woman into slumber, and upon awakening, she would receive proper care. Qiu Xiuh understood the source of Zenas's melancholy. As a valiant sin demon, Zenas had previously shown no mercy in dispatching robbers in the village, cleansing the earth with their blood. However, in confronting a powerless old woman, merely roaring at her and rudely tossing her into the jail had ignited feelings of guilt within him. Kindness? Such an emotion was the least required of a sin demon born for slaughter. It was merely a fundamental aspect of dignity and refinement for the strong. Zenas's flames were intended for those who committed heinous acts and crimes. In the afternoon, Ino would arrive at the castle, and once the filming concluded, that human would be free. Zenas could use this interval to seek out a few dancing phantoms to learn the waltz. Qiu Xiuh was confident that he could wrap up the filming of Beauty and the Beast in a short span. The time consumed in film production is generally attributed to the actor's mistakes, the arrangement of shots, and the subsequent special effects, among other factors. However, such concerns are non-existent for Qiu Xiuh. The actors within the castle are merely the skeletal servants of the Bone King, easily manageable compared to the unruly villagers. If the pace remains brisk, Qiu Xiuh anticipates completing the filming of this movie within approximately a week. After all, Beauty and the Beast constitutes merely a minor segment of Qiu Xiuh's grand blueprint. This film serves as a stepping stone for his entry into the human realm. Chapter 27. The ball. A day later, within the tower of the castle that served as a prison. The experiences of the past fortnight had inspired Marina to contemplate penning a travelogue, for few mortals could boast of being abducted by demons not once, but twice. During her 24 hours of confinement, she found the ordeal bearable, as the intermittent strains of a piano reverberated through the castle, enveloping her in a soothing embrace. Suddenly, Marina discerned footsteps approaching. She moved to the edge of her cell and beheld an unexpected figure, Belle. What transpired next unfolded as if scripted in a tale. As the kind-hearted Belle resolved to remain in the castle in place of her loved ones to save them, the aged Marina was powerless against Zenas' might, who unceremoniously dragged her from the castle and cast her into the garden beyond its walls. The castle gate clanged shut once more, and Marina collapsed into the snow, engulfed by sorrow and despair. Lady Marina, Lady Marina. In that desolation, she heard the voice of her servant. Her servant, guiding an old horse, hastened through the thorn-laden garden to stand before her. You have not left? Marina gazed at her in disbelief. This servant was merely one she had employed with gold, devoid of any true master-servant bond. As a merchant, Marina understood that no affection could be weaker than one sustained by mere monetary exchange. Yet this servant had risked death at the hands of a demon to remain in the estate. Honesty is the fundamental principle of humanity, but that is not the point. Lady Marina, swiftly mount this horse and depart. It will carry you back to the village to seek Mr. Gaston. Perhaps he can rescue the young lady, said the servant. Gaston, yes, I can seek Mr. Gaston's assistance. Marina recalled an esteemed sorcerer, capable of traversing the demon realm with ease. She mounted the horse with surprising agility for one of her advanced years. And what of you? This is the only horse I brought from the village. Do not fret. I have found a hiding place nearby. The servant replied. Marina, recognizing the gravity of the situation, offered a brief farewell and, with a swift kick to the horse's flank, urged it forth from the castle. The servant watched as Marina vanished into the forest beyond the castle, then removed the transformation ring from her finger. Remarkable that you could utter the word honesty with such a serious demeanor, said Shiri, emerging from the woodland on the opposite side of the garden, observing Qiu Xiuh standing amidst the snow. As the mastermind orchestrating everything, Qiu Xiuh had single-handedly crafted the plans, the script, and directed the scenes, even taking on various roles himself. Yet, this servant's role was beyond mere cameo. Why not? After all, I am a demon, Qiu Xiuh replied, striding briskly towards the castle's interior. The retort from Qiu Xiuh left Shiri utterly speechless. Had it not been for Qiu Xiuh's deliberate reminder, she might have almost forgotten that he was a demon prince. The interior of the castle's hall was not as ominous as the surroundings outside. Since Ino arrived at the castle yesterday afternoon, Qiu Xiuh had been diligently working on the filming of Beauty and the Beast. The scene he was currently set to shoot was the most poignant moment of the entire story, one that could elicit countless shrieks from enamored maidens, the enchanting dance between Belle and the Beast in the castle's hall. As Qiu Xiuh entered the hall, He observed Ino gracefully waltzing at the center with Xenus. The alluring succubus was adorned in a splendid princess gown, and with her innate charm. It was clear from her entrance that she would capture everyone's attention. The gazes of every male and even female present were irresistibly drawn to her. 3 minutes later, as the music began to fade, Ino and Xenus gradually ceased their movements. At that moment, the two demons simultaneously turned their attention towards Shiri, who stood at the edge of the dance floor, rather than towards Qiu Xiuh. It was almost unfathomable to Qiu Xiuh himself that this once impoverished sorceress, who had survived on tree bark and occasionally feasted on rabbit meat, had become the dance instructor for Ino and Xenus. Congratulations, he begrudgingly admitted. Though I am reluctant to acknowledge it, you have learned quite swiftly. This social dance was not particularly challenging, as long as one grasped the rhythm. Anyone could master it with ease. Although deemed a noble dance, Shiri viewed it merely as two individuals spinning in circles, devoid of any substance. Let us conclude for now. Xenus and Ino, please take a moment to rest, review the script, and prepare for the next scene. Qiu Xiuh held the original crystal given to him by the succubus. This scene's filming had consumed 7 crystals, each capturing different angles. Drawing upon his memory, he merged the images into a single crystal, his hands emanating a faint white magic as he inscribed the number 72 upon its surface before placing it into a storage case. Is it true that you cannot even perform such a simple social dance? Shiri suddenly inquired, leaning closer to Qiu Xiuh. If I could, I would not need you as a teacher. As Shiri grew more familiar with the young demon prince, she increasingly disregarded his royal status. Had it not been for the collar he had gifted her, she might have attempted to engage him in a duel with her little staff once more. Ah, well, should you ever wish to traverse human society, this skill will undoubtedly prove useful. Would you care to learn? Shiri finally seized an opportunity to assert herself. In their previous exchanges, she often felt a sense of intellectual subjugation, as Qiu Xiuh's words would frequently touch upon the realms of her ignorance. At last, she had discovered something that Qiu Xiuh could not do. As Joshua gazed at Shiri, he was unexpectedly reminded of the husky he had raised back on Earth. Although it was inappropriate to liken a girl to a husky, he could not shake off that peculiar sense of familiarity. Then I shall entrust this to you, Miss Shiri. What Shiri did not anticipate was Joshua's genuine humility in seeking her guidance. Very well, I shall teach you. Shiri acknowledged that her previous remark had been impulsive. Rather than a desire to flaunt her abilities, she was more profoundly inspired by the performances of Xenus and Ino. Even as a mere observer aware of the theatricality of Ino and Xenus, she found herself enraptured by the exquisite tableau of Beauty and the Beast. Any young girl witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly be moved. Thus, her impulsiveness arose, yet regret proved futile, for Joshua had already extended his hand, compelling Shiri to grasp it, albeit with trepidation. Place your hand on my waist. Shiri's body stiffened momentarily before she managed to utter those words. Following her instruction, Joshua gently rested his hand on her waist, while Shiri placed her other hand upon his shoulder. At that moment, music began to play, and Shiri guided Joshua into another rendition of Beauty and the Beast upon the dance floor. Indeed, it was a different performance. Yet Shiri wondered if her fate would mirror that of Belle. Surely, it must be so? With her gaze lowered, she discreetly stole glances at Joshua. But scarcely had they taken a few steps when her idyllic daydream was abruptly shattered by Joshua's clumsiness. You stepped on my foot. Reality proved far from the perfection of the silver screen, as Joshua, a novice in ballroom dancing, ruthlessly dismantled the romantic scene Shiri had envisioned in her heart. My apologies. Joshua's contrition fell on deaf ears. You stepped on it again. Are you doing this on purpose? Could one not afford a measure of leniency for a beginner? Though Joshua voiced such sentiments, his thoughts were elsewhere. As he held Shiri's hand, he noticed numerous scars adorning her delicate skin, even extending to her arms. Despite Shiri's attempts at concealment, in such close proximity, Joshua could discern the stark contrast between her fair complexion and the marks upon her skin. This was not the hands one would expect of a girl. Chapter 28. The preview. Joshua grasped a crystal stone inscribed with the numeral 1, channeling his magical energy into it. The images stored within the crystal projected into the air, which he deftly maneuvered onto the smooth wall of the castle. At that moment, the cinema-quality visuals, typically reserved for Earth, illuminated the ancient castle. As the lights dimmed, the only source of brilliance emanated from the projection. Joshua carefully placed the crystal on a table to secure it, and then returned to the makeshift audience seating crafted from several chairs. The film Beauty and the Beast had reached 70% completion, with the remaining scenes depicting Gaston leading the townsfolk in an assault on the castle. Even though Joshua had formed a pact with the Skeleton Duke, it was imperative that he first report to the Duke regarding this segment of the narrative. After all, even if it were merely a performance, one must always notify the host before bringing a crowd to their doorstep. To that end, Joshua employed this unique method to convey his intentions to the Duke. Thus, the Skeleton Duke proudly assumed the role of the audience for the world's first film preview. Accompanied by his entourage of spectral servants, the film played out as Joshua had envisioned, and he found great satisfaction in both the cinematography and the depiction of scenes, as well as the lighting. The musical score was graciously performed by the Skeleton Duke himself. In that moment, the castle was enveloped in silence, allowing only the dialogue of the characters on screen to be heard. Many scenes depicted familiar locations within the Duke's castle, while the segments featuring the village were witnessed in their entirety by Qiu, who stood by observing. However, both the Skeleton Duke and Qiu were utterly engrossed in the unfolding narrative, and at a pivotal moment, Joshua even discerned the sound of held breaths. The same scene could evoke varied emotions through different camera angles, and the film's narrative pacing and dialogue offered experiences unattainable in real life. Joshua believed that the greatest allure of cinema lay in its ability to reveal to the audience the existence of such exquisite moments in the world. The many alternative adjectives could easily replace the term exquisite. The essence of film is to allow viewers to experience lives beyond their own. All sentient beings eternally yearn for the lives they have not led. As the film remained incomplete, the projection abruptly vanished halfway through the narrative. What comes next? Why has it ended? Before Qiu could voice her query, the Duke's voice resonated in the pitch-black hall, his soul's flame flickering in his eye sockets as he turned to Joshua. My lord, this film is not yet complete. Initially, Joshua had intended merely to showcase the concept of cinema to the Skeleton Duke, which is why he presented this unfinished version of Beauty and the Beast. When will it be finished? The Skeletal Lord admitted that he had begun to anticipate the unfolding of the story. Just as the film reached its climax, the screen suddenly went black, leading him to believe there was an issue with Joshua's original crystal. However, Joshua provided him with an incomplete response. This marked the second occasion Joshua had successfully stirred within the Skeletal Lord an impulse to roll up his sleeves and give him a good thrashing. If your grace consents to allow those humans to take a brief tour of your castle, I could complete this film in 2 days, Joshua proposed. The Skeletal Lord pondered for a moment, his bony fingers drumming incessantly on the armrest of his chair, seemingly hesitating over the matter. Your Highness, are you serious about wishing for me to perform in the human world? The flickering soul within his eyes settled, as he recalled the pact he had made with Joshua to acquire his musical score, dismissing Joshua's suggestion of a concert in the human realm as mere jest. As a harbinger of calamity, the thought of venturing into a human city was the most terrifying joke he had ever encountered. Yet, the film Beauty and the Beast had touched him, instilling a faint hope that perhaps Joshua could indeed alter humanity's perception of them. Indeed, and I shall credit you, Your Grace, at the film's conclusion, so that every viewer will know that all the exquisite music was composed by you, Joshua assured him. Then, Your Highness, you may proceed. I eagerly await the film's conclusion. Joshua's response solidified the Skeletal Lord's final decision. With Joshua granted permission, he prepared to film the concluding segment, yet once more. The Skeletal Lord grasped Joshua's hand. Your Highness, could you possibly divulge the film's ending beforehand? Specifically, do Belle and the prince end up together? The Skeletal Lord's century-old curiosity was thoroughly ignited by Joshua's words. He had intended to reveal the ending only upon the film's completion, but he discovered he could not wait that long. As he posed this question, the other spectators, whether they be Qiu or the other spirits, turned their gazes towards Joshua, all seemingly eager to learn the film's conclusion. Under the weight of so many eyes, Joshua felt an immense pressure. Nevertheless, he ultimately revealed the final outcome. No. What? The conclusion revealed that the demon prince sacrificed himself to protect Belle, ultimately dying in her arms. A chill swept over Joshua, especially under the intense gaze of the Skeletal Lord's flickering soul fire, evoking a disconcerting sense that his own life might be in peril. Are you serious? Joshua heard the most terrifying inquiry since meeting the Skeletal Lord. Although previously the Skeletal Lord had harbored no fondness for Joshua, he at least maintained the basic decorum of a subject. Now, however, he exuded the unmistakable aura that suggested, should you dare to write a tragic ending, I will ensnare you in death until you explode. Joshua recalled how certain playwrights on Earth crafted tragic tales with such brilliance that audiences were left in tears, ultimately deciding to send the playwright 10 pounds of blades as a gesture of goodwill. My Lord Duke, this is a fictional narrative, intended solely for the sake of storytelling. Beauty and the Beast has undergone countless adaptations on Earth, the most renowned being the Disney version, alongside another crafted by French filmmakers. Joshua's aim in creating this film was to alter humanity's perception of demons. Thus, he conceived a demon character who was a prince, possessing both human and demonic blood. Cursed to remain in his demonic form for eternity, he can only revert to humanity upon finding true love. In a poignant twist, Joshua ultimately chose to conclude the tale with tragedy, wherein the demon sacrifices himself to protect Belle, dying in her embrace. Sometimes, tragedy resonates more profoundly than comedy. Does it not? However, Observing the reaction of the skeletal lord, Qiu Xiuh deemed it necessary to alter the ending to one where the curse remains unbroken. Yet the demon prince joyfully enjoys an unrestrained life with Belle in the castle. What truly astonished Qiu Xiuh was the revelation that this lich lord harbored a fragile, youthful heart. Chapter 29. The birth of the world's first video game. Following the conclusion of the trial screening, under the urging of the skeleton lord, Joshua hastened the filming process. Thus, Joshua now found himself seated in a carriage, embodying the persona of the hunter Gaston. Beside him stood a group of outraged villagers, inflamed by Gaston's rhetoric. Brandishing torches and wielding bows and pitchforks, prepared to confront the beast that had imprisoned their village's beautiful maiden, Belle. The villagers, who primarily subsisted through hunting in the forested mountains, might have felt fear had they been informed that their adversary was a demon. However, Joshua skillfully portrayed Xenus as a humanoid beast. To these hunters, any beast was merely prey. Any creature that could be slain with a bow and arrow posed no real threat. Thus, with this mindset, the villagers followed Joshua into the most perilous location of their lives, the shadowy forest of the skeleton lord. Unbeknownst to the villagers, the forest harbored a multitude of malevolent spirits, capable of tearing their souls to shreds at any moment. Would they still march forward with such bravado if they were aware of this? The restless spirits, who had not savored the taste of fresh souls for over a century, were equally astonished to witness so many living beings encroach upon their territory. However, the pervasive aura of the skeleton lord instilled a sense of dread among the spirits, compelling them to watch the succulent morsels pass by without daring to approach. Save for a few female demon photographers that Joshua had specifically designated. Would the outcome truly be tragic? As Joshua focused on directing the demons to capture the scene as best as possible, a window suddenly popped up before him. It seemed he needed to add a few lines of code to remind him of messages appearing in the chat window. Fortunately, Joshua was not on horseback. Otherwise, this sudden interruption could have startled his mount into colliding with the carriage ahead. Joshua glanced at the source of this disruption, Siri, who was seated in another carriage. And their gazes met. Indeed, Joshua promptly replied to Siri. As a white mage, although still an apprentice, she quickly grasped the chat window program Joshua had sent her and began to engage with it enthusiastically, often sending Joshua a barrage of playful messages. Was there no room for modification? It was merely a film. Joshua clenched the mark in the palm of his left hand and issued a series of commands to the female demons, while his other hand deftly danced in the air, typing swiftly. The ability to multitask was a recent discovery for Joshua, ever since his soul absorbed the memories of the demon prince. He found his thoughts clearer than ever before, allowing him to produce a string of code in mere seconds without difficulty. However, if the conclusion is tragic, then the prince and Belle. At this moment, when Siri was editing, her hands froze as she suddenly realized something rather chilling. That is to say, she found herself sympathizing with the demon. Though merely a character in a film, she felt indignant on behalf of the demon prince for his unjust treatment. After viewing the premiere of Qiu Xiuh's work, Siri's sole wish was for Belle and the prince to live happily ever after. She couldn't quite fathom where this urgent sentiment stemmed from. Upon hearing Qiu Xiuh's revelation that the prince would ultimately be killed by the villagers, Siri was overwhelmed with sorrow and resentment towards the prince's fate, even contemplating forcing Qiu Xiuh to alter the script or intervening to stop the villagers herself. This display of emotion was precisely what Qiu Xiuh had hoped to witness, affirming the success of Beauty and the Beast. Qiu Xiuh believed that a truly great romantic film should not merely serve the audience a spoonful of sugar, but rather evoke a heartfelt desire for the protagonists to unite, accompanied by genuine wishes for their happiness. This, he mused, is the essence of a film's portrayal of love, a feat undeniably achieved by Beauty and the Beast. In this world, perfect endings are scarce, so one ought not to dwell on them too much. Additionally, I created an intriguing little program yesterday. What? Upon seeing this message pop up in the chat box, Siri's attention was instantly diverted. She had never encountered anything like a chat window before. Even when Qiu Xiuh explained that it was a form of magic created using runes, she remained perplexed by its underlying principles. Siri was aware of magic like Eagle Eye and Insight that could alter her field of vision, but she had never heard of a window appearing in her sight that allowed for textual communication. When she inquired how to conjure this window using runes, Qiu Xiuh simply replied, it's quite simple. You just need to chant approximately 2,000 to 3,000 bytes, or rather, around 70,000 if converted to original runes. At that moment, Siri could only assume Qiu Xiuh was jesting. After all, even strategic-level magic capable of causing widespread destruction only required about 10,000 runes. So she found it utterly implausible that a window would necessitate 70,000. Then, Qiu Xiuh conjured a rotating cubic illusion in his hand and tossed it towards Siri, who was seated beside him in the carriage. The cube successfully entered her body. This was a real-world manifestation of local area network transmission. with the medium being Qiu Xiuh's mental energy, covering a range of approximately 1 to 200 meters. Siri accepted the runic program provided by Qiu Xiuh, and soon, in addition to the chat window, a new element appeared in her field of vision. What is this? Siri gazed at the newly emerged window, which featured two rectangular shapes on either side and a minuscule cube at the forefront of the rectangles. Ping pong. Qiu Xiuh responded to a name destined to be etched in the annals of video game history. This game, the progenitor of all video games on Earth, was conceived by the American physicist Willie Higginbotham. The moment this machine was unveiled heralded the birth of a revolutionary form of entertainment. The game of Pong was remarkably simplistic, reduced to merely two rectangular paddles and a small square ball that ricocheted across the screen. Yet, in an era when the concept of video games was virtually unknown, Pong was met with immediate adulation upon its debut. Qiu Xiuh recalls how Willie Higginbotham had placed this machine in a bar, allowing patrons to play a game by inserting a coin, an early incarnation of what would later be recognized as arcade gaming. Within mere days, the machine was inundated with coins, overflowing with the enthusiasm of its players. After Qiu Xiuh elucidated the rules of the game to her, Siri found herself irresistibly drawn to it, marking her inaugural encounter with video games and her first experience of being captivated by this new form of entertainment. Chapter 30. The conclusion of filming the demon. Battered and bruised, collapsed into Belle's embrace. With delicate fingers, she rested her hand upon the demon's robust shoulder, tears streaming down her face. With the last vestiges of strength, the demon raised its sharp claws to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of Belle's eyes before closing its eyes forever, departing from this world. Belle, overwhelmed with grief, wept upon the demon's chest. At that moment, the camera ascended, capturing the entirety of the castle until it reached the sky. A beam of light emerged from the distant mountains, heralding the sunrise that illuminated the castle. Thus, the film concluded amidst this radiant glow. "Cut!" exclaimed Qiu Xiuh, emerging from the nearby cliffside. In this scene, the actor portraying the demon, Zenas, expended his final ounce of energy to hurl Gaston off the precipice beside the castle. Qiu Xiuh even captured a close-up of his own fall into the abyss. As the lifeless demon heard Qiu Xiuh's command, it opened its eyes, rose from the ground, and tidied the blood that stained its form. This blood, provided by the skeletal ally, was not the vivid crimson of human blood. Ino wiped away her own tears, brushed the dust from her gown, and turned her gaze towards Qiu Xiuh. "Congratulations on the flawless completion of the first film in this world," Qiu Xiuh remarked. He extended his hand, and the 12 sirens sequentially presented the footage they had recorded, marking the final segment of Beauty and the Beast. All that remained was for Qiu Xiuh to edit these scenes, adding the opening and closing credits, thus officially declaring the film complete. "My lord, do you have any further commands?" Zenas, unaware of the magnitude of his achievement, simply executed Qiu Xiuh's directives. "Not for the moment. Zenas, return to the castle and keep a low profile. Do not let those humans see you," Qiu Xiuh instructed. "Understood," replied the Sin Demon as he retreated into the castle, leaving Qiu Xiuh and Ino alone in the scene. Ino, however, seemed devoid of joy at the film's completion. She fidgeted with the hem of her gown, a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, but she dared not voice them to Qiu Xiuh. "Ino, follow me," Qiu Xiuh commanded. Perceiving the turmoil within the succubus, he made no further arrangements but simply issued this directive, proceeding towards the castle's opposite side. With a heart laden with unease, Ino trailed after Qiu Xiuh, her thoughts intricate and convoluted, until she realized he had led her to the grand entrance of the castle. As Qiu Xiuh pushed open the doors, the villagers outside beheld Belle standing unharmed, erupting into joyous cheers. "Belle, are you all right?" Marina exclaimed, her eyes alight with emotion as she looked towards Belle, longing to rush forward and embrace her. However, Ino took a step back in fear, for she was no longer Belle, the beloved girl cherished by the villagers and cared for by her nurturing adoptive mother, a beautiful and kind human girl. That enchanting tale had concluded moments ago, and her current identity was Ino, a lowly succubus. Ino had managed to survive in the lower echelons of the demon realm precisely because she faced her identity with unwavering acceptance, understanding clearly what did not belong to her. Yet, at that moment, Qiu Xiuh grasped Ino's arm and gently nudged her back. "Miss Marina is quite worried about you. You must go." "But your highness, I am not." Ino attempted to express her thoughts but was interrupted by Qiu Xiuh. "Indeed, you are not Belle. Your name is Ino. Therefore, you must tell Miss Marina your true name, while your identity can remain confidential. She will not accept it." Ino shook her head, her body trembling slightly. Qiu Xiuh understood how perilous Miss Marina's concern was for Ino. This succubus had endured tremendous suffering in the lower realms of the demon world for so long. Perhaps Marina was the first to genuinely care for her. "Do you truly believe Miss Marina would come to despise you over such a trivial matter?" Qiu Xiuh inquired. His words momentarily stunned Ino, as if they infused her wavering heart with newfound strength. She began to step toward Marina, ultimately embracing her amidst the villagers' cheers. In that moment of being held by Marina, Ino felt a pang in her nose, and tears brimmed anew at the corners of her eyes. This time, they were not the insincere tears shed for the sake of performance. Joshua observed this scene, recognizing that perhaps this was the true and fulfilling conclusion for Ino. How ironic it was. Shiri stood among the villagers rushing into the castle to rescue Belle, unable to suppress her thoughts as she watched their jubilant celebrations. But for them, is this not the perfect ending? The demon was the villain who had kidnapped Belle, and they had liberated her from his clutches. Justice had triumphed over evil. And perhaps this tale would be recounted in their small village for generations to come. Joshua approached Shiri, adopting the guise of Gaston. Shiri remained silent. She had been present throughout the filming and alone knew how absurd the villagers' cheers truly were. Everyone, listen to me. That beast laid a curse upon this castle upon his demise. Anyone who steps foot here will be tormented by vengeful spirits. Joshua refrained from further conversing with Shiri and began to dissuade the villagers. Although the Lord of Skulls consented to allow these humble humans to briefly traverse his castle, he would show no mercy should they linger post-filming or engage in any thievery. In fact, had it not been for Joshua's intervention, the villagers had already planned to claim the castle's contents as their own. Defeating a malevolent dragon should rightfully grant one its treasure. This is a universally acknowledged principle in the realm of humanity. Considering these villagers are a dedicated troop of extras, Joshua could not simply cast them aside to appease the malevolent spirits once their performance concluded. After vanquishing the beast, Gaston emerged as the undisputed authority among the villagers, who, upon hearing this admonition, realized that the castle was indeed beset by hauntings. Driven by primal fear, they had no choice but to flee the fortress. Mr. Gaston. Marina seemed poised to express her gratitude to Joshua, for he had rescued her adopted daughter. Please, refer to me as Joshua. Gaston is merely a pseudonym. Miss Marina, you should leave this place. I shall follow shortly. As Joshua uttered these words, a chilling cacophony erupted within the castle, and the sky darkened ominously, making Marina acutely aware that the perils within the castle were far from vanquished. I understand, Mr. Joshua. Marina nodded and, taking Ino by the hand, departed with the villagers. What remained was the subsequent handling of affairs. Joshua examined the original crystal in his possession. This was indeed the first crystal to embody the cultural essence from Earth. Chapter 31. The bearer of culture you have indeed concluded the story with a tragic ending. The skeletal lord sat indignantly at the long table in the hall, observing Joshua as he busily edited the footage. While the skeletal lord should have been enraged by the audacity of those despicable humans trespassing upon his territory, upon viewing the complete preview of Beauty and the Beast, he found himself shedding two tiny flames of soul fire, reminiscent of tears, from his empty eye sockets, followed by a brief spell of melancholy. However, his sorrow was fleeting, as he recalled that the screenplay's author was seated right beside him. Thus, he hurried over to Joshua, ready to deliver his critique in person. My lord, if you find it unsatisfactory, you may personally pen a perfect ending to this script, Joshua replied, focused on sketching the shape of a sphere with a charcoal pencil, not bothering to lift his gaze. Your Highness, do you think I can alter the ending? The skeletal lord's tone was less than cordial, suggesting that with Joshua's consent, he indeed intended to forcefully amend the conclusion. What I mean is that you can craft a story based on this narrative template, one that aligns with your own desires. This is a possibility for anyone. Joshua's description of such a creative approach is known on Earth as adaptation, while a more niche term would be fan fiction. The various adaptations of Beauty and the Beast observed in later generations are fundamentally derived from the original work, regardless of whether they are produced by Disney or French filmmakers. They are all categorized as adaptations rather than original works, and Joshua is no exception. Joshua does not oppose the inhabitants of this realm adapting Beauty and the Beast. In fact, he encourages their endeavors. It is precisely due to the multitude of adaptations that this tale has achieved widespread recognition. However, Joshua has but one stipulation for these adapters. They must credit the original author, Madame Jean-Marie Leprince de Beaumont, who is indeed the creator of Beauty and the Beast, a distinguished French female writer. This is also a personal principle for Joshua, who has never harbored intentions of claiming these works as his own in this alternate world. After all, his purpose in this realm is to disseminate Earth's culture, not to pilfer it. As a conscientious bearer of culture, this is a fundamental requirement. I have not yet descended to such a self-deprecating level. After some contemplation, the skeletal lord relinquished this notion, acknowledging his lack of creative flair. Then, my lord, may I audaciously inquire, could you reveal your full name? Joshua paused, having only known the skeletal lord's first name since their pact, without any knowledge of his surname. Your Highness, what significance does this inquiry hold? Because I wish to inform the audience who has composed the score for this film. Qiu Xiuh completely blackened a sufficiently long piece of paper and inscribed the final cast list in white paint. At the top was, of course, the original author of Beauty and the Beast, Madame Beaumont, followed by the lead actress, Ino, who portrayed Belle, and then Xenus, who played the prince. Qiu Xiuh meticulously recorded the names of those who voiced the moving furniture, along with a few guest villagers and Shiri Loydell. The surname is of little consequence, Your Highness. Merely remembering my name will suffice for my satisfaction. The skeleton prince seemed particularly averse to his surname, yet, respecting the skeleton prince's wishes, Qiu Xiuh ultimately inscribed only his name, Skeleton Prince, accompanied by the musical score by Ronica. Following that, a string of credits listed all of Qiu Xiuh's contributions: director, planner, screenwriter, props provider, scene designer, camera operator, editor, and so forth, culminating in Qiu Xiuh Yanarod. Having invested such effort into creating this film, Qiu Xiuh was certainly unreserved in promoting himself. Once Qiu Xiuh completed the end credits, he turned his attention to the opening credits. This merely involved showcasing the logo of a production company. After careful contemplation, he drew a globe on a blank sheet of paper, inscribing produced by Earth Production Company in both Chinese and English beneath it, though it appeared somewhat foolish. This spinning blue planet would become Qiu Xiuh's signature logo, as all his films, novels, and games hailed from Earth. The spinning effect was achieved through the simplest method of flipping through a comic strip. As Qiu Xiuh had yet to grasp how to integrate images into the program he was developing. Completion. After finalizing both the opening and closing sequences, Qiu Xiuh recorded them into the original crystal, signifying the successful creation of Beauty and the Demon. Your Grace, this is a memento for you. Qiu Xiuh produced an empty original crystal and made a copy to present to the Skeleton Prince. This film project utilized over 100 original crystals. But having learned the white magic from Shiri, Qiu Xiuh could now repurpose these crystals, resulting in minimal consumption. Will Your Highness be taking this film to the human world for screening? The Skeleton Prince accepted the original crystal from Qiu Xiuh, already aware of Qiu Xiuh's ambitions. Qiu Xiuh harbored aspirations far beyond sharing this film with a mere 100 or so individuals. His ambitions were global. Of course, the first stop will be the magical city of Nolan, Qiu Xiuh declared. However, he had yet to decide on the screening venue and planned to consult Shiri, who was more familiar with the human world than he. At that moment, a ghost floated beside Qiu Xiuh. He was the Skeleton Prince's butler, who played the role of a teacup in the film. The butler placed a badge on the table next to Qiu Xiuh before vanishing. Qiu Xiuh picked up the badge, which featured an intricately carved design resembling a bouquet of flowers, imbued with a magical essence that words could scarcely describe. The badge appeared somewhat aged, bearing numerous signs of wear. This is a relic from a distant past, now rendered obsolete to me. Your Highness, you may take this badge and seek assistance from those of the dark surname. If I am not mistaken, that lineage is currently engaged in the theatrical business, remarked the Bone Duke. I understand. Without a doubt, this badge from the Bone Duke has opened a new avenue for Qiu Xiuh, yet he refrained from probing further. The Duke's aversion to his own surname evidently hinted at a past he preferred to keep buried. Then I shall take my leave for the time being. When you next visit, Your Grace, I hope to invite you to a performance at a theater. Additionally, here is the meticulously organized sheet music I prepared. Qiu Xiuh gathered his belongings and pushed a substantial stack of sheet music toward the Bone Duke, which contained a collection of works by the masters of music from Earth. A performance, you say? I do not anticipate such a seemingly improbable occurrence, but Your Highness, should you find yourself in the production of a new film, you must inform me in advance. The Bone Duke, as if he had discovered a treasure, carefully tucked away the sheet music Qiu Xiuh had given him, then addressed Qiu Xiuh. Have you become addicted to watching films? This form of entertainment is indeed quite novel for the inhabitants of this world. Certainly. After acquiescing to this request, Qiu Xiuh made his way to the grand entrance of the Duke's castle, his suitcase in hand. Here he had been waiting outside the castle for quite some time. Are you excited about returning to the human world? Qiu Xiuh inquired as he descended the stairs and approached Hiri. Returning to the human world? Wait, never mind that. Let us have another round of ping-pong. Hiri challenged Qiu Xiuh to yet another match. Since the completion of the film shoot, they had been engaged in a series of intense ping-pong duels, with Qiu Xiuh achieving a rather humiliating 10 consecutive victories, which had thoroughly ignited Hiri's competitive spirit. Can we play after we get in the carriage? Of course. Qiu Xiuh initially thought that this little game lacked depth, and for him, it hardly even counted as a pastime, especially considering the plethora of AAA titles he had grown weary of on Earth. However, the essence of video games lies in the joy they bring to players, and ping-pong provided immense enjoyment for Hiri, regardless of its simplicity. Hiri dashed up to the carriage driven by Zenith, patting the seat beside him to beckon Qiu Xiuh to hurry. Qiu Xiuh could already envision what Hiri would become when the true era of the internet arrived. He believed that this time was not far off, as he had already forcefully kicked open the door to this new age. Volume 2. The Cultural Prelude Chapter 32. The magical city of Nolan. Qiu Xiuh sat within a carriage, drawing back the curtains to gaze at the scenery flanking him. This carriage had been borrowed from the Skeleton Lord, initially driven by Xenethus. However, upon entering the realm of humanity, Qiu Xiuh had engaged a local villager to take the reins, leaving Xenethus to await orders in the territory of the Skeleton Lord. After approximately 3 days of traversing snowbound woodlands, the carriage finally emerged onto a bustling road, where foot traffic began to increase. Is the flow of people in Nolan always so considerable? Qiu Xiuh pondered as he observed the throngs along the route, noting that many carriages bore decorations so opulent they seemed unbefitting of common folk. Along the way, he spotted numerous merchant caravans transporting goods. Just from the sights unfolding on this road, Qiu Xiuh could envision the remarkable prosperity of Nolan. Such a multitude. I presume they are envoys from various nations, Mr. Qiu Xiuh. Did you not journey to Nolan expressly to attend the World Expo 2 months hence? Marina and Ino sat opposite him, as a shrewd businesswoman. She quickly deduced the meaning behind Qiu Xiuh's peculiar terminology. Her gaze flicked to the merchant caravan outside, and she recalled how her own goods had vanished into thin air a fortnight prior, causing her to sigh involuntarily. No, I am merely visiting a friend in Nolan with Hiri, though I may indeed partake in the exposition, Qiu Xiuh replied. He recalled that on Earth, a similar gathering had occurred during the Victorian era in England, when the First World Industrial Exposition was held in 1851, under the auspices of the sun-never-setting British Empire, inviting nations from across the globe. How intriguing. If it is not too much trouble, might you divulge what you intend to showcase? Marina inquired, her entrepreneurial instincts piqued. Since the enactment of the patent law 30 years ago, the mages of Nolan had realized that enhancing their own powers alone could not transform the world. Many ambitious sorcerers began to delve into the creation of magical machinery, leading to the rise of alchemical workshops throughout the nation. This advancement propelled Nolan even further into its already prominent position in magical research. However, this small nation, founded on the relationship between students and teachers, could hardly contend with the vast neighboring empires, thereby maintaining a stance of neutrality. The reason other nations refrained from acting rashly against Nolan was due to its welcoming attitude towards the intellectual beings of the world, eager to share knowledge. This resulted in scenarios where a king from a certain empire might very well be an alumnus of a school in Nolan, or his father had once served as a professor at one of the nation's esteemed colleges. Furthermore, the mage certification from Nolan has become the benchmark by which spellcasters from various countries are measured. However, the true equilibrium among the nations of the world is primarily due to the extraordinary presence of the numerous formidable sorcerers residing in Nolan. Marina possesses a rudimentary understanding of magic and is acutely aware of the immense value of a new type of magical machinery. If Qiu Xiuh truly possesses such a contraption, Marina would have no qualms about the goods that have turned to naught. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in whether Qiu Xiuh is willing to offer this technology to her as a commodity. It is worth mentioning that I intend to showcase something here. Qiu Xiuh gestured to his own head, yet the merchant's countenance reflected bewilderment. Fear not, Madam Marina. When the time is ripe, I shall engage in a transaction with you, one that could bestow upon you immeasurable wealth. What Qiu Xiuh sought to convey was the vision of a window materializing before him, a sight that Marina, lacking the mastery of the God of Order's magic, could not perceive. Then I shall await your news, Mr. Qiu Xiuh. Initially, Marina had planned to seize the opportunity presented by the World Expo to profit in Nolan, but an unforeseen disaster had utterly shattered her ambitions. Nevertheless, she did not feel particularly disheartened. She reached out to caress the silvery hair of Ino beside her, who was presently clad in male attire, her hair tied back in a single ponytail. Unfortunately, this did not impart any semblance of vigor to Ino. Rather, she appeared more akin to a delicate maiden. However, Ino had already confided her name and gender to Marina, who selflessly accepted her and resolved to nurture her. To thrive in Nolan, merely possessing a roof over one's head is insufficient. Marina requires a stable source of income, and business is her sole expertise. Yet, without capital or merchandise, she finds herself at a loss. Nonetheless, Qiu Xiuh's response kindled a glimmer of hope within her. As their conversation unfolded, the carriage gradually approached the gates of Nolan. This city lacked walls, instead being enveloped by a transparent magical barrier that served as a substitute for fortifications. Established upon the ruins of an ancient civilization, the sealed remnants had erected insurmountable walls, rendering Nolan the most fortified stronghold in the world. Qiu Xiuh recalled a passage he had encountered in the world history, stating that entry into the barrier necessitated a customs inspection. Marina carried no goods. Thus her customs duties amounted to merely a handful of silver coins. However, such tariffs can be burdensome for the common folk. After crossing the border and traveling for over 2 hours, passing several small towns and villages, the carriage finally entered Nolan, the most prosperous city in the realm. Joshua alighted from the carriage, and the air surrounding him was refreshingly different from that of the demon realm. The architectural style of the city bore a resemblance to the Victorian era of the 19th century, yet the attire of the pedestrians resembled a haphazard amalgamation. Sandfolk, lizardmen, elves, dwarves, gnomes, and goblins, all of these races could be easily spotted on the streets. The most numerous among them were the robed sorcerers. This is the address of my residence. Mr. Qiu, if there is any good news, please come here to find me. Marina handed Joshua a piece of paper marked with an exceedingly precise location. I will. Hopes you can quickly adapt to life in this city. Joshua's statement had a commanding tone, though it sounded like a blessing. Promptly nodded in understanding. Joshua picked up his suitcase and closed the carriage door. Where shall we go next? Siri stood beside Joshua, her tone somewhat listless. Throughout their journey, her record against Joshua in their games was a staggering one. 210. She had once suspected him of cheating, yet no amount of protest changed the outcome. Did you not say you came here to see your sister? This city is currently a melting pot of various individuals. Before seeking the theater mentioned by the bone collector, Joshua needed to find a map of the city, though the guidance of locals proved far more valuable than any map. Well, having left the demon realm and returned to the human world should have been a source of joy for Siri. Yet the thought of meeting her affluent sister in such a manner left her unable to hold her head high. Siri tugged at the collar around her neck. She had become so engrossed in the game with Joshua that she nearly forgot she was his captive. All right, let me think. It should be over here. This was not Siri's first visit to Nolan. She was quite familiar with the surrounding areas, and under her guidance, Joshua officially commenced his journey in Nolan. Chapter 33. Reunion. Nolan's lower district has recently experienced a fervor centered around invention since the introduction of patent laws. Numerous workshops, both large and small, have been established by mages, with the lower district being the most densely populated area for such establishments. However, these workshops predominantly belong to obscure mage apprentices, who merely hope that one day their creations will catch the attention of a prominent merchant, allowing them to ascend to greatness like those illustrious inventors. Helen is one among many mage apprentices, but her aspirations soar far higher than those of her peers who are solely fixated on wealth and status. She yearns for renown. She dreams of showcasing her innovative magical machinery at the upcoming World Exposition in 2 months, ensuring that her name, as well as her surname, Lloydel, resonates across the globe. This ambition is a legacy left by her mother, who passed away too early. The work Helen is preparing for the exposition is a posthumous creation of her mother. Regrettably, reality proves to be far more brutal than Helen had envisioned. The stereoscopic drawing machine she has crafted pales in value compared to the so-called revolutionary modes of transportation designed to replace horses. After all, any artist prefers to paint on authentic paper. No one wishes to create their masterpieces upon projections refracted by magical energy, relegating their work to mere storage units within inscriptions. Thus, Helen finds herself in a quandary, contemplating whether to abandon her research and return to school to complete her studies. She has already missed several classes in her race to prepare for the exposition. If this continues, she might not even attain her level 4 mage certification upon graduation. Setting aside her inscription tools, Helen hears a knock at the door. Could it be that classmate again, urging her to give up? She gathers her long, light gray hair, cascading down to her waist, and hastily approaches the entrance of her alchemical workshop. Through the adjacent window, she glimpses a long-lost relative, her sister, who has been missing for nearly half a year. Hiri, under the duress of Joshua's insistence, reluctantly leads him to her sister's dwelling. Introducing a dangerous demon to her family is an act that would undoubtedly be condemned if revealed. Hiri acknowledges a touch of cowardice. Anyone with a ticking bomb around their neck would hesitate to boldly declare their fearlessness. Furthermore, Joshua is not as malevolent as Hiri had initially perceived. Hiri, where have you been for the past 6 months? Helen exclaims, pushing open the workshop door and scrutinizing her sister, who she has not seen in half a year. Many places, Hiri contemplates, refraining from disclosing her recent half-month stay in the magical realm. And, who is this? Helen, not reprimanding her sister for her sudden disappearance, shifts her gaze to Joshua, standing behind Hiri. This is a friend I met during my travels. My name is Joshua. He introduces himself. Joshua revealed his premeditated self-introduction to the tall woman before him. Sister Hiri's height was comparable to that of Siri. Yet her figure far surpassed her younger siblings, and her demeanor exuded a maturity and tranquility that were markedly more refined. Herlane Lloydel, I appreciate your assistance with Siri during this period. Please, come in and sit for a while. Herlan's presence seemed less akin to that of a sister and more reminiscent of a mother. Under Herlan's directive, Siri had no choice but to obediently step into the alchemical workshop, with Joshua following suit without hesitation. The workshop's arrangement was far more minimalist than Joshua had anticipated. Compared to the chaotic laboratory of the Demon Prince, this place greatly pleased Qiu Xiuh's slight obsession with cleanliness. At the center of the workshop stood a pale blue cube, its semi-transparent apparition capturing Qiu Xiuh's attention. "Mr. Qiu Xiuh, might I ask you to rest somewhere for a moment? I have some matters to discuss with my sister." Herlane grasped Siri's arm, ensuring that even if Siri wished to flee, her escape was not permitted. Of course, that is no problem. After such a prolonged separation, Qiu Xiuh allowed ample privacy for the two sisters. Herlane led her sister's hand to a small alcove within the workshop. Casting a glance at Qiu Xiuh on the opposite side to confirm his inattention before lowering her voice to inquire of Siri. "Last time you ran away for a year and returned with a second-level mage certificate. Now, after half a year, you bring back a man. Siri, did I not instruct you to inform me before engaging with the opposite sex?" "Sister, I'm already 19 years old this year." Siri lightly bit her lip, reiterating a sentiment she had expressed countless times in retort to her sister. Siri's life had not been tragic, nor had it been idyllic. Their mother passed away when Siri was 10, and their irresponsible father abandoned both her and her sister that same year. For the past 9 years, Siri and Herlane had relied upon one another. Since turning 15, Siri had believed herself capable of independence, yet Herlane seemed to think she would forever remain a child. It was for such juvenile reasons, compounded by her frustrations with the incessant prattle of academic instructors at school, that Siri had chosen to run away. "Indeed, you are of age, but can you enlighten me about the identity of the guest who accompanied you from so far away? And how did you come to know him?" Herlane's inquiries left Siri utterly confounded. Qiu Xiuh's identity. Would the third prince of the demon realm suffice? Yet, should Siri divulge the truth, Herlane would likely call the authorities at once, resulting in the Nolan Guard swiftly arriving to apprehend Qiu Xiuh. The metaphorical time bomb around Siri's neck would lead to a catastrophic separation of her head from her body. Is this a gift from him? Siri's instinctive touch to her neck caught Herlane's attention, revealing a beautiful adornment newly gracing her sister's throat. "Is that a flame crystal?" "Siri, this is a remarkably precious gift." Herlane recognized the red crystal adorning Siri's neck. Siri was well aware of its immense value, for it was worth her very life. "Sister, that fellow named Joshua is merely an ordinary artist, yet some of his creations are quite intriguing." Having spent considerable time in Joshua's company, Siri had absorbed an array of peculiar vocabulary, including the small programs he shared with her. Intriguing items? Such as this. With a flourish of her hand, Siri displayed the game of Pong, transmitted into her consciousness by Joshua, revealing a score of 210. However, judging by Herlane's puzzled expression, she had yet to grasp the significance of that number. "I believe he did it this way." Throughout their journey, Joshua had taught Siri the method of program transmission, and she proved to be quite adept, mastering it within a day. A faint cube materialized in her hand, which she directly offered to Herlane. Among the deities Herlane revered was the god of order, whom Siri also worshipped. Additionally, Herlane held faith in the god of flow and healing, Swinglik. Thus she encountered no resistance in receiving the program transmitted by Siri. The Pong interface appeared before Herlane, and as she gazed upon the window floating within her line of sight, she experienced a peculiar sensation. Chapter 34. The value of human creation in this alchemical workshop. Qiu Xiuh discovered something remarkably familiar, a tool that had once been integral to his sustenance on Earth, the drawing tablet. It was the advent of the drawing tablet that heralded the dawn of the grand artistic era on the internet, giving rise to a plethora of talented amateur CG artists and an abundance of exceptional CG works. Qiu Xiuh's fingertips glided over the pale blue cubic device, which emitted a gentle luminescence as enigmatic inscriptions began to materialize on its surface, projecting a painting interface in the form of these runes. The experience was so surreal that Qiu Xiuh could scarcely believe he was not in an age of carriages, but rather in a time that should belong to humanity's expansion into space. Had Earth already achieved such advancements? Qiu Xiuh recalled an AR device he had experimented with at Google's headquarters, which enabled him to paint freely within his surroundings. With a blank canvas and a brush in hand, as a being with dexterous appendages, it was imperative for Qiu Xiuh to try this method of artistic expression that transcended centuries. In a matter of minutes, he swiftly sketched the likeness of an elf, piercing eyes, and a physique that would inspire awe in all women. This elf was a character familiar to most players on Earth, the Queen of the Forsaken, Sylvanas Windrunner, from World of Warcraft. Qiu Xiuh's rendering was merely a rough outline. Yet the interface boasted impressive capabilities, including basic coloring functions. As he delineated Sylvanas' sketch, Herlane and Siri emerged from a nearby compartment. "I couldn't resist experimenting with your creation, given my own studies in magical machinery. I hope I haven't caused you any inconvenience," Herlane remarked. Qiu Xiuh paused his drawing, turning to face Herlane and Siri. Herlane, the proprietor of the alchemical workshop, was likely the creator of this device. Please do not concern yourself with it, Mr. Qiu Xiuh. It is here for visitors to try, Harlan said, glancing at the projection of Qiu Xiuh's sketch, which quickly captured her attention. Numerous human artists had depicted elves as protagonists, for in human perception, elves epitomized beauty. However, there was something about the elf Qiu Xiuh had sketched that felt distinctly different from those woodland dwellers. Visitors? Are you hosting an exhibition? Qiu Xiuh surveyed the workshop, noting the absence of any other souls aside from Harlan and Shiri, a stark contrast to the bustling alchemical workshops he had passed earlier. Miss Harlan, do you intend to showcase this magical device at the fair in 2 months? Qiu Xiuh's inquiry seemed to strike a chord with Harlan, as her expression shifted to one of melancholy. If only I could participate. The magical machinery showcased at the World Expo is crafted by renowned masters. Although I long to see my creation displayed there, I feel somewhat ashamed that I must now contemplate how to exchange it for some monetary gain. Harlan spoke with a hint of self-deprecation, for she yearned for fame more than wealth, yet reality compelled her to acknowledge the significance of financial stability. She had always been an exceptional student at Nolan's most prestigious Academy of Magic, where each year's scholarship was sufficient for Harlan to lead a life of comfort. However, recently, in her pursuit to present her late mother's masterpiece at the World Expo, she took a desperate gamble to complete this magical machinery. The outcome, of course, was a loss. She not only forfeited her scholarship but also jeopardized her eligibility for future aid, pouring her entire savings into the creation of this contraption. Now I understand. Qiu Xiuh recognized the reason Harlan, whose invention should have been celebrated as a groundbreaking innovation, was overlooked. Her creation was simply too ahead of its time. It is akin to a scenario on Earth where people are still marveling at the emergence of small steam engines and proclaiming the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, only for someone to suddenly invent an LCD drawing tablet, an object that would seem like alien technology to those of a bygone era, utterly unaccepted by the mundane world. In this realm, there are no timeless masterpieces stored in data. Only physical artworks hold the right to endure through the ages. Thus, Miss Vorlin, I wish to invest in your research. Perhaps invest is not quite the right term. Let us say collaborate or even venture together. Qiu Xiuh was not a being of the Industrial Revolution. He belonged to the 21st century information age and clearly understood the value of Vorlin's magical machinery. It would significantly aid in propelling this world into the internet era. More importantly, Qiu Xiuh envisioned using this creation to produce CG for games. Venture together? The first two terms were comprehensible to Harlan, but the notion of a venture was entirely foreign to her. She cast a puzzled glance at her companion, Hiri, who merely shrugged, accustomed to such discussions. Essentially, it means collaborating to promote the artworks generated by your magical machinery. Artworks? Mr. Qiu Xiuh. The images produced by this magical device are merely streams of magical energy stored within the inscription unit. They are intangible and cannot be touched. Should this machinery become damaged, all these artworks would vanish without a trace. Although Harlan knew how to transfer the magical energy stored within the inscription unit to a crystal, the intangible nature of these virtual artworks rendered them devoid of any real value. No matter how artistically rich they may be, they could never find a place in an art gallery. Value? Everything in this world initially holds no value. It is humanity that ascribes worth to them. Certainly, Qiu Xiuh did not expect to sell a mere CG for thousands in a world unfamiliar with the very concept of the internet. Even in the 21st century, a painstakingly crafted CG on a computer might hold little to no worth. This is because data can be replicated. The expression of confusion on Helen's face brought an inexplicable joy to Shiri, as it mirrored the nature of her communication with Qiu Xiuh. Allow me to demonstrate, Qiu Xiuh said. As he approached the line art of Sylvanas he had created, he proceeded to add several annotations to the artwork, inscribing the number 6 in the upper left corner, while the lower right and lower left corners bore the numbers 5. After delicately outlining some details, he inscribed in the central introduction box, Death Rattle, take control of a random enemy minion. Thus, the legendary neutral Death Rattle card, Sylvanas Windrunner, from a card game known as Hearthstone on Earth, manifested before Qiu Xiuh. He had once paid a substantial sum of 600 soft currencies to Blizzard to obtain this legendary card. While a mere line art piece or an ordinary CG might seem worthless, once it was transformed into a rare card in a card game, countless individuals would eagerly invest money to purchase card packs in pursuit of her. This, indeed, embodies the artificial creation of value that Qiu Xiuh speaks of. Chapter 35, The Guide in This World. The promotion of video games is an integral aspect of Qiu Xiuh's plans. However, his progress in developing a system through runic editing has only reached about 20%, making the ambition to create large-scale games based on this system a rather lofty aspiration. Initially, Qiu Xiuh envisioned crafting pixelated games reminiscent of Pong, such as Super Mario and Castlevania. Yet, the magical device engineered by Harlan inspired a new direction, the creation of arcade games. Joshua's introduction to video games primarily stemmed from classic titles on the Famicom, supplemented by experiences in arcades. He conceived a plan to manufacture an arcade machine capable of playing Hearthstone, devising a method to manage accounts and registrations, and then placing several units in a bar. Players would purchase card packs through a coin-operated mechanism, pricing each pack at 1 gold coin. During his initial encounters with Hearthstone, few pleasures rivaled the delight of sipping a drink while playing the game. Joshua firmly believed that the tavern concept revolving around Hearthstone was entirely feasible, confident that this simple yet entertaining card game would capture the hearts of many. However, before embarking on the construction of the tavern, Joshua faced a universal dilemma: a lack of funds. Miss Hurlin, as Siri mentioned, I consider myself a cultural worker, visiting the city to engage with a theater. Joshua discerned that the demon prince possessed no understanding of currency. As the third prince, Joshua could acquire whatever he needed in the demon realm without the need for money. Yet, in the human world, his status bore no weight, leaving him in a precarious financial situation. No one in the world dies of poverty. The foundation for investment lies in capital, which Joshua had stored in his suitcase. He was now prepared to maximize the value of the film Beauty and the Beast. The theater. Are you planning to take Siri to a performance? Hurlin's gaze flickered between Siri and Joshua. Having watched Siri grow, she understood how challenging it was to win her affection. Nevertheless, given that Siri stood close to Joshua and leaned against him, it was evident that she harbored feelings for him. It's not a performance. I intend to negotiate a small business deal with the theater owner. Miss Hurlin, do you know the surname of the owner of the theater in this city? Dark, you must be referring to the Whitebriar Theater. Joshua had successfully persuaded Hurlin regarding the potential value of her magical device, securing her temporary agreement to collaborate. Moreover, she did not wish for her mother's legacy to languish in a modest alchemical workshop, not far from their location, just across the river. Hurlin opened the door to the alchemical workshop, ready to assume the role of a guide. Across the river lies the bustling district of Nolan, home to several esteemed magical academies. Prior to Joshua's arrival, Hurlin had already resolved to shutter his alchemical workshop and return to his studies. Yet Joshua's persuasion rekindled a flicker of hope within him. Please, follow me. Thus, under Hurlin's guidance, Joshua and Siri traversed to the vibrant area, merely a river's breadth away. Along the way, Hurlin elucidated the structure of the city of Nolan. The capital of magic, Nolan, can be broadly divided into 2 tiers: the surface, predominantly inhabited by spellcasters, and the subterranean realm, home to the dwarves. In truth, these dwarves were the original denizens of Nolan, residing amidst the ancient ruins of a bygone civilization. Their entire community had tirelessly excavated countless tunnels in pursuit of exploring these relics. Before long, humans, drawn by the allure of these ruins, began to settle as well. Although the dwarves possessed remarkable strength, their aptitude for magic was considerably inferior to that of humans, rendering them ill-equipped to decipher the intricate inscriptions adorning the ruins. Consequently, the dwarves consented to human assistance. Thus, over several centuries, what had once been a stronghold of the dwarves was transformed into one of the most prosperous cities in the world, thanks to the efforts of human spellcasters. The curiosity and humility of these spellcasters earned them the respect of the dwarves, and this amicable relationship has endured to this day. Indeed, one member of the esteemed Seven Council, the highest authority in Nolan, is a dwarf. As Joshua ambled along the street, he indeed beheld many dwarven figures, with numerous shops owned by them lining the thoroughfare. Behold the Whitebriar Theater, he remarked, noting that there appeared to be no performances scheduled for the day. Hurlin paused before an elegant and grand structure. In stark contrast to the bustling shops they had just passed, the theater stood rather desolate. No performances? If Joshua's intuition served him right, this was perhaps the most vibrant time in Nolan, with the upcoming World Expo in 2 months drawing the attention of numerous great nations, who had begun to visit the city weeks, if not months, in advance. For merchants, this was undoubtedly a time brimming with opportunities, while for theaters, a performance at this juncture promised to attract audiences from around the globe. If you wish to see a show, head to the Nolan National Theater on Belsic Street. The Black Swan troupe from the artistic nation of Pholosia is performing. You can witness Miss Galori, the flower of Pholosia. A young boy clutching a flyer suddenly dashed up to Joshua. The Black Swan troupe? Joshua accepted the flyer from the boy, which appeared to be handwritten, clearly indicating the address of another theater and its performance schedule. It seems that competition among peers is a timeless affair. Just as Joshua was about to inquire further about this troupe, the boy darted into the throng on the other side, resuming his promotional endeavors. This prompted Joshua to abandon his pursuit of further questions, and instead, he swiftly ascended the steps of the Whitebriar Theater, suitcase in hand. The atmosphere was rather desolate as Joshua entered the theater. Although the interior was lavishly adorned and exuded an artistic ambience, the grand hall felt somewhat vacant. Sir, I apologize. We currently have no performances scheduled. If you are here for a visit, I would be pleased to guide you around," said a steward who approached Qiu Xiuh upon noticing him. "I am here to meet the manager of your theater," Qiu Xiuh replied, revealing the insignia of the skeleton duke, casually flicking it between his fingers. To an untrained eye, it might have appeared as though he were merely toying with a coin. However, the steward clearly recognized the emblem, his demeanor shifting to one of anxiety and unease. "My lord, please follow me this way." The steward promptly altered his address to Qiu Xiuh, leading him through a concealed corridor at the side of the theater. Chapter 36, Sir White Bloom guided by a servant. Qiu Xiuh traversed a corridor adorned with an array of oil paintings. Each canvas depicted scenes of war, with blades clashing, blood spilling, and skeletal remains serving as the most common embellishments. The artwork evoked the ambience of a war memorial rather than that of a theatrical venue. The corridor was not extensive, and soon they reached its end, where the servant paused at the door, gesturing politely for Qiu Xiuh to enter. If this door concealed the office of the theater manager, it would be customary for the servant to knock first to announce a visitor. However, he refrained from doing so. The cacophony emanating from within suggested that even a knock would go unheard. "Regardless of the offer, I shall not sell you the theater. You despicable merchants. Leave at once. Sir White Loom, your productions are outdated. No troupe is willing to perform here anymore. Why not cash in and retire? Classics never fade, even with a solitary audience. This theater shall endure. Should you refuse to depart, I will resort to more forceful measures." The shouts from within caused a grimace to cross the servant's face. Shortly thereafter, two men clad in elegant black attire exited the room. They merely cast a disdainful glance at Qiu Xiuh and his companions, Helran and Shiri, before storming away in indignation. At this moment, Qiu Xiuh took a moment to straighten his attire, for he was about to engage in a commercial negotiation, and the mood of his counterpart appeared rather grim. "Please wait here," Qiu Xiuh instructed Helran and Shiri before he boldly pushed open the door and entered. "Marlin, I told you to disregard. Wait, who are you?" Inside the room sat a solitary figure behind a substantial wooden desk, somewhat rotund and clad in elaborate theatrical garb. Most strikingly, his cheeks were painted with rouge, and his lips bore a glossy hue. It appeared that this somewhat effeminate gentleman was none other than Sir White Bloom, the proprietor of the theater. "A collaborator who can salvage your theater," Qiu Xiuh declared, opting to define himself as such, for he had no theater troupe. Instead, he commanded a crew comprised of demons and the undead behind the scenes. "Collaborator? Did you not overhear my earlier rebuke? You merchants shall not seize even an inch of this theater from me." His agitation was palpable, and he exhibited a lack of patience as he rang a bell on his desk. In an instant, two imposing figures emerged from another door in his office, clearly spellcasters. Sir White Loom, ablaze with fury, was evidently prepared to expel any unwelcome guests. In a state of complete irrationality fueled by rage, Qiu Xiuh found that calming the situation for negotiation was utterly impossible. Thus, he produced the emblem bestowed upon him by the Bone Lord. The emblem, intricately engraved with an unknown pattern, rested in Qiu Xiuh's hand. Sir Whitebriar, possessing keen eyesight, quickly discerned the emblem, and his expression mirrored that of the earlier attendant. His furious demeanor abruptly froze, giving way to a palpable fear, though he swiftly regained his composure. The two spellcasters who had just been summoned by Sir Whitebriar were poised to expel Qiu Xiuh but were instantly halted by his intervention. "What are you doing? He is a guest. Quickly, summon someone to brew a pot of red tea." The influence of the Bone Lord was indeed formidable. Qiu Xiuh observed the two spellcasters hastily retreating to another chamber, replaced by a female attendant who promptly wheeled in a cart laden with a teapot and teacups. Without hesitation, Qiu Xiuh seated himself at the table opposite Sir Whitebriar. The Bone Lord had granted Qiu Xiuh not only prestige but also the life of Sir Whitebriar. As Qiu Xiuh approached the somewhat portly nobleman, he sensed a reaction from the mark on his left hand. Within him lingered the residual magic of the Bone Lord. Yet Sir Whitebriar did not appear to be an undead creature. "Whom do you represent, my lord?" he inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation after a female attendant had delivered a cup of red tea before departing the office. "No, I am his friend." Although Qiu Xiuh referred to the Bone Lord as my lord, and the Bone Lord addressed Qiu Xiuh as your highness, their statuses were equal. Following the Bone Lord's newfound admiration for the film Beauty and the Beast, their relationship had evolved into one more akin to friendship. Friend. Sir Whitebriar seemed to grasp the terrifying nature of Qiu Xiuh's identity. He attempted to rise and bow to Qiu Xiuh but was gently stayed by him. "I have stated that I come as a collaborator. There is no need for such formality, Sir Whitebriar." "Collaborator, my lord. Please, I entreat you to show mercy. This theater once basked in the glory of Nolan. You must have heard of the girl of Sinigaran the Revolution, both penned by me and performed here." He spoke in a beseeching tone, genuinely believing Qiu Xiuh to be a businessman come to acquire his theater. "Sir Whitebriar, you mean to say it was once glorious, correct?" Joshua emphasized the word once. Casting a glance at a painting hanging on the wall behind Sir Whitebriar, a depiction of a young woman in armor holding a flag, reminiscent of Eugene Delacroix's Liberty leading the people. It is still glorious, Sir Whitebriar attempted to assert. Still glorious? Is the emptiness of this hall truly the pinnacle of your theater's splendor? Perhaps my interpretation of glory differs somewhat from yours, sir. Before such a flawed justification, Joshua possessed countless means to render him speechless. Relax, my lord. I am not here to acquire your theater. Rather, I come to salvage it. Joshua observed the nobleman, whose neck was turning crimson and whose pallid cheeks were now flushed, fearing that he might suffer a sudden cardiac event from the tension. Thus, he candidly revealed his intentions. Salvage? Sir White Hyacinth ceased his defense, awaiting Joshua's elaboration. Indeed, I have a performance that can restore your theater to its former glory, and perhaps even surpass it. Joshua held unwavering confidence in Beauty and the Beast, believing that a truly moving film is undeniably a great one. This particular film could evoke even the most stoic of souls, and Joshua was convinced that these emotionally expressive humans would be profoundly affected. A performance? Forgive me, my lord. I was unaware that you were the manager of a theater company. Might I inquire as to the name of your troupe? Sir White Hyacinth's heart leapt at Joshua's response. He had previously managed 2 theater companies, both of which had been poached by that accursed Nolan National Theater. He had been preparing to gather a new ensemble. And if Joshua indeed managed a company, Sir White Hyacinth would welcome the opportunity for them to audition. I am not a theater manager, nor do I possess a company. Joshua shook his head, indicating his detachment from that profession. Then, Sir White Hyacinth fell into a state of confusion. My performance is contained within this, Joshua remarked, tapping his briefcase. A performance sufficient to herald the dawn of a new era. Chapter 37. Film Review. Joshua refrained from providing excessive explanation for this performance, believing that allowing Sir Bai Jinghua to witness it firsthand served as the most eloquent form of explanation. He promptly opened his suitcase, retrieved the master tape of Beauty and the Beast, and projected it onto a flat wall in the room. As the film concluded, Joshua sensed it was time to discuss the formal arrangements for its screening in the theater. However, it appeared that Sir Bai Jinghua had yet to regain his composure. I beg your pardon, my lord, Sir Bai Jinghua stammered, dabbing at the tears that streamed down his face with a handkerchief, his makeup completely ruined by his emotional outpouring. The once slightly effeminate gentleman now appeared even more so. Joshua had only ever witnessed tears shed after the conclusion of a moving narrative. Yet Sir Bai had begun weeping the moment the demon prince endeavored to rescue Belle from a pack of wolves. Is it typical for those in the arts to possess such profound emotions? Sir Bai Jinghua was now utterly transformed, his visage washed in tears. The demon's exterior concealed a heart of true beauty. In a selfless act of love, he chose to forsake his life for the happiness of his beloved. This, indeed, epitomized the essence of love without regret. As Sir Bai wiped away his tears, he articulated the deeper meanings of the story, expressing nearly 1,000 words of insight, leaving Joshua momentarily speechless. Joshua recognized that there was a reason Sir Bai Jinghua was the proprietor of this theater. As a director, Joshua had perceived the film's singular message that one should not judge a person by their appearance. Yet Sir Bai's reflections after viewing far surpassed Joshua's own understanding. What constitutes a film critique? This is what a film critique embodies. After several minutes, Sir Bai Jinghua gradually emerged from the melancholic atmosphere he had created for himself. My lord, this method of performance is truly unprecedented. It feels as though another world has been unveiled before my eyes. May I audaciously inquire about the name of this form of presentation? Sir Bai Jinghua struggled to comprehend the principles behind these moving images, feeling as though he were a mere observer witnessing events from another realm. Each scene felt authentic, devoid of the artificial props typical of stage plays, and the viewing perspective was far more intimate than simply gazing from the audience towards the distant stage. On several occasions, Sir Bai found himself unable to resist reaching out to touch the animated furniture depicted on the screen. This enchanting experience was something Sir Bai Jinghua could never have envisioned in his lifetime. Film. The term Joshua uttered was movie, a concept entirely novel to Sir Bai Jinghua. Film. Truly, as you have stated, my lord, it heralds the dawn of a new era. Sir Bai Jinghua murmured Joshua's words repeatedly, fully grasping the significance of his earlier remarks. The portrayal and elucidation of a narrative through film undoubtedly eclipsed that of stage productions by a considerable margin. The film has the remarkable ability to fully immerse the audience in its narrative, transcending the limitations of stage plays that require elaborate set designs and costume changes. Most significantly, cinema liberates the realm of performance from the confines of the stage. Beauty and the Beast has whisked Sir White Blossom to various enchanting locales, tranquil villages, snow-laden forests, and a castle that, while foreboding, exudes warmth. Yet, amidst his admiration and astonishment for the film, Sir White Blossom harbors a subtle sorrow. The dawn of one era inevitably heralds the twilight of another. The advent of cinema may well signify the decline of theatrical performances, much like Sir White Blossom's own theater, which, no matter how resplendent, will one day fade into oblivion. However, this melancholic sentiment swiftly dissipates with the emergence of Beauty and the Beast. Are you truly considering screening this film in my theater? Sir White Blossom muses, acutely aware that the moment this film graces the screen will etch itself into the annals of world history. He speculates that the Nolan National Theatre would hardly extend such a grand reception to him. Qiu Xiuh raised the cup of hot black tea beside him, taking a small sip. Indeed, as a programmer at heart, he preferred coffee over tea, though green tea and cola were his true favorites. He pondered whether coffee beans even existed in this world. Indeed, those theater folks are nothing but a band of despicable charlatans, merchants who possess no understanding of art. A wave of resentment washed over Sir White Blossom as he recalled the theater that had poached his entire troupe. Yet, he quickly recalibrated his demeanor in these times. Even the most formidable artists must rely on financial sustenance. The recent financial losses of his theater had made Sir White Blossom acutely aware of this reality, thus understanding that the forthcoming dialogue was not one between artists, but rather between merchants. My lord, I will take full charge of the film screening in the theater, including all promotional aspects. As for the ticket sales, how about a 70-30 split in your favor? Were it not for his dire financial straits, which left him unable to pay his staff, Sir White Blossom might have offered Qiu Xiuh a more favorable deal. He simply yearned for the film to be showcased in his theater. That sounds agreeable. Unlike films on Earth, where the box office revenue is divided among theaters and various promotional expenses and taxes must be settled before the filmmakers see a profit. The terms proposed by Sir White Blossom are exceedingly advantageous. Not to mention, Qiu Xiuh's film, in theory, had incurred no production costs, rendering it pure profit. Please hold on a moment while I draft the contract. Additionally, my lord, you may wish to register the copyright of this film with the Patent Association, along with the patent rights to your technology. Nolan is a nation founded on the principles of contractual obligation, boasting a legal system that has become quite sophisticated, even to the point where the concept of litigation is taking shape. I will attend to that. Before we proceed, however, I would like to inspect the environment of this theater. The grandeur of this theater is ample, and its opulent decor is undeniably exquisite. However, all of this is meticulously designed for theatrical performances, and the venue is predominantly intended for stage plays. Cinemas and theaters possess distinct characteristics, and prior to the screening of the film, Qiu Xiuh must temporarily convert this theater into a cinema. This, of course, poses no challenge. Please, follow me, Sir White Bloom remarked, rising to personally guide Qiu Xiuh on a tour of the theater. As he opened the door, Qiu Xiuh beheld Harlan and Siri, who had been waiting outside for nearly 2 hours. The attendants had arranged a table and 2 chairs specifically for them, where red tea and delicacies were laid out, indicating that the 2 sisters had indulged in a delightful afternoon tea during their wait, along with countless rounds of ping-pong matches. Chapter 38 premiere once again. A disheartening defeat diverted Harlan's attention from the game of ping-pong, leading him to observe the emergence of Sir White Jasmine and Mr. Qiu Xiuh from the room. Had Mr. Qiu Xiuh's discussions concluded? Then, Shiri, it is time for you to accompany me back to the academy. Harlan had underestimated Shiri's affection for Qiu Xiuh. Prior to entering the room, Qiu Xiuh had cautioned Harlan that the negotiations might extend for a considerable duration. Thus, Harlan resolved to take Shiri back to the school to salvage her academic standing. Yet Shiri stubbornly lingered at the doorway, unwilling to depart. The intensity of her demeanor suggested that stepping too far from Qiu Xiuh might prove fatal. However, this was a truth known only to Shiri and Qiu Xiuh. She had yet to find an opportune moment to elucidate the nature of her relationship with Qiu Xiuh to Harlan. Fortunately, the theater's hospitality was remarkably splendid, and coupled with the allure of the game, it ultimately diverted Harlan's focus. Sister, it is already evening. Shiri pointed towards the clock affixed to the wall of the corridor. This clock was one of the magical devices birthed from the patent revolution 30 years prior, marking humanity's first foray into measuring time with precision down to the second since the advent of rune-driven clocks. Evening. It had merely been a matter of minutes. Harlan's statement faltered upon glancing at the clock, which accurately indicated the hour of 7. Prior to Harlan's arrival, the hour had been 5, meaning she had spent a full 2 hours here with Shiri. Yet, it felt as though those 2 hours had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Her afternoon had consisted solely of engaging in a few rounds of the game known as ping-pong with Shiri. How dreadful! A shiver coursed down Harlan's spine as she beheld the stark white ping-pong window. She had always regarded the squandering of time as a grave sin, and the game had led her to waste 2 hours in futility. She hesitated, pondering whether to erase the memory of ping-pong from her consciousness through magical means. The hesitation stemmed from a sense of reluctance. She had just suffered 3 consecutive defeats to Shiri, each time tantalizingly close to victory had she persevered a moment longer. After some contemplation, she ultimately discarded the notion. Apologies for the wait. We must prepare for the premiere, and I fear Shiri would not be inclined to return so soon. Qiu remarked. His words struck a chord with Shiri's innermost thoughts. A true admirer of a film could watch it countless times without weariness. And Shiri's circumstances were far from favorable, for she had yet to view the final segment that had been completed. Thus, Shiri had awaited this day with great anticipation. However, Mr. Qiu. Herlin appeared somewhat troubled. The High Magic Academy where she studied ceased classes at 8 in the evening, and if she hurried over now, she might still catch the instructors at the academy. Shili had not attended classes for nearly 6 months. Had it not been for her terrifying talent in magic, she might have already faced expulsion from the Advanced Magic Academy. In truth, the faculty had voiced considerable discontent regarding the eccentric girl who had not graced their classrooms in half a year. In Nolan, the profession of a magician was a true symbol of status, and Heelan still harbored hopes that Shili would continue her studies at the academy. After all, having missed 6 months of classes, waiting one more day seemed inconsequential. She chose to remain and witness the premiere, for missing it would haunt her for a lifetime. Shili declared. Heelan had always considered theater a mere pastime, having been dragged by her classmates to watch performances in the past. Yet she had never found any interest in it. Even now, as she brought Shili to school in her capacity as an elder sister, it proved futile, for she could not best Shili in a contest of magic. Despite holding a level 3 magician certificate, she found herself no match for a level 2 magic apprentice. Shili's magical prowess leaned towards practical applications, while Heelan favored an academic approach. Ultimately, Heelan acquiesced. Under the guidance of Sir White Blossom, Qiu made his way to the theater's performance hall. The White Blossom Theater boasted 2 performance halls. The first was designated for formal productions, with seating arranged in 3 tiers capable of accommodating 2,000 spectators. Although the theater had seen little patronage for an extended period, the seats remained immaculate. The ceiling was adorned with intricate, pale golden patterns, imparting a sense of opulence to the entire venue. The theater had once basked in glory. My lord, what do you think? Sir White Blossom approached Qiu, shedding the earlier humility, for the surroundings now inspired pride, allowing him to stand tall before outsiders. The stage is too small. Qiu stepped beside the stage and glanced at the audience area behind it. While the space suited an opera house for a stage play, spectators seated on the 3rd tier or higher would require the eagle eye spell to catch a glimpse of the performance. My lord, I can assure you this is the largest stage in Nolan, far surpassing that wretched theater. Yet, it remained insufficient. The theater's size far exceeded that of a cinema. If Sir White Blossom could accept it, Qiu would undoubtedly advocate for a complete renovation. However, time was not on his side, and this nobleman, who valued the theater above his own life, would surely reject such a notion. Remove the curtain above. Qiu pointed to the curtain suspended from the theater's ceiling. It was customary to raise the curtain to transition between scenes during a stage play. After a moment's hesitation, Sir White Blossom instructed the removal of the long-hanging red curtain that had adorned the stage for decades. Once the curtain was drawn, the stage unfolded entirely before the audience. But Joshua's focus was not on the stage itself. Rather, it was on the enormous white screen that loomed behind it, nearly consuming the entirety of the theater's spatial expanse. Sir, that is the white wall designated for the backdrop, Sir Whitebloom explained to Joshua. Can it be moved? Joshua held little hope for achieving a surround screen experience in this realm, yet a grand screen was fundamental. The advantage of the primordial crystal was that the projected image, no matter how expansive, would not compromise the quality. Undoubtedly, the white screen behind the stage served as an excellent medium for projection. Of course, we can move it. Let us position it at the front of the stage. Following Joshua's directive, Sir Whitebloom gently maneuvered the colossal white screen to the forefront of the stage. Perfect, sir. Extinguish those luminescent stones, Joshua remarked, convinced that this screen could indeed function as a projection medium. He descended the steps to a position roughly in the 10th row of the audience, and after channeling magical energy into the primordial crystal, the film's imagery was magnified exponentially and projected onto the white screen. The effect was quite commendable. Joshua settled into a cushioned seat, gazing at the vast expanse of the projected image on the white screen, finally recapturing the sensation of watching a film in a cinema. It begins. Siri unceremoniously took a seat beside Joshua and quietly remarked to Herlin, "Is this a stage play?" While Siri was concerned about the film's narrative, Herlin was far more intrigued by the peculiar images appearing on the screen, unable to discern them as belonging to any performance he was familiar with. Chapter 39. The poster the film continues to screen. Seizing this opportunity, Joshua inquired outside the auditorium to gain a thorough understanding from Sir White Jasmine regarding the operations of the theater. Is this the ticket? Joshua held a silver white coin in his hand, adorned with dark golden patterns on the obverse, while the reverse displayed the number 38. This coin was not the currency of Nolan, but rather a token akin to those found in arcade halls. Indeed, sir, what you hold is a standard ticket. There are also higher-tier tickets for the premium and VIP seating. Sir White Jasmine revealed 2 pale golden coins to Joshua. The distinction between the 2 silver coins being the color of the patterns engraved upon them. In an era devoid of printers, utilizing such tokens as tickets was undoubtedly more convenient than handwritten paper tickets. A standard ticket typically costs 1 silver coin, while a premium ticket is priced at 1 gold coin, and VIP tickets are generally reserved for guests I personally invite. Sir White Jasmine's pricing for tickets is quite reasonable. At least in Nolan, a prosperous small nation, the common folk can easily afford the standard ticket price. And what about promotion? Handwritten flyers? Joshua recalled the flyer he received earlier that day from the Nolan National Theater, which was entirely handwritten. In the past, we hardly needed promotion. The name White Jasmine was the finest advertisement. But recently, before Sir White Jasmine could immerse himself in the nostalgia of his former glory, he was abruptly thrust back into the harsh and unforgiving reality. So, the theater had been surviving solely on reputation until now? There is a Chinese saying, the fragrance of wine fears no deep alley. However, if your alley is constantly filled with patrons from another tavern enticing customers, no matter how fragrant your wine, all your clientele will vanish. The predicament faced by Sir White Jasmine was precisely this. No, it was even worse. Not only had all his patrons been lured away, but even his barrels of wine were completely carted off by the Nolan National Theater. Now, all that remained for Sir White Jasmine was a single theater. Promotion is essential, while reputation holds significant value. Relying solely on it for survival leaves one oblivious to the manner of their demise. Of course, sir, I shall promptly hire someone to compose flyers. The flyer format is too slow, and I doubt the National Theater will permit you to distribute them smoothly. Joshua connected the recent predicaments of White Jasmine Theater and discerned that the Nolan National Theater had decisively resolved to erase White Jasmine from the city of Nolan, seeking to establish a monopoly in this locale. Nothing is more profitable than a monopoly. Should Sir White Jasmine send someone to distribute flyers now, they would undoubtedly encounter numerous obstacles, rendering the distribution of the flyers a significant concern. Then, sir, what method shall we employ for promotion? Sir White Jasmine wiped the sweat from his brow, and Joshua recognized that he was at a distinct disadvantage in the competition against the Nolan National Theater. The flyer was the only promotional strategy that Sir White Jasmine could conceive. Let us proceed directly with the poster. Joshua could undoubtedly leverage the advantage of the projection from the original crystal stone, which allows for infinite enlargement. The White Blossom Theater, a structure already deemed magnificent, could feature a colossal white wall on one side of the entrance, showcasing the most iconic moment from Beauty and the Beast while also displaying the title and cast list. Such publicity would prove far more effective than any mere flyer. This resembles the oversized posters commonly seen in cities across the earth. Sir White Blossom seemed yet to grasp the meaning of Joshua's words. There was no need for flyers. The backdrop in the theater's performance hall, regardless of the material used, needed to be sufficiently large to stand beside the theater entrance. I shall prepare it, which may take 2 or 3 days. After Sir White Blossom spoke, he cast a glance at Joshua and cautiously inquired, is there anything else you require? No. Return and continue watching. I trust you have not missed too many captivating moments. Very well, my lord. With permission granted, Sir White Blossom hurried back to the performance hall. Joshua was contemplating whether to purchase some popcorn and soda for the theater. But after some reflection, he dismissed the notion. Beauty and the Beast was not a popcorn flick, and it was not yet time to profit from movie merchandise. Presently, Joshua's priority was to disseminate the film's popularity. Harlan sat in her seat, at a loss for words. She had indeed been moved to tears by the narrative of Beauty and the Beast, but beyond the emotion, it left her in deep contemplation. Unlike Shiri, Harlan's thoughts were far more complex. Beyond the film's remarkable storyline, what troubled Harlan were the feelings it evoked within her. It unveiled a new world, a realm that no previous stage play had ever achieved, and Harlan yearned for it immensely. She desired to somehow participate in the world of Beauty and the Beast, to assist Belle in encountering the Beast sooner, or to help the Beast fend off the ignorant villagers in the end. This impulse was undeniable. As Harlan gazed at the floating window of the ping-pong game before her, she recalled the sprite Joshua had previously drawn using her magical machinery, Sylvanas Windrunner. Harlan believed that this sprite possessed more than just a name. There must be untold stories behind her, perhaps akin to the unforgettable tale of Beauty and the Beast. Qiu Xiuh indeed intended to share Sylvanas' story with the world, but not in the manner of Beauty and the Beast, rather through the medium of ping pong. With this thought, Harlan felt a sense of anticipation, one whose origin eluded her. She had perused numerous travelogues in the Academy Library, often lamenting the fates of their protagonists. Yet she had never so desperately wished to immerse herself in a story. Sister, do you believe that demons can truly fall in love with humans? Siri's sudden inquiry interrupted Gerald's contemplation, as the film depicted a demon gracefully dancing with Belle in the grand hall of a castle. The scene, imbued with a romantic aura, accompanied by music, was enough to incite any viewer with an impulse to embark on a love affair. Gerald was not immune to this enchantment, nor was Siri. Why the sudden question? It's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking. Siri brushed her fingers against the collar around her neck. Now, with only Gerald present, it was the perfect opportunity to reveal her true relationship with Jaskier and seek his help. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, she chose to remain silent. For if she divulged this to Gerald, she would jeopardize the only connection she had with Jaskier. Chapter 40. Voice acting late at night. Qiu Xiuh politely declined the luxurious accommodation offered by Sir Bai Jinghua and returned to the alchemical workshop with Harlan and Siri. The workshop, though not overly spacious, was hardly suitable for 3 individuals. As a gentleman, Qiu Xiuh could not allow Harlan and Siri to sleep on the floor. Thus, he turned down Harlan's suggestion to relinquish the sole available room, opting instead to find a separate workspace where he could immerse himself in programming through the night. The journey of entrepreneurship is invariably arduous. How many legendary figures in the IT industry embarked on their ventures from a humble garage? Whether it be Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, or the duo of Page and Brin, their beginnings were rooted in garages, starting from scratch. Almost every eminent trillion-dollar company in Silicon Valley has its origins in such modest settings. While the alchemical workshop may not serve as a parking space, its dimensions are only slightly larger than that of a garage. Qiu Xiuh spread a blank sheet of paper across his desk as a luminous orb hovered gently beside him, dispelling the surrounding darkness. This was the most rudimentary form of illumination magic, a spell mastered by nearly every mage. The crystallized essence of this light magic had supplanted candles and Nolan, becoming the most common source of illumination. With the brightness afforded by the illumination spell, Qiu Xiuh completed the poster for Beauty and the Beast. He had yet to devise a method for importing images into his consciousness for editing through inscriptions. So he resorted to hand-drawing the title on the white paper. He then selected a still frame from the film where Belle and the Beast gazed at each other during their dance and projected it onto the paper. After finishing the poster, Qiu Xiuh left his small workspace and entered the room where the finished products were displayed. The entire room was aglow with the illumination magic, and the magical machinery crafted by Harlan emitted a soft radiance, projecting the portrait of a female mage. Her pupils were suffused with a pale blue arcane light, and torrents of magical energies surged from her hands, set against a backdrop of torrential rain. Her long hair, interwoven with silver and pale gold, billowed in the downpour. Merely gazing at this portrait of the female mage conveyed her immense power. Who was she? Siri emerged from behind the magical apparatus, holding a sheet of paper that bore Qiu Xiuh's original drawing. Jaina Proudmoore, Qiu Xiuh uttered her name. This character is arguably the central figure throughout the lore of World of Warcraft and also represents the mage class in Hearthstone. What is your relationship with her? Siri inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity after a moment of silence. Relationship? Qiu Xiuh hesitated momentarily. Jaina was merely a fictional character within a game, and he had no actual connection with her. Yet, as a player of World of Warcraft, he felt that such a response was inadequate. I believe they were once comrades in arms. In the past, Qiu Xiuh played as part of the Alliance faction in World of Warcraft, alongside Jaina, sharing the same allegiance. In the realm of gaming, Qiu Xiuh can indeed be considered a fellow fighter who stood alongside Jaina. Silently, Siri cast a glance at Jaina's portrait, suddenly recalling a moment from her slumber within the castle when she had inadvertently eavesdropped on a conversation between Qiu Xiuh and Xanathus. She remembered Qiu Xiuh had mentioned, I already have someone I like. Qiu Xiuh could sense Siri's thoughts, yet he refrained from offering explanations, allowing his gaze to linger on Jaina's likeness. The projection displayed by the magical device was a replication crafted by Siri based on Qiu Xiuh's original draft. And the outcome once again led Qiu Xiuh to the realization that Siri was ill-suited for the role of a mage. He had merely imparted some basic techniques regarding coloring and composition, allowing her to recreate the artwork on the magical apparatus. Although the final result fell short of professional standards, it had certainly progressed into a realm of usability. Most importantly, Siri's artistry remained untouched by the influences of this era. The prevalent artistic style of the time leaned towards oil painting, evoking a feeling akin to the smile of the Mona Lisa, alongside the essence of Chinese ink painting. Qiu Xiuh had once witnessed such styles in the theater of Sir White Bloom, who remarked that the artist hailed from a land known as Daxia. However, both oil and ink painting diverged significantly from the modern CG styles of Earth, yet within series creations, Qiu Xiuh found no trace of retro sentimentality. Have you truly never considered pursuing a career in art? Qiu Xiuh mused as he scrutinized the original artwork of Jaina Proudmoore. While there were some minor flaws in the details, they were acceptable after Qiu Xiuh's revisions. If Siri continued to practice at this rate, she could undoubtedly become an exceptional concept artist. I don't know, Siri hesitated. She had initially prepared to firmly reject Qiu Xiuh's suggestion. She aided him in his artistic endeavors out of gratitude for saving her life. However, the thought of relinquishing her identity as a mage to focus solely on painting was not something she could easily embrace. After all, in this world, formidable mages stood at the pinnacle of existence, and Siri possessed ample talent to become a powerful sorceress. I'm not asking you to abandon your primary vocation. Consider being a painter as a supplementary pursuit, Qiu Xiuh proposed, offering Siri a perfect resolution. A supplementary pursuit. Siri glanced once more at Jaina's portrait, a depiction of an immensely powerful female mage. Perhaps, to Qiu Xiuh, being a painter was the only vocation of value, as he was surrounded by individuals of great strength. Perhaps. But one day, my magic will tear you to pieces, Siri quoted a line from Jaina, inscribed on the reverse of the original draft. However, Qiu Xiuh felt no sense of urgency. Instead, he was suddenly enlightened by Siri's words. Siri, that statement of yours resonates quite profoundly. Would you be interested in providing the voice for this character? Voice? Acting? Qiu Xiuh once again uttered a term that touched upon Siri's area of ignorance, yet she had long since grown accustomed to such moments. The character of Jaina is already well established. Do you have any desire to become the voice of this persona? Qiu Xiuh was determined to create the game Hearthstone, a project that could be realized with merely the original artwork and some relatively uncomplicated animation effects. However, a more troublesome aspect lay in the voiceovers for the cards. Siri's voice was already quite pleasant. With a dash of emotion, it would perfectly align with the essence of Jaina's character. Chapter 41. The Owl Pen Pal Society. The following morning, Sir Whitebloom's promotional efforts required approximately 2 more days of preparation. During this period, although the theater had officially premiered Beauty and the Beast, it remained largely unknown to the public. Seizing this opportunity, Qiu Xiuh took the initiative to accompany Harlan and Siri to the Patent Council of Nolan. This edifice, established merely a decade or so ago, bore a closer resemblance to a museum than to a governmental institution. Inside the Patent Council, although bustling with activity, an air of quietude prevailed. Wizards clad in various ceremonial robes hurriedly traversed the hall, clutching numerous papers, while foreign visitors of diverse backgrounds were similarly influenced by the atmosphere of decorum. Speaking in hushed tones, Harlan, now a familiar face in this setting, guided Qiu Xiuh to the registration window. Behind the counter sat a woman adorned with wooden-framed spectacles, who displayed a look of surprise upon seeing Harlan. Harlan, have you finally completed your work? At long last, you need not endure that professor's daily prattle any longer, she exclaimed. Not quite yet, Sansa, Harlan replied, shaking her head to dismiss the assumption. The woman at the registration window was a classmate of Harlan's from the academy, a dear friend who, at times, could be a source of exasperation for her. Still not finished? Harlan, you really ought to make an appearance at the academy. It's not just the professor, many of the boys have been thinking of you. By the way, today, Rickard obtained 4 tickets to the National Theater. You must have heard of the famed floral city of Philosophy, the artistic realm where the girls are said to be the most beautiful in the world. Harlan refrained from reminding her friend that she, too, was a girl. She simply wished to avoid further entanglement in this topic. Harlan had also heard whispers regarding the recent arrival of the Black Swan troupe at the Nolan National Theater, largely due to their extensive promotional efforts. Each day, as she tidied the courtyard of the alchemical workshop, she encountered several flyers advertising the troupe. Initially, Harlan had felt a flicker of interest. But after watching the film Beauty and the Beast, her fleeting curiosity for stage plays had dissipated entirely. Those who have savored exquisite delicacies seldom yearn for the bland fare of their past, while stage plays undoubtedly represent an artistic form worthy of historical acknowledgement. Their entertainment value pales in comparison to that of films. Let us defer this discussion for later. I am here today to introduce this gentleman, who wishes to apply for a patent for his innovative invention. Harlan swiftly redirected the conversation. Patent registration? Please hold on a moment. The woman retrieved a sheet of paper bearing an unknown wax seal from behind the counter, enveloped by a series of inscriptions, with subtle magical energies swirling across its surface. This is a peculiar registration form. Qiu Xiuh took the agreement and glanced at the content, which primarily consisted of basic personal information. He filled in the details methodically, writing only his first name in the designated space without including his surname. When it came to the country field, He pondered for a moment yet chose to conceal his true identity, ultimately writing down a fictitious nation called Daxia. The ink-washed painting observed at the Beijinghua Theater the previous day attested to the existence of a realm reminiscent of China, known as Daxia. Room 372. Standing by the teleportation array with the emblazoned badge would suffice. Perhaps she was eager to converse with Herlin, as she did not meticulously scrutinize the information Qiu Xiuh had provided, neglecting to verify any pertinent documents. With the badge marked 372 in hand, Qiu Xiuh opted not to further disturb Herlin and her companion, leading Siri alongside him to the inscribed teleportation array by the window. The badge emitted a soft white glow, and after a fleeting sensation of weightlessness dissipated, Qiu Xiuh found himself standing in a disordered office. Papers were haphazardly strewn across the desk, and the surrounding bookshelves were in utter disarray. Most striking was an owl perched atop one of the shelves, its unblinking eyes fixed intently on the unexpected arrival of Qiu Xiuh. He rapped gently on the door to announce his presence, prompting the office's occupant to spring forth from behind the desk. The individual appeared to be an elderly gentleman, well past 70, clad in a somewhat tattered gray robe, reminiscent of the gray pilgrim from the Lord of the Rings, or perhaps a battle mage akin to Gandalf. Ahem, I am here to apply for patent ownership. Qiu Xiuh broke the silence that enveloped the room. An application? Please hold on a moment, I am searching for a letter. He rummaged through the chaotic collection of tomes on the shelves. Just as he extracted one, the remaining books cascaded like a set of dominoes, burying the unfortunate elder beneath their weight. Suddenly, a pale white inscription materialized in the air, enveloping the fallen books in a similar glow, which then levitated them to the far corner of the room. These infernal tomes nearly crushed my weary bones, the gray pilgrim muttered as he rose from the floor. Rubbing his forehead, the owl, seemingly unable to bear the scene any longer, flapped its wings and deftly grasped a letter titled Can Order Inscription Construct Long-Distance Communication Magic? From the 72nd agenda of the Owl Correspondence Society, placing it on the desk. At last, after 2 days of searching, I have found it, the gray pilgrim exclaimed, brushing the dust from the letter, donning his spectacles, and perusing its contents. Upon locating a specific line, he took up a nearby quill and pinned his latest response before rolling the letter up. The owl beside him leapt onto the table, seized the somewhat tattered letter, and flew out the window. Not long after the gray owl had departed, a white owl alighted beside the window, depositing another letter on the table. A certain mage opened the letter and perused its contents. Nonsense. Constructing a teleportation inscription in such a manner is utterly futile. In a fit of anger, he took up a pen and inscribed a message upon the envelope before entrusting it to the owl for delivery. Having witnessed the entire episode, Qiu Xiuh finally grasped the intentions of the gray-robed mage. In essence, he was merely engaging in an online forum, berating the original poster for their foolishness. In an instant, Qiu Xiuh discerned the handwriting on the letter. Each script was distinct, evidently penned by different individuals. They were sharing their thoughts by writing on the letters and utilizing the owls for communication, thus enabling discussions without ever leaving their homes. Perhaps Qiu Xiuh should find the time to develop a forum program for spellcasters? Chapter 42. The server. Thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. The gray-robed mage Rulsk diverted his gaze from the letter only to be greeted by the arrival of another owl, this one adorned with brown speckles upon its back. Unlike the previous owl, this one made a rather ungraceful entrance, landing clumsily on the table with its face first, feathers scattering in the process. After a few desperate flaps of its wings, it managed to regain its footing and placed a letter before the gray-robed mage. Rulsk picked up the time-worn envelope, its contents marred and the handwriting rendered nearly illegible, revealing only a glimpse of the title. How to Dispel Undead with Healing-Centric Incantations, the 12th agenda of the Owl Pen Pals. A twinge of melancholy washed over him as he regarded the letter and the aged owl. He was, after all, one of the founders of this pen pal society. This correspondence lacked any official status, and he remained unaware of the identities of its members. Any inquiries he had could simply be inscribed on paper and entrusted to the owl for delivery to his fellow correspondents. After several exchanges, when the letters returned to him, he would invariably find a multitude of replies. However, obtaining truly scholarly feedback through this method proved unreliable, yet he cherished the freedom of dialogue it afforded. The anonymity among participants fostered a genuinely egalitarian discourse, allowing for the expression of personal opinions. Nevertheless, the wait for a response was excruciatingly protracted, often exceeding 2 months before his pen questions would be returned by the owl. In less fortunate circumstances, he might never receive a reply throughout his lifetime. If memory served him correctly, this letter could be considered one of the earliest correspondences, once filled with responses from mages across Nolan, now reduced to a tattered remnant. Little more than scrap paper. Alongside his nostalgia, he felt a pang of sorrow. Come now, old friend. The gray-robed mage untied the scarf from the aged owl's leg, granting the creature its well-deserved retirement. The owl tilted its head, letting out a plaintive hoot. As if reluctant to part ways, Rolsk gently ruffled the owl's feathers and carried it to the window, where it finally spread its wings and took flight. Now, we can finally commence our work. I apologize for the delay. The gray-robed mage arranged the items upon his desk, and both Qiu Xiuh and Shiri took their seats before him. Were the letters brought by the owls just now random? Yet, before registering the patent for the camera, Qiu Xiuh was quite intrigued by the nascent form of this mage form. Indeed, they are random. The owls do not deliberately travel to any particular destination. Are you also interested in the Pen Pal Society? The gray-robed mage takes immense pride in the Pen Pal Society he established, facilitating scholarly discussions among nearly 10,000 spellcasters in the city of Nolan through the use of thousands of owls. Although this figure may seem trivial compared to Nolan's population, he believes that the cumbersome method of discussion could benefit from some refinement. Refinement? The gray-robed mage admitted that communicating via owls is indeed quite tedious. However, it is the only means to ensure that letters reach their intended recipients. In face-to-face discussions, lower-tier mages would scarcely have the opportunity to speak. Perhaps in this manner. Qiu Xiuh waved his hand gently, conjuring a white window before him, which displayed a specific text. The gray-robed mage's expression turned to one of confusion, seemingly unable to grasp the purpose of this window. To elucidate further, Qiu Xiuh sent a message to Siri. Upon receiving it, Siri quietly moved the ping-pong interface away from the chat window, ultimately materializing the chat interface using his magical prowess. This. The gray-robed mage Rolsk was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Aside from being the founder of the Owl Pen Pal Society, he also held the title of founder of a patent council and had witnessed countless astonishing inventions over the years, compared to the magical devices that could replace horse-drawn carriages. Qiu Xiuh's demonstration appeared somewhat mundane. Yet, as an enthusiast of written correspondence, yearning to discuss his ideas with a broader audience to acquire greater knowledge, Rolsk instantly comprehended the value of the white interface before Qiu Xiuh. With a contraption crafted from order runes, given a bit of time, I could enable more individuals to participate in a discussion and impeccably preserve the data of that discourse. Qiu Xiuh's further explanation nearly overwhelmed the gray-robed mage with excitement, making it difficult for him to remain seated. However, the current communication range is limited to around 200 meters. Beyond this distance, messages cannot be received. This statement seemed to douse the gray-robed mage's enthusiasm with cold water, extinguishing his fervor. A few hundred meters. Such a trivial distance is hardly better than face-to-face discussions. Is there a means to extend this range? He inquired of Qiu Xiuh, harboring a glimmer of hope. Certainly. I require a server, Qiu Xiuh replied. Presently, he was utilizing his mental energy as a network line, with his brain serving as the data terminal for a local area network. To achieve long-distance transmission, establishing an internet-like framework is indispensable. However, Qiu Xiuh found it impossible to locate any primal crystals capable of supporting the vast data volumes of the internet. A primal crystal inscribed with 100 runes is already at its limit, while higher-quality ones can inscribe thousands, even tens of thousands. But what does it mean to have data on the scale of the internet? The vast expanse of the internet on Earth may be likened to a torrent. While a forum server does not necessitate an enormous capacity, Qiu Xiuh is not merely content with establishing a simple online forum. A rudimentary server akin to those of Ubisoft would certainly be inadequate. Qiu Xiuh aspires to procure a more sophisticated server. A server, in simplified terms, is akin to a primal crystal capable of storing a substantial number of inscriptions. The higher the quality of the primal crystal, the more its value escalates exponentially. A crystal capable of holding just a few inscriptions might cost only a couple of gold coins, whereas one that can accommodate hundreds will soar above 100. Furthermore, primal crystals inscribed with runes, barring those that contain exceptionally powerful magical inscriptions, are often deemed worthless. How vast is this quantity? The gray-robed mage has encountered numerous high-quality primal crystals throughout his life, some capable of bearing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of inscriptions. 1 billion is conceivable. And for temporary use, a crystal holding 100,000 inscriptions suffices. Qiu Xiuh contemplated the unit of measurement but decided to temper his expectations. Recalling that the finest primal crystal possessed by the third prince could inscribe around 20 to 30,000 runes. This indeed seems an excessive demand. The gray-robed mage adjusted his spectacles, if 1 billion inscriptions were deemed implausible. A primal crystal capable of inscribing around 100,000 would essentially serve as the foundation for a large national teleportation array. Its worth is undoubtedly self-evident. Is this what you wish to patent? No, my intent lies in registering something else. The other party appeared reluctant to delve further into the topic, and Qiu Xiuh refrained from pressing on, realizing that his relationship with the gray-robed mage was merely that of strangers, and his inquiry was but a fleeting one. Upon completing the patent registration for the camera and exiting the room, The gray-robed mage pondered briefly before tapping the table. He then picked up a quill and sought a fresh sheet of parchment. To all members of the Al Pen Pal Society on the acquisition of a primal crystal of near-infinite quality sincerely, the gray-robed Rolsk. After composing a few lines, he rolled the parchment and approached the window. He was aware of the means to procure that primal crystal of infinite quality. And this letter served merely as an inquiry to several founding members of the Pen Pal Society. A jet-black owl flapped its wings and alighted at the window. Grasping the letter with its talons, it soared towards the highest edifice in Nolan, known as the Tower of the Sage. Chapter 43, The Hall of the Patent Council. Do you truly wish to abstain? The tickets for Harlan's event are of the highest caliber. I hear their current price hovers around 1,000 gold coins. Sufficient to cover my remuneration for over 2 months. Harlan's classmate, Sansa, had just concluded her morning duties and was quietly conversing with Harlan in a secluded corner of the Patent Council Hall. You have only been working here for a short while, and I must confess, I possess little interest in the Black Swan Theater. In truth, my enthusiasm for stage plays has waned, Harlan mused inwardly. Instead of attending that theatrical performance, Harlan would prefer to watch Beauty and the Beast once more. Wait, once more? Suddenly, Harlan realized that today marked the official premiere of Qiu Xiuh's film. Harlan was not well versed in the arts of performance. She merely knew that Beauty and the Beast was far more captivating than those tedious stage plays, capable of stirring the heart more profoundly than any theatrical production. So much so that Harlan now believed she would feel a pang of sorrow at the scene of the demon's demise in Belle's embrace. A rather cruel question loomed before Harlan. If the White Jasmine Theater commenced its promotion, would she still be able to secure a ticket to view it a second time? The answer was impossible. The exorbitant demand for tickets to the Black Swan Theater was a testament to the fact that the people of Nolan would not be frugal in this regard. Presently, acquiring a mere standard ticket to the Black Swan Theater required either luck or a certain status and connections. Harlan held no such status in this city. She was merely an ordinary student of a prestigious academy, at best, a distinguished scholar. Sansa, I am aware of a theater performance far more breathtaking than that of the Black Swan Theater. Would you care to join me later? Harlan contemplated, ultimately concluding that the term breathtaking aptly described the film. It had evoked profound emotions within her, more than mere astonishment. Another theater? The White Jasmine. Has that theater not been devoid of new productions for quite some time? Sansa appeared quite attuned to the happenings of the theatrical world. Your information became outdated yesterday. Miss Sansa. Qiu Xiuh had returned to the hall, having quietly listened to Harlan's conversation with her classmate, and at this opportune moment, interjected into the dialogue. You seem to be Harlan's friend. Could it be that you are a... Sansa's conjecture remained unspoken as Harlan promptly covered her mouth, casting a glance at her sister, Ciri. Understanding her sister's intent, Ciri immediately shook her head, indicating that she had no relationship with Qiu Xiuh. I am merely a partner of Miss Harlan. And as for you, Miss Sansa, allow me to update your information. The White Jasmine Theater has indeed unveiled a new production as of yesterday. Should you be interested, you may wish to attend. Prior to the official promotion, Qiu Xiuh could only rely on verbal recommendations, and Sansa, a classmate from Helran, was quite an excellent candidate for such endorsements. From earlier observations, it appeared that Sansa possessed a rather ostentatious personality. To put it simply, if social media platforms like Weibo or WeChat existed in this world, she would likely take photos of her meals and post them online. Naturally, Qiu Xiuh would not let such a pure and untainted source of enthusiasm slip away. A new production? What is its title, and which troupe is presenting it? She seemed genuinely intrigued. The title of the play is Beauty and the Beast, but I shall keep the name of the troupe a secret for now. In an era where people have yet to witness a film, it is challenging for Qiu Xiuh to convey the essence of cinema through mere words, so the most effective explanation is to take them to the theater. I have already made plans to go. What about you? Helran certainly does not wish to find themselves waiting in line for an entire day next time, possibly missing out on tickets. After all, Ricard's show is in the evening, which provides the perfect opportunity to pass the time. Sansa, however, did not take Qiu Xiuh's recommendation to heart. It was nearing 1 o'clock in the afternoon, with several hours remaining until the next performance by the Black Swan Troupe. The format of stage plays typically involves several days between performances, resulting in multiple troupes rotating at a single theater. Yet, the audience in Nolan only desired to attend the performances of the Black Swan Troupe, while other troupes faded into obscurity beneath the brilliance of that Falochi flower. This time, Qiu Xiuh took on the role of a guide, leading the way out of the Patent Council towards the White Hawthorn Theater. After approximately 20 minutes, Qiu Xiuh arrived at the entrance of the theater. The front of the theater appeared somewhat desolate, but on the other side of the entrance, illuminated inscriptions flickered, as several magicians clad in brown robes constructed a backdrop for promotional posters using clay figurine techniques. Upon entering the theater, Sir White Hawthorne was surrounded by a group of elegantly dressed ladies. Sir White Hawthorne, why did the beast die in the end? Poor Belle. Where did those foolish villagers come from? Ladies, please remain calm. Calm. This is merely a plot from the film, not reality. Sir White Hawthorne wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, explaining to the noble ladies before him. They could be considered die-hard fans of the White Hawthorne Theatre. After the official premiere of Beauty and the Beast, Sir White Hawthorne had specially written to invite them to watch, and the outcome had turned these noble ladies into tearful, indignant critics of the Beast's unjust fate. The Beast? Why were they so enraged by the demise of the Beast? Sansa overheard the noble ladies' discussions. Upon hearing the title Beauty and the Beast, her first thought had been the cliche detail of rescuing a princess from the clutches of a monster. As for that, you will understand once you see it. Helrand, being considerate, refrained from giving Sansa any spoilers. Rest assured, even after witnessing the events, I shall harbor no compassion for the demons, for my faith lies with the holy light and justice god, Moniker. Helrand, have you forgotten that I am a citizen of the holy kingdom of Messiah? To prove my point, Sansa bore a faint golden inscription upon her hand. Joshua was taken aback to discover that this maiden was indeed a paladin. The radiance emanating from the inscription on Sansa's hand resembled the purifying light capable of vanquishing evil, eliciting a subtle reaction from the mark left by the skeletal lord. Yet, it was merely an imperceptible response, as the power possessed by the skeletal lord could not be threatened by such a trifling manifestation of holy light. The holy army of Messiah stands as the vanguard against the invasion of the demonic realm. As a devoted citizen of this nation, my faith remains unwavering. How could I possibly feel pity for demons? Sansa remarked dismissively. Chapter 44. The Guild. As the film screening concluded, the atmosphere outside the White Althea Theatre was thick with emotion. Why did the demon have to die in the end? He was so kind to Belle. I cannot accept this, Sansa exclaimed, her handkerchief soaked with tears. This was her second one, borrowed from Harlan. Shouldn't the citizens of the Holy Kingdom of Misa be heartless towards demons? This marked Ciri's fourth viewing of the film, and she had mentally prepared herself for the poignant moments, managing to hold back tears while focusing on the subtle details within the film, such as the number of times she appeared on screen. In stark contrast, Sansa, seated beside her, succumbed to tears as the film reached its conclusion. Ciri was aware of the Holy Kingdom of Misa, a nation known for its doctrine that portrayed demons as a malevolent invasion, harboring nearly a century of animosity towards them. The negative image of demons had been meticulously crafted by the missionaries of this realm as they spread their teachings across the globe. In Joshua's words, it was a senseless vilification of demons. This is different, Sansa faltered at Ciri's inquiry. Yet she remained resolute in her belief that Belle and the demon belonged together, a notion that filled her with bliss. The reason for her conviction stemmed from the earlier portions of the film, particularly when the demon formally accepted Belle. She was enveloped by a feeling known as romance. A truly exceptional tragedy reveals the most beautiful elements to the audience, only to shatter them mercilessly. Do not cry. It is merely a story. Joshua attempted to console the sobbing Sansa, who lamented the overly sorrowful ending. Harlan, empathizing with her distress, gently patted Sansa's back, offering comfort in that moment. Joshua felt a sense of satisfaction with Sansa's reaction. The people of this world had not yet been indoctrinated into foolishness by religion. Despite being a citizen of the religion-dominated Holy Kingdom, Sansa retained her personal convictions. This could very well be attributed to her education in Nolan. Understanding this, Joshua no longer worried about the theater being besieged by zealous forces, for this was indeed the domain of mages. My lord, the backdrop you requested will be completed by tomorrow, and the film's poster will be visible to all of Nolan, Sir Althea interjected, finally extricating himself from the ire of a certain noblewoman, ready to update Joshua on the promotional efforts. We shall expedite this process and increase the number of ticket sales locations. Joshua had already imparted the technique of crystal projection to the mages under Sir Althea's command. Although the White Althea Theatre had fallen into decline, Sir Althea, as its manager, still wielded considerable influence in Nolan, particularly due to his extensive network among the nobility, predominantly consisting of noble women. I have already taken steps to prepare for this, and here is the contract I have drafted for you. Sir Beijinghua's commercial acumen may have been somewhat lacking, yet it was not entirely absent. He could envision the waves that the film Beauty and the Beast would create in Nolan, and he knew that the Beijinghua Theatre was destined to reach another historical pinnacle. Naturally, he dared not underestimate the significance of Joshua, the architect of it all. After all, there existed but one individual in the world capable of producing such films, Joshua himself. It was certain that Joshua would not be content with merely Beauty and the Beast. Many more exceptional films would undoubtedly emerge from his creative genius. The thought of all these productions gracing the Beijinghua Theatre was overwhelming enough to induce a heart palpitation in Sir Beijinghua, an exhilarating hypothesis indeed. I shall take 80%. Qiu Xiuh mused as he perused the contract, which consisted entirely of commercial agreements rooted in Nolan's patent laws. The terms could be succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase: do nothing but count the money. Moreover, the ticket revenue split had shifted from 70-30 to 80-20. I still possess a modicum of savings, my lord. I imagine that creating such a monumental work will require substantial funds. To me, money is merely a numerical figure needed to sustain the theater, Sir Beijinghua remarked. Truly, he was an artist wholly devoted to his craft. Qiu Xiuh did not decline Sir Beijinghua's generous offer, for his forthcoming plans indeed necessitated significant financial backing. Qiu Xiuh inscribed his name upon the contract and returned it to Sir Beijinghua, who meticulously tucked it away. My lord, you may entrust the remaining tasks to me. Should your new work require actors, do not hesitate. I shall assist in finding suitable candidates. In truth, the suitable candidates Sir Beijinghua referred to included himself. As a part-time actor and playwright, he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to be cast in Qiu Xiuh's next film, even in a minor role. Actors, it is indeed time to commence work in that regard, Qiu Xiuh reflected, contemplating the establishment of a commercial guild. The popularity of Beauty and the Beast would endure for some time, leaving Qiu Xiuh with the simple task of patiently awaiting the film's acclaim to permeate throughout Nolan. Once Beauty and the Beast became a sensation, there would undoubtedly be interest in the individuals behind its production and the initial logo. Many, like Sir Beijinghua, aspiring to become film actors would likely emerge, and Qiu Xiuh had no reason to decline this seasoned performer with decades of experience. Thus, he resolved to formalize the creation of an entertainment company in the realm of Nolan. The closest entity Qiu Xiuh could conceive akin to a corporate organization was a commercial guild. My lord, do you wish to engage in business? No. The nature of this guild resembles those established by practitioners of magic, albeit our guild's members will engage in performances, painting, and other artistic endeavors. Qiu Xiuh envisioned the formation of a multifaceted commercial guild encompassing gaming, film, and music, with a name yet to be determined. He had a desire to call it the Earth Entertainment Guild, though it sounded somewhat peculiar. Then, my lord, may I join? I believe I can provide a suitable location for the guild. Sir Whitebark is well aware that spellcasters often establish guilds, organizations that typically accept commissions to earn remuneration, a pursuit favored by those who regard mages as combat professionals. I appreciate your kind intentions, Sir Whitebark, but I believe this place is not suitable for transformation into a tavern. A guild headquarters, a company requires an office building. Qiu Xiuh does indeed possess a property in the city of Nolan that is ripe for investment, specifically that owned by the merchant lady, Marina. Marina has lost her goods due to a bandit raid and has temporarily relinquished her status as a merchant. Qiu Xiuh is willing to assist her. The question remains whether she would be amenable to transitioning from merchant to innkeeper, as the Hearthstone Tavern is envisioned as the future location for Qiu Xiuh's guild.